In a large city, high-rise buildings, houses, and well-equipped schools stood in layers. The bright sunlight that day further enhanced the vibrancy of the city. Rakudo Kurogane stood on the school rooftop, separated by a fence. He looked down at the city below, thinking to himself that this life was like shit. On the clean path, several pairs of feet clicked along. See that? This guy is laughing so hard. In the schoolyard below, some students were laughing and talking about something. The black-haired guy said, "That's why I showed him what a festival really is." The blonde guy replied, "That's hilarious." Rakudo stood on the rooftop looking down with angry eyes. His face was not in good shape, with bruises all over, signs of physical violence. Rakudo said, "I'm gonna put an end to this damned game." He clenched the iron fence tightly as if to express his anger. Rakudo's home was not peaceful either. His adoptive parents were constantly nagging, scolding, and excessively abusive. His adoptive father yelled, "You're useless, Rakudo. You're still too lazy to clean up. There are still stains on the floor." He didn't resist, just lay helplessly on the ground, as if this was a regular occurrence. He retreated to the white wall, wiping the dirt from his face with his hand, his eyes looking coldly at his adoptive father. The adoptive father, seeing Rakudo dare to look at him like that, clenched his teeth and widened his eyes, saying, "How dare you look at me like that?" Immediately, he kicked Rakudo hard in the stomach, yelling, "Cleaning the house is your job. Who raised you instead of your dead parents?" The pain made him tremble, and he curled up into a ball to try to protect his body. The adoptive mother stood nearby but did not intervene, just watched with folded arms, completely indifferent. She stood behind, covering her mouth and laughing mockingly. Too bad. No wonder, having parents like that. After all the humiliation, he didn't resist. Rakudo just thought, worthless foster parents. The door slammed shut. He stood close to the wooden door, seeing Sorito turn his head to look at him with a mocking smile. He said, "Sorry, Rakudo." He poured a bottle of soda on the floor. Sorito leaned against a desk, holding the bottle and pouring it straight onto the cold floor. His mouth grinned widely, as if to provoke Rakudo. "That mess? I made it." Rakudo looked at the scene, his eyes unwavering, as if it always happened. Sorito approached Rakudo, placing his hand on his shoulder with a smug look, and said, "See how nice I am? Giving a useless guy like you something of value." He had heard enough insults over the time he had been with him, but when he heard him say that, his mouth dropped open in surprise, and his eyes seemed to show even more despair. Overcome with anger, his hands clenched into fists, thinking, "That bastard of a brother." On a beautiful day at school, he found that his friends had scribbled all over his desk, placed a vase like one would on an altar, and even taken away his chair. He stood dazed in the classroom, unable to do anything in the face of this bullying. The other students surrounded him, laughing loudly at Rakudo's lack of resistance, giggling, 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 giggling. Rakudo stood to one side, his face visibly sad and mixed with despair. The others stood outside, gossiping. "Look, that's hilarious. He just stands there. What's that guy thinking? He should just die and save space." The classroom door was suddenly pushed open. The teacher for the class walked in, looking full of energy, and said loudly, "It's time for class, everyone get to your seats." Entering the classroom and seeing that Rakudo had no chair to sit on and was standing lost in the middle of the room, his desk covered in mockery, the teacher was a little surprised by the scene. The teacher looked at Rakudo suspiciously, asking, "Hey, Kurogane, that." Not only did the teacher not sympathize, but he immediately scolded him, causing the other students to laugh again. "Are you kidding me? What have you turned your desk into?" The pressure made Rakudo think only one thing: damn school. On a beautiful day at school, he was beaten so badly that he was slammed into a silver locker. It was the trio of Takeda, Tani, and Arata. They surrounded and cornered Rakudo, who sat helplessly. His face was covered in bruises, and Tani was holding a baseball bat with the intention of intimidating him. Takeda said loudly, "I told you to bring 2,000 yen. Rakudo thought, "Scummy bastards." He looked up, his hands clenched into fists. He thought, "Rakudo." He imagined Sorito laughing smugly at him, Takeda smiling provocatively every time he bullied him. They had one thing in common: they all enjoyed seeing his defeated appearance. Rakudo thought, "You should remember that in the end, you're just a useless failure." Those haunting thoughts frightened him. His teeth clenched, and his eyes unconsciously changed. He tried to move his body back, his hands clenched in fear. Suddenly, Takeda kicked him in the stomach. The pain came quickly, catching him off guard, and his back immediately slammed into the metal locker, causing his upper body to lean forward. Rakudo's reason was blurred by the pain, and his eyes were somewhat hazy. As if that wasn't enough, Takeda gave Rakudo another kick in the face. He clearly enjoyed violence, smiling gleefully as he hit him. He seemed unable to bear it any longer, and his body slowly fell backward. his tired eyes wanting to close completely. He continued to kick him repeatedly, Tani and Arata standing beside him, laughing gleefully, while the other students outside were surprised and a little scared by the scene, but no one intervened. Takeda cursed as he beat him. "How dare a pathetic nobody like you look down on me? If you don't have money, go steal it from your parents." Then he punched him hard in the face. He thought, "God, this life really is like shit." Still not stopping, Takeda wrapped his arm around Rakuto's head to make it hard for him to breathe. He kept laughing gleefully, while he was already powerless and exhausted to the extreme. By the time he couldn't take it anymore and had to kneel on the ground, everyone was a worm. However, I am more miserable than them. His phone suddenly fell out, hitting the ground. Rakuto looked in the direction his phone fell on the ground. Takeda slowed down a beat. He reached out to pick up the phone. At that moment, Takeda seized the opportunity and kicked, destroying the phone. He reached for the phone but hesitated because of his actions. When the phone screen was broken, he retracted his foot. He added a sentence to mock him. "Oops, sorry." After doing everything, Takeda didn't apologize. He scratched his head to pretend to be innocent, and said, "I slipped." Seeing that it was still not enough, Takeda intended to raise his foot and kick Rakuto hard in the head. From beginning to end, he always smiled as if it was a proud thing. "Really, sorry." Rakuto had been beaten so badly that he looked very battered. When he was about to kick him hard, a classmate came from behind to stop him. "Hey, stop it!" The friend had distinctive brown hair and a good-looking face. With a guitar on his shoulder, he looked very liberal. He was Nishi Toya. His appearance caused a stir in the crowd. Someone in the crowd shouted, "It's Nishi." He had a youthful and good-looking style of dress. Someone in the crowd praised, "The captain of the Western archery team, Nishi Toya, who just won the national competition." The other female students admired him very much. "Nishi-kun, he's so great, even though he's helping a loser like Kurogane." Seeing Nishi appear behind him, Takeda was a little timid, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. "You, what do you want, Nishi? Damn it, my shoulder, how strong is this guy's arm?" Seeing that his boss was at a disadvantage, Tani immediately rushed forward with the baseball bat with the intention of hitting Nishi. He shouted, "Die, Nishi." He approached, raising the baseball bat to hit his head. "Don't be complacent." He seemed to sense all of his movements. When the bat was about to hit, Nishi quickly used his hand to block it, stopping all of Tani's intentions, and at the same time, he punched him in the face, causing him to fall backward. When Tani fell to the ground, the crowd became even more chaotic, and the other female students cheered him on. Nishi said, "Whatever, seeing something like this happen on the street is also very uncomfortable." He turned around to look at Takeda's group, his eyes becoming very scary. "Get out of here, you blockheads." The hands that were holding the guy's collar also shook him hard. Takeda cried out in pain, "Let go!" He and his henchmen quickly left. Although they were very humiliated, they still tried to say a few words to save face. "This is bullshit, let's go, you guys." After Nishi punched him, Tani was unconscious and had to be pulled away by Arata, Takada-san. After dealing with those thugs, he sighed and turned to look behind him. Nishi said, "Hey." He knelt down in front of Rakuto, trying to ask about Rakuto's condition. "Are you dead? At least fight back." His bruised face slowly looked up with dazed eyes. Hearing this, Rakuto didn't say anything, just tried to reach for the phone. After holding the phone, Nishi continued, "They did that because you let them do it without doing anything. Is that how you live?" Rakuto suddenly stood up as if he didn't have any injuries caused by those thugs. Nishi was also surprised by this. He walked quickly past Nishi without leaving a word of thanks, walking and saying, "You, what do you know?" leaving him with a look of suspicion. Nishi was stunned, confused by Rakuto's actions and words. "That guy." Suddenly, he thought of something. "That's strange." Nishi looked at Rakuto's appearance and thought, he was beaten like that and still stood up? Or did he not take as many hits as I thought? This thought suddenly made Nishi tense up. His eyes widened, making his pupils only a small thing. He imagined the scene of Rakuto being beaten, hypothesizing that all the hits were avoided by him without being noticed by Takeda. It's possible, he unconsciously avoided the attack, at the closest possible distance. But these strange thoughts were immediately dismissed by Nishi. He smiled and said to himself, "No way, right?" He looked up at the blue sky, thinking, life is not a movie. Meanwhile, Rakuto was on the rooftop, one hand holding onto the iron plate. At present, his eyes looked down, increasingly sad. Rakuto saw the lovers laughing and talking happily, the friends playing basketball. They all had joy, but he didn't. Beside them was a group of friends playing, and they could always keep a smile on their faces. Looking at that scene, he felt sorry for himself and squatted down on the cold ground. Leaning back against the wall, he looked even more sad. Rakuto's eyes stared at one point, his black hair covering almost his entire face, but it was still enough to see the despair in it. Holding the broken phone, his hand also trembled. His eyes became more unfocused than ever. Rakudo sat leaning against the wall. It's over. I'm too tired. He stood up and reached for the iron fence. Living is really too hard. Despite the pain in his body after being beaten, he still tried to climb to the top of the iron fence. After reaching the highest part, Rakudo paused for a moment to look at everything. The wind blew, causing his hair to fly. He must now end it. Looking at the city scene in front of him, the skyscrapers, the whistling wind, made him who was sad become very excited. Rakudo spread out his hands to prepare to receive everything for this damn game. The sky, which had been blue, suddenly turned dark. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt struck the ground. Along with it was the appearance of white circles like tornadoes, from which lightning bolts were also forming. Suddenly, as the circles grew larger, blocks of stone with many characters on them fell to the ground, damaging the large buildings. Rakudo, standing on high, was not affected, but when he saw the scene, he was also stunned. His phone suddenly had a strange difference. The students below were affected by this, their bodies trembling as if they were being electrocuted. Anyone holding a phone could not hold it, causing them to fall to the ground. Rakudo, standing from above looking down, was very surprised. What's going on? Everyone's phones suddenly vibrated. Suddenly there was a cry from it, even though no one touched the phone. Rakudo witnessed from the beginning but still did not understand what was happening. He stood on the iron fence and looked up at the sky, asking himself, lightning? Even though the weather is so nice? While his face was still stunned. Below, there was a scream that made him stop for a few seconds. Everyone's phones suddenly had a surge of noise. The owner of the phone was so scared that they sat down, almost unable to move. The people around were equally panicked. The phone, my phone. Suddenly, a series of incomprehensible numbers appeared from it. After a while, the phone screen seemed to have power. It spilled out of the core. From that a figure appeared. It was not clear what kind of person it was because it was covered by the phone screen. But no matter how it was explained, this was a very strange phenomenon. The owner of the phone sitting opposite this monster was very panicked and trembled. When he looked a little more clearly, he saw that this did not seem to be a person when he had unexpectedly long ears and a small body. What is this? When the numbers gradually faded, it became clear that this was a monster with a large nose and a devilish smile. His eyes were bloodshot, his mouth drooled and he made a terrifying sound. Then came the appearance of other monsters such as red dragons, black dragons, man-eating trees, and ghosts. They chased students as if they wanted to eat them alive. Everyone didn't have time to think much, just ran away. What the hell? Run away! Rakudo sat on the rooftop very leisurely. Because he was on high, he was not affected. Seeing the people who used to bully him now had to struggle to escape made him very satisfied. One of the monsters with sharp teeth and a long tongue, he held a large weapon in his hand preparing to rush over. That weapon was about to hit a male student in the head, causing him not to be able to avoid it. Get out of here. After blood splattered, the male student lay motionless on the ground and the monster's weapon was still stuck in his head. No. The monsters continuously killed the students. They had sharp teeth that made people scared, and they constantly made terrifying sounds. He looked from above down, and for a moment he felt that the people below were a little pitiful. Below, there were constant screams. Stay away from me. No. Blood splattered everywhere. No one is forgiven. It seemed to be a real massacre. Rakudo was sweating cold when he witnessed what was in front of him. A male student after being beaten until his head bled, his body lay flat on the ground, his eyes wide open but still tried to say a few words. Mom, hey. After killing almost all the students, the monsters gathered together. They looked up at the sky and laughed obscenely. After witnessing everything, he thought, what the fuck? A guy with light blue hair and a horn growing right in the middle of his forehead. A skeleton full of blood, he said. Princess Lagertha. The skeleton turned to look forward. The sharp eyes of a girl looked at a foothold. On 20XX, 20, horrific creatures appeared. A large number of mysterious beings suddenly manifested across the globe, obliterating human civilization in the blink of an eye. The world's population reportedly plummeted to below 1 in 10. The cause of this cataclysm remained unclear until a group of teenagers uncovered the truth. From the very beginning, only one thing was known. The monsters emerged from people's phones. In that desolate world, the survivors named the day of the tragedy Purge Day. Rakudo, perched on the fence, gazed at the horrifying scene below. He was somewhat disoriented, wondering, is this reality? Witnessing the carnage unfolding below, he mused, monsters only existed in the realm of fiction, yet now they brazenly tear apart real people. It's all too sudden. He laughed bitterly. Damn it, I get it now. I must have jumped and died eons ago. Hearing the screams of "Save me," Rakudo affirmed, this is the dream foreshadowing my death. Greenish monsters were raping female students, heedless of their desperate cries. Then came the male students swallowed whole by giant spider monsters. After that, the wretched teachers were corroded by acid. Rakuto, witnessing these images, mocked. How unsightly. He recalled the memories of being bullied by these vile people, thinking to himself, those who usually look down on me, you scum. How do you like it now? You treated me like a fool day in and day out. Serves you right. All of you die. Go to hell, you bastards. He gripped the iron bar tightly. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Is this dream too real? There are people who haven't done anything to me. A pitiful male student desperately tried to escape the monsters. But instantly, he couldn't escape the scythe of death. Seeing innocent people being killed, Rakuto clenched his teeth. He clutched his head, exclaiming, damn it all. His heart in turmoil. He trembled. What is this? What the hell is going on? Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted, enough. How long will I keep dreaming? Just die already. My life is a mess. My parents died early, and everyone around me is like rabid dogs. And also, that damned brother. It doesn't matter anymore. Nothing matters anymore. As if I care. A drop of water landed on his trembling hand. But, Rakuto choked out, this isn't right at all. No matter what, it's wrong to let everyone die like this. Rakuto clutched his head, screaming, stop it, please. If this is a dream, let me wake up. Suddenly, the rooftop door shattered with a piercing sound. Rakuto startled and turned his head. A green goblin poked its head out. It breathed heavily, stomping hard on the ground, slowly advancing towards Rakuto. At this moment, Rakuto suddenly realized, is it a dream? Immediately, it noticed him. A warning flashed in Rakuto's mind, it's wrong. In that instant, instinctively, he knew. This is real. Absolutely, completely real. The green goblin used force to jump forward. It leaped toward him with a large blade in its hand, while Rakuto was still calming himself. This is reality. The goblin screamed. Rakuto screamed in fear. He quickly jumped down to avoid that deadly blade. He landed painfully. He gasped, trembling as he struggled to get up. Seeing the goblin, who had jumped down some time ago, staring intently at him, Rakuto thought, I'm so scared. Seeing the severed head in the goblin's hand, Rakuto cried out, no, this is death. He fearfully retreated into the corner of the wall, terrified. Am I going to die like this? A hand gripped the iron fence. His inner self appeared behind him, taunting, nothing matters anymore, right? Just like you planned to commit suicide before. You wanted to put an end to this shitty life, right? Rakuto remained silent, not refuting. After all, this life was indeed wretched, and the whole world was garbage. Rakuto smiled resignedly. If I die, nothing will change. He closed his eyes, awaiting his end. The goblin lunged forward, swinging its blade towards him. Death. But at this moment, a series of brutal deaths of the people from earlier flashed in his mind. He muttered, I don't want to. He clenched his teeth. Not like this. Then he quickly grabbed the iron pipe beside him. Standing up, he blocked the goblin's strike. He shouted with all his strength, I don't want to die. The blade rubbed against the iron pipe, sparking. His weak strength made Rakuto unable to withstand it. He was quickly pinned to the ground. He said with difficulty, death is ugly and painful, so tragic. All his nerves were straining to resist. Looking at the grotesque face of the monster before him, he said, knowing what death is like, who would choose death? He didn't accept his death like this, exclaiming, no, no, no. Something gradually cracked along with his voice. I don't want to die, he yelled. It's not like from the very beginning. I wanted to end this life, you fool. Rakuto shouted and resisted with all his might. Suddenly something shattered. Space seemed to freeze. Rakuto seemed to realize it too. Humans have a state called zone. A point of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. For whatever reason, when we concentrate to the highest degree, and enter a state of perfectly mastering both mind and body. Rakuto quickly lifted his leg. He used force to kick the goblin's weak spot. It is said that when a person achieves the state of zone, they will have an overview of the world around them, and can take the best action reflexively and intuitively. The goblin cried out in pain. It quickly fell to the ground. Rakuto seized the opportunity to rush forward. He used all his strength to hit the goblin with the iron pipe, ending its wrongful existence. Rakuto grabbed the metal pipe, slamming it down on the green-skinned monster lying on the ground. The steel pipe, warped and twisted from the force of his blows, was smeared with blood. Rakuto stared at the monster. Blood splattered all around it, and gasped for breath. The grotesque greenish creature was still or not, its head covered in blood, tongue lolling out, and eyes wide open. Disgusted, he covered his mouth with his hand. A retching sound echoed across the school. Rakuto lowered his head, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, panting. He straightened up, looked up at the sky, and screamed helplessly. Rakudo remembered everything that had happened, from being beaten by his classmates, scolded and berated by his adoptive parents, to his vile older brother who always schemed to torment him. He thought with disdain, what a shitty life. But for some reason, from the bottom of his heart, he looked up at the sky and said to himself, I want to live. Rakudo stared aimlessly at the sky, exhaling a few weary breaths. His eyes were still stained with blood, and dark circles framed them. His weary gaze slowly closed. As he faded, he thought, he vaguely heard someone calling, hey, are you okay? Calm down. Rakudo slowly opened his eyes, his lips moving. NGH. Suddenly, he jerked awake, widening his eyes, and gasped, ha! A young man was squatting beside him. He looked at the young man, who spoke. You're alive? Thank God. Nishi seemed very concerned about the person in front of him, saying, your head was bleeding like crazy. You scared me. I thought you were a goner. Rakudo looked at Nishi, saying nothing, silently assessing him. This person. From that time, right? He seems to be. Nishi, right? A sharp pain shot through him, making him frown. Rakudo struggled to stand up. Seeing this, Nishi worriedly said, hey, don't push yourself too hard. He surveyed the scene below, silently not speaking. Rakudo must have been very surprised by the sight before him, muttering, no way. The city now looked like a sea of fire. Black smoke billowed up. Charred houses were blackened, and the scorching air stung his face. It was like the end of the world. He stammered, the city. Hearing a groan, Rakudo turned his head, searching for the source of the sound. He saw a group of students huddled together, huddled up and praying, some hugging their heads in despair. Rakudo said, this is. Takeda hugged his head, trembling. What the hell is going on? Tani was not faring any better, saying, what's happening? Arata sat looking at his two friends, perhaps the most calm. On the other side, Kuju sat next to Uyama, who reassured her, don't worry, Kuho. Sensei is here. Uyama tried to encourage her. That's right, I'll protect all of you. He put his arm around Kuho's shoulder, intentionally touching her chest, his eyes lecherous, saying, so don't worry. The group of girls on the other side looked at him with disgust. Kasahara irritably said, Uyama, that PE teacher, he's looking at Sakura's chest again. Another girl in the group cursed him, that filthy old man. I feel bad for Sakura. Suddenly something fell, making a noise. Rakudo startled and turned around. Nishi and he walked to the place where the sound had come from. He questioned, that is. Nishi, knowing what he was wondering, explained, those are barriers to prevent the monsters from invading. We made them from everything we could find around here. He looked in the direction of the barrier, saying, everyone has fled from the mysterious monsters. Many wounded people lay writhing on the ground. Nishi recalled the terrible things that had happened, saying to Kikuto, there was no other place to hide, so we ran to the rooftop. The school was now engulfed in flames. He looked at the barrier, saying, and made this barrier. Nishi covered his face, bowed his head, feeling regret, but there were still people left in the school. The pile of garbage was blocking the door, he said loudly. They were asking to be let in from the other side, but Nishi painfully recalled, an arm stretched out from the rubble. The people on the other side kept banging on the door, begging, please, let us in. We beg you. The greenish creatures approached them, and they screamed, someone, help. Uyama stood on the rooftop, saying, don't joke with me. Don't open the door. The person on the other side shouted, no way. Saito added, Sensei, you're right. If we open it, we'll all die. The people inside kept screaming, help! Please! A swarm of monsters has come here. Nishi stood behind Uyama and Saito, hesitantly saying, hey, wait a minute. There are still. He reached out to save the people inside, but only heard a few miserable groans. Stop! Get out of here! Nishi trembled, unable to do anything. Hearing those cries for help, he could only stand and watch. Help! His arm dropped limply. The scene at that time made Nishi think back and feel even more pain. Damn it. Really, I wanted to survive. That's why I didn't open it for them. He clenched his fist, hesitantly saying, so. Rakudo behind him stared at Nishi. He spoke, reassuring Nishi, it's not your fault. You know that. Nishi, hearing this, was surprised and turned to look at Rakudo. He looked at the corpse of the green monster, saying to him, but it's also like telling myself, no one wants to die. It's terrible. It's miserable. I'm the same. I'll do anything to survive. So. Nishi looked in the direction of Rakudo. Seeing that creature, curiously asked, that, you killed it? He was a little surprised by the person in front of him. Haha, that's amazing. Nishi thought about himself, compared to Rakudo, saying, I completely collapsed. I didn't think I could do this. I was too complacent about myself. He couldn't escape those screams. They were like nightmares that were eating away at Nishi's mind. Damn it. If I had more courage, I could have saved them. Rakudo lowered his eyes, thinking far away. Uyama in the distance called out loudly, "Focus. Everyone gather around." Rakudo and Nishi looked at him, wondering what was going on. He announced to everyone, "First, we need to assess the current situation. This afternoon, strange monsters escaped from phones, right?" Kuju, sitting on the ground, raised her phone and replied, "Why, yes. From this phone." She tapped the screen as if she couldn't see it display, suddenly saying, "It's out of battery." "No way." Saito checked his phone, finding that the situation was no different from Kuju, saying, "Why, your phone also crashed after Kuju." "Mine too." Takeda and his gang were not doing much better. He spoke, "Oh, ours too." Nishi looked at Rakudo and asked, "My phone too. What about yours?" He held out his broken phone for Nishi to see. "My phone turned into this." The screen of Rakudo's phone was covered with cracks. He didn't know if it would affect the inside, but currently it could not be operated. Uyama angrily cursed, "Damn it. So we can't call for help." Rakudo covered his mouth, saying softly, "But, what does that mean?" Nishi, hearing him, asked, "What's wrong?" He explained, "Well, the monsters escaped from the phones." Rakudo thought about the current general situation, saying, "And now all the phones are broken, so they somehow connected to the phones." He looked at his phone, saying, "Besides that." Rakudo only dared to speculate on the following sentences, not say them out loud. "None of them escaped from my phone, because it was broken beforehand?" Uyama was now also at a loss, not knowing what to do, only appeasing the group of students. "This will get us nowhere. So, just stay here." The students could only desperately listen to him and wait. "Let's wait for the police or the JSDP to rescue us. Everyone understand?" Rakudo spoke up to refute. "Are you kidding me?" He heard someone objecting to him, and was a little surprised. He stood up, and said loudly, "They're coming out of the phones. Not just the school. Monsters have spread everywhere in the city." Hearing him say that, the people also whispered and talked. Rakudo seriously said, "Nowadays everyone uses phones, not only in Japan. The chances are high that this is the general situation all over the world. Now I don't think they can support us." Kushu felt uneasy, hesitating. "That means," Saito desperately hugged his head, "no way." Seeing this, Nishi spoke, "In other words, we need to find a safe place to take refuge instead of sitting here waiting, right?" Rakudo agreed with his words, "That's right. If you don't want to die, that's the only way." Takeda clicked his tongue. He called Rakudo, "Hey, you pathetic mob. How dare you presumptuously give orders?" He looked at him, thinking, "Takeda." Not seeing Rakudo react, Takeda quickly approached, grabbing his collar, threatening, "If I don't hit you, you won't understand, will you?" Rakudo just looked at him, not saying anything, feeling that he was being despised. He was ashamed and turned into anger. He said loudly, "Hey, open your mouth, you mob." He only stared at Takeda, making him even more furious, thinking, "What's wrong with this guy? Spewing nonsense at a time like this." He thought that he was a fool, shallow, so he didn't answer. One of the students backing Takeda jeered at Rakudo. "Takeda is right." The female student next to him said dismissively, "He's just Kurogane. Yet he's so arrogant." Nishi, seeing that the group was getting carried away, quickly intervened. Hey, you guys." Kuju also spoke up, trying to mediate. "Hey, everyone should get along, okay?" Takeda not only didn't release Rakudo's collar but also tightened it, his words becoming increasingly outrageous. "Hey, open your mouth. Are you too scared to speak?" He looked at him, silently thinking, "He looks like a chihuahua." In Rakudo's eyes now, Takeda was no different from a dog constantly barking to show off to its weak peers. He looked at those creatures, silently comparing them to him, compared to those monsters. Takeda cleared his throat, growling at Rakudo. He wasn't at all scared, calmly saying, "Don't ask me about something so trivial, it's annoying." The people around, including Nishi, didn't expect those words to come out of Rakudo's mouth. Takeda was embarrassed by him. He flew into a rage, raising his fist to punch Rakudo. "You bastard, who do you think you're talking to?" Nishi, seeing that the situation was not good, said, "Hey, stop it." Suddenly, he grabbed his wrist before the punch could reach his face. Rakudo reached behind him, pulled him down, startling Takeda. "What?" He twisted his arm behind his back, pressing him down, and before Takeda could react, his face was kissing the ground. He cried out in pain, blood gushing from his nose. Nishi wanted to stop Rakudo, but he was also shocked by him. What? Kasahara was no different from Nishi. They probably didn't think that someone who was bullied all the time like Rakudo would retaliate against Takeda. He showed no sign of wanting to stop, but pulled Takeda's arm even harder, making him groan, let go of my arm, you damn mob. Rakudo sighed, saying, it's so absurd. Takeda, hearing this, didn't understand. He sat right on top of him, saying, why am I so afraid of this guy? Takeda was surprised. What? Although at a disadvantage, he still shouted, you're dead, you. Rakudo paused, but Takeda kept rambling, damn it, I can't get out. He glared when he heard him say, you are a boil on society. Rakudo pressed down even harder, as if wanting to break Takeda's arm. He pressed his head close to the ground, Takeda only groaning in pain. Seeing this, Nishi shouted, enough. He pulled Rakudo up, not letting him touch Takeda anymore. Nishi, holding Rakudo in his arms, thought, he's crazy. He'd really break that guy's arm. He only looked at Nishi, not speaking. Nishi looked at the person in front of him, going from one surprise to another. This aspect, is this still the person who was abused before? A girl in the group below asked the person standing next to her. Did you see that? He stammered. See? He pinned Takeda down so easily. He squatted down, trembling as he hugged his sore arm, but his words were still as fierce as before. You bastard, I'll kill you. Nishi scolded him. There's no time to argue. End it here. Takeda stood up, cursing, you bastard. Nishi turned to Rakudo, saying, you stop too. Can't you just let it go? He replied, of course. Rakudo walked slowly to Takeda, his face gloomy, saying, instead of spouting nonsense, it's more important to find a way for us to survive. He was very bitter, but couldn't do anything, muttering, mob, this bastard. Rakudo didn't care about him anymore, asking the person standing above, so, should we continue the discussion, Mr. Uyama? He startled, why, yes, of course. They continued the discussion on the rooftop. Nishi stood above, saying loudly, so, to sum it up, he frankly stated the current situation. There's nothing up here, and we don't know when we'll be rescued. The worst-case scenario is that no one will come. Rakudo leaned against the fence, thinking. Nishi gave a solution to the situation. We need to find a safe base to take refuge at all costs. Besides that, we also need to find a source of water and food. But, Rakudo, who had been silent all this time, also spoke. If possible, find more weapons too. Kuju, sitting below, raised her hand, wondering, but, how? A safe base, is there even such a place? Nishi hesitated a little. That's also the crux of the matter. Rakudo calmly said, I think we need to see what's inside. We can't start if we don't know where we can go. Saito, hearing him say that, disagreed. I object. It's too dangerous. We could encounter monsters there, you know. He suggested, we should sit still and wait for rescue instead. Uyama nodded in agreement with Rakudo's words. What Kurogane said seems reasonable. We should hurry, at least check the hallway. The student below, hearing this, turned pale. Are you kidding me? Another girl asked, who's willing to step into the monster's lair? Uyama appointed, Kurogane, and you, Takeda. You two will go and check what's inside. Rakudo was silent, looking at him. Takeda immediately reacted, why me? He stood up, pointing at Uyama. At a time like this, you should set an example. Uyama wasn't willing to lose, retorting, I need to stay here to protect everyone. The girls also agreed with Uyama. That's right. You two go. Are you men or what? Takeda cursed at them. Damn you bitches. Someone picked up the water pipe, making the female students suddenly look up. Rakudo carried the water pipe, walking to the front of the barricaded door. Takeda didn't think he would actually do it. Hey, mob. He was a little scared. Damn it, are you serious? He replied, what else would I be? Rakudo thought deeply, replying to him, the longer we stay here, the worse things will get. He continued, either starve to death, or become food for the monsters, in other words, a certain death. Rakudo looked straight ahead, his eyes firm. I don't want to die. I want to live. The girls, hearing him say that, were full of admiration. In that case, there's no other choice but to go. Nishi turned around, looking at Rakudo, his eyes surprised. He smiled lightly. He reached for his bag, saying, you've said that. You must have your own ideals. Nishi slung the bag over his shoulder, deciding, I'll go with you. In the end, someone will survive. Uyama, seeing that he wanted to go, quickly stopped him. Nishi, wait, if something happens to you, how can I take responsibility? The girls below also didn't want him to go. Nishi-kun, it's not a good idea. It's too dangerous. Nishi looked at Uyama and sighed, thinking with disgust, a hypocrite. Rakudo, expressionless, said to Nishi, honestly, I'm very happy to have you. Chihuahua seemed unwilling to go, and he, not understanding, repeated, Chihuahua? looking at the hulking man who was now cowering and cowardly to the extreme. Nishi chuckled, "He really does look like a chihuahua." Rakudo turned to ask Nishi with a warning intent, "But, are you sure? Honestly, it's dangerous. The mortality rate is very high." He only replied when he heard this, "I'm the same as you." Rakudo didn't understand. Nishi resolutely said, "I don't want to die. There's a reason I can't die." He frowned, recalling the past. Nishi remembered the figure of a girl, standing by the classroom window on one evening. Perhaps this was the reason that made him so determined, saying, "I can't die in a place like this." Rakudo smirked. He laughed loudly, so reliably. Nishi happily chatted, "I don't know anymore. I'm not as strong as you." He shyly asked Rakudo, "A person like you, thinking about it, I don't even know your name yet." Rakudo introduced himself. "Rakudo, Kurogane Rakudo, and you are?" Nishi teased Rakudo. Hey, you really don't know me?" "I'm Nishi Toya," Rakudo said. "Okay." Nishi smiled. "Okay is too gentle. It's all thanks to you, my partner," Rakudo said to Nishi. "Now we have to cross through it." Looking at the scene in front of them, they were a little scared, but they had already made up their minds. Nishi said, "Okay, let's go," he said, "find life in death." Rakudo and Nishi continued to fight the thugs, who were all defeated by the two young men. Nishi seemed a bit tired, panting as if he were having a nightmare. At that moment, Rakudo remained vigilant, stating that it was not a dream, but reality. Nishi replied that he knew, but wondered where all the monsters had gone, adding that while he wasn't complaining, things had ended too quickly, which was a bit disappointing. Rakudo suggested that they had probably left the school to go down to the town, and Nishi asked why. Rakudo responded that it was because the school had been cleared out, and he guessed that there wasn't enough prey for them to hunt there. Looking at a pool of blood, he added that they were probably looking for a new hunting ground. Nishi conceded that it was possible, but it sounded awful. Suddenly, Nishi sensed something. Rakudo began to speak, but Nishi interrupted, telling him to wait and be quiet for a moment. Rakudo seemed to understand what Nishi was implying, nodding in agreement and cautiously following the dangerous path. They moved carefully and defensively through the silent space. The scariest thing was a goblin patrolling the hallway, hunting for humans. Nishi asked Rakudo if they could take it on, and Rakudo affirmed that they could. Nishi reluctantly agreed. Nishi then took out his personal weapon, a bow and arrow, his reliable companion for survival. He immediately used his skill and fired an arrow at his target. The arrow flew out with great force and struck the goblin in the shoulder. The goblin noticed them and glared at Nishi and Rakudo, its eyes filled with resentment. It then roared threateningly, causing Nishi's ears to ring. The goblin immediately lunged at them, attacking suddenly and startling Nishi. Rakudo coordinated his attack, leaping forward to strike the goblin. Rakudo forcefully struck the goblin with his large stick, sending it flying into a glass cabinet. The goblin seemed to sense the danger from their attacks, but it was too late as Rakudo, gripping his iron rod, charged towards it. The result was a bloody and difficult scene. Rakudo was exhausted. He said he was okay, and Nishi remarked that he was really brutal, just as expected. Rakudo asked if he saw any other monsters, and Nishi replied that he didn't see any approaching. They were both relieved, agreeing that things were okay for now. However, Rakudo reflected that there was a type of monster that humans were nothing compared to. Nishi wondered what these monsters actually were, noting that they looked like low-level monsters from a game, like goblins. Rakudo agreed, noting that the other monsters also looked like ones he had seen before, adding that they were dangerous to humans. Nishi chuckled sarcastically, joking that in a game, one hit would kill them. But he gripped his weapon tightly, acknowledging that in reality, they had to bet their lives. Rakudo wiped blood off his iron rod, agreeing that they had no levels, no cheat skills, and no magic, adding that they were just normal people. Nishi retorted that Rakudo was different. He teased Rakudo, implying that he wasn't a novice and asking if he had practiced using weapons or if someone had taught him. Rakudo thought back to his past, when he had trained a lot at the dojo, but had never been able to beat Sotaro. He remembered looking at Sotaro while he was beaten and tattered, and Sotaro just smiling. Back in reality, Rakudo calmed himself and said it wasn't exactly like that, and Nishi still didn't understand, adding, "Really?" They then began to move. Nishi asked that with Rakudo's agile movements and boldness, why he was bullied by those guys. Rakudo answered that he didn't know. On the other side of the school, a fire was breaking out. The two boys went to a place where there was no one. The hallways were filled with fallen players. Nishi found it strange, commenting on how quiet it was, and supposing the goblin was the only one on the 6th floor. Rakudo replied that the floor was mostly practice rooms, so there weren't many people, but there were probably more on the lower floors. Nishi agreed and they went down the stairs, taking a different route, which meant things would start to get tougher from there. Rakudo told Nishi that he wanted to be sure of one thing, that their goal was to understand the situation. Nishi replied that he understood, that they needed to find out what was in the school, how many monsters there were, and how to get out. Rakudo acknowledged that surviving and returning with the necessary information was the most important thing. He added that if the situation forced him to run, he wouldn't hesitate to abandon Nishi, and that Nishi should do the same, asking if he understood. The two young men looked at each other. Nishi smiled at Rakudo, agreeing that they were in a very dangerous situation and shouldn't hold grudges. Rakudo smiled in return. Nishi said that Rakudo acted so tough, but according to what he saw, Rakudo was the type of person. Before he could finish, they heard a desperate cry for help, and Rakudo immediately recognized the voice. He ran off angrily, despite Nishi trying to stop him, and Nishi lamented that Rakudo never listened, adding that Rakudo was exactly the kind of person he thought. Nishi followed, quipping that Rakudo was going to abandon him, even though he was the type who would never leave others behind, and added that Rakudo was going to need someone to manage him. It was still night. The footsteps of a terrifying monster were heard. It was a demon goblin, the ace of the monsters. Its sharp horns and bright red body symbolized overwhelming power, expressed through its horrifying breath. Hiding behind the closet door, she faintly felt a subconscious fear. I have to help them. It was Tachibana Katone, fearfully trying to remain silent. She clearly heard the horrifying screams of her friends. No, it was a place where small goblins were running rampant, bullying and assaulting girls with their small strength. Get off! Help! Someone help me! All the students had been annihilated. No. Masaki was painfully violated. Get off! Meanwhile, Katone was helpless, painfully watching her close friend being humiliated, unable to help. I have to help Masaki. Parallel to this was a deep fear within her. But if I go out, what will happen to me? The girl outside was pathetically begging for her life. Please, please forgive me. I'll do whatever you ask, please. But the goblins didn't understand human language. They were still violent. Don't. The only result was a bloody death and unheard screams. Katone covered her head in terror to try to forget everything. No, I don't want to. I don't want to hear anymore. If this is a dream, please wake up quickly. She blamed herself. I'm sorry. Surrounded by loneliness, engulfed by the darkness of terror, trapped in hopelessness, she kept apologizing to her friend. I'm sorry for not being able to do anything. Sorry for running away. When Katone was still a student, she had witnessed many scenes of school violence, fights for the bullies' amusement. Take this. Katone always wanted to help, but it was difficult. This won't do. I have to stop them. She was about to shout out, stop, but she was too scared and couldn't say a word. Look at me, you bastard mob. Hearing the loud curses made Katone unable to do anything. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Suddenly, someone's hand startled her. Katone. It was Saito. Are you okay? Class is about to start. He led her into class. Hurry, let's go. Only Rakudo remained, kneeling down and unable to call for help. Back in the present, it was still the school Katone attended, but it had a darker atmosphere. Katone had unconsciously fallen asleep. She woke up without understanding why. Did I faint? Katone looked around. Misaki and the others outside. What's that noise? She stood up and regained her composure. How long have I been unconscious? She tried to grab her phone, but her hand was shaking. The door was slightly shaking. Katone was afraid of being discovered. She couldn't stand still. She only tried not to make any sound. She realized, the noise stopped. Seeming afraid that something would appear. I can't hear anything. Or did they not hear me? Thinking she would be lucky, Katone breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, the goblin opened the door, revealing its presence. While she saw they had no life left, haunted by seeing everything from her friend, Katone was speechless. Misaki. Trembling, she recoiled. Suddenly, it grabbed her hair, pushing her out as Katone pleaded for help. Ah, no. It then horrifyingly stuck out its tongue, full of saliva, tearing Katone's clothes, pinning her down so she couldn't move, revealing her breasts beneath the fabric, crying desperately as she couldn't escape. No, please someone. Someone please help me. Before Katone's eyes was only the rage of the pedophilic goblins. Please, please. She could only close her eyes, not wanting to believe what she was seeing. Please. Immediately afterwards, they were directly attacked by someone. Before Katone understood, she opened her eyes when she didn't sense any strange movements. But even more ferocious was the boss of the goblins. It looked at Katone like a dominant creature. She was even more terrified when she saw it. The small goblin saw their master and became alert, surrounding it. However, its power overwhelmed them. With one swing, it knocked them up and down. Only Katone remained, huddled up with no strength to escape. Then, it approached her. Katone tried to beg. Please, someone help me. Rakudo and Nishi were trying to get to her, the sound getting closer. A piercing scream echoed through the school hallway. Kotone was being held aloft by the monster as if she were a pinch of salt. She writhed, struggling to escape its grasp. No. Let go. The monster gripped her tightly with one hand, while dragging a mass of green slime behind it with the other, grunting as it moved. The green slime was also being pummeled, seeing stars, unable to lift its head. Kotone, though trembling, desperately pleaded with it. Please, sir, spare me. Please let me go. But it was no gentle soul. The stubborn brute not only refused to release her but also slammed her against a nearby wall, roaring. The impact stunned her, and she collapsed, motionless. Seeing this, it fell silent and continued onward. Rakuto and Nishi had been lurking behind, observing its every move. Nishi cautiously peeked out, his face pale, assessing the situation. What is that thing? Fighting a monster like that? He held his bow in his left hand, bewildered by the situation and wondering if his arrows would even be effective. Rakuto turned to speak to him. That unsettling premonition was right. Nishi remained puzzled. What thing are you talking about? Rakuto explained. When we explored the upper floors, it was strangely devoid of monsters, wasn't it? That's why. Nishi finally understood. In other words, they're being eliminated by something higher up in the food chain. This is the territory of an incredibly powerful creature. This isn't something we can handle, but what are we going to do? At this rate, that girl. The monster squeezed Kotone even tighter, as if trying to kill her. Seeing the dire situation, the two boys stood up, though Nishi seemed hesitant. As Rakuto started to move forward, Nishi immediately pulled him back. Wait, what are you doing? Rakuto frowned. What? Of course, I'm going to save her. She's still alive. He grabbed his metal pipe and prepared to charge, leaving Nishi speechless. He sternly asked again, Rakuto, do you want to die? No matter how you look at it, that's not something a human can defeat. Even an idiot knows that. So why? Justice? Or arrogance? Are you going to bet your life on such things? Rakuto, hearing his words, remained silent. He turned his head slightly, reminiscing about the past. Nishi, earlier, you asked me if I was already dead. You were right. I was dead. I wanted to die. I was going to put an end to this goddamn game. But when faced with the fear of impending death, from the bottom of my heart, I felt like I wanted to live. So, I won't seek death again. I'm going to save her, simply because I want to. Maybe thinking that way proves that I'm still alive. Nishi gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated but unwilling to argue. TCH, you're really out of your mind. Dying recklessly against that thing. Is that what you call a reason to live? Rakuto, carrying his metal pipe, stepped forward, leaving his friend with a final word. Nishi, go back. You don't need to come with me. This is my problem. Nishi's face darkened as he pondered. Right. This is. He recalled the past, when the white-haired, dim-witted Sorito always lectured him. Now do you understand, you good-for-nothing? No family, no friends. No one is on your side. No one at all. Simply put, you're dead. So act like you're already dead. Got it, you incompetent? Ending his reflection of a non-villain past, Rakuto looked up. Brother, no, Sorito, I'm sorry, but now I won't die, even if it kills me. With that thought, he gripped his metal pipe and forcefully moved forward. But fortunately, Nishi grabbed his shoulder. Wait a minute, he said. Listen, Rakuto, I have a little sister, though we're not related by blood, and we go to different schools. Rakuto was confused. So what? Are you trying to set me up or something? He questioned. Huh? Why suddenly? It turned out that Nishi had his own reasons. He raised his hand, staring at it. That's why I can't die here. If I die, she'll be all alone. But if I turn my back on that girl and run away, and if later I see my sister in a similar situation, will I be able to save her? Can I fight to protect my sister? What if I make excuses again and run away? That scares me. So, Rakuto, we'll do this together. We'll save that girl together. You and I will do something stupid together for some selfish reason. Do you agree? This proposal astonished Rakuto. Nishi, looks like you're just as crazy as I am. Nishi heard that and flared up. Shut up. Leave me alone. Men have their pride too. He leaned against the wall, facing Rakuto, to discuss tactics more thoroughly. But the problem is, what should we do? A direct confrontation with that thing is basically suicide. But of course, Rakuto already had a plan in mind. Nishi, if you want to fight with me, then I have an idea. You mean a plan? He confirmed with Nishi again. That's right. Alright, listen. The details would come later. Now, the scene shifted to Kotone, who was groggily regaining consciousness. She found herself tied to a pillar, utterly bewildered. Where am I? Then, she looked at her body. What are these ropes? Why am I tied up? She looked behind her and saw the green-skinned demons in the same predicament as her, and she was completely horrified. She stared at them silently, speechless. But the surprises weren't over. She turned to the front and saw the monster roasting skewers of meat over a red-hot fire. Whether it was human or demon, she couldn't tell, but it was probably a mix. She looked again, and she screamed again. The monster, holding a half-eaten head, turned around, chewing and staring, its mouth covered in strawberry syrup. Another piercing scream echoed once more. What kind of food was it that made her scream so much? Rakuto and Nishi, hearing the scream, immediately sped up. Hurry, Nishi. Yeah. As they were running, Nishi suddenly remembered something and called out, Hey, Rakuto. Huh? It turned out he had thought of something. Now that I've heard your plan, I'm sure of it. You're completely insane. They ran, looked at each other, and spoke their minds. Maybe. Looking at the flickering fire on the other side, Kotone didn't think of a hearth, but rather, so this is it, I'm done for. She was hung up like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. Seeing those who had gone before being roasted alive in the fire, the monster eating them to the bone, not even leaving anything for the dogs, she knew that she was going to be burned alive. Then it would eat her. No, no, no way, I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die, she cried on the iron bar. Suddenly, the monster tossed a bone aside. A quick glance revealed it was someone's spine. Then it turned its face behind and took a long breath. It stood up and walked towards Kotone. She looked at it with panicked eyes, her mouth constantly making incomprehensible sounds. But then suddenly, she fell forward. It turned out that moving around so much had tilted her off the support. Then she slammed her face straight into the floor. Thankfully the monster hadn't touched her yet. It stood still, watching the scene unfold. Kotone ignored her injuries and stared intently at it. After watching the show, it picked up its skewer and started to cook. She used the last of her strength to struggle and screamed miserably, Let me go. No. The monster brought her closer to the fire. She looked at the monster being roasted in it, her heart a mess. But now she couldn't do anything. She could only cry and scream loudly, No, please. Suddenly the monster stopped. It held Kotone upside down on the floor and looked in another direction. Rakuto had luckily arrived just before she was eliminated from this server. He propped the iron bar aside and stood with his legs apart, staring at it. Kotone was also surprised by his sudden appearance. Huh? No, no way. Rakuto still stood there looking at it with a sharp and unusually calm gaze. Finally, he opened his mouth and reminded the girl, Hey, you, close your eyes. Kotone didn't understand anything. She could only gape after hearing that. Huh? The monster threw her aside like a bag of salt. It seemed it was about to add him to the menu for today. It quickly took out a big, black, and long weapon from behind its back and growled at him. Then it charged at Rakuto with terrifying speed. He didn't move a foot, but gently grabbed the fire extinguisher hidden behind the wall. He used it and sprayed smoke everywhere. Who let you play with fire in school? Huh? The monster stopped and was confused, not knowing what to do. Its eyes were temporarily blinded by the carbon dioxide from the fire extinguisher. It painfully covered its eyes, and he took the opportunity to approach it. The extinguisher was empty, so he threw it aside. Kotone was grateful when she saw him. Rakuto-kun. But he was in even more of a hurry than she was. Save the acquaintance for later. Quickly, you have to get out of here. He picked up a box cutter, intending to cut the ropes. While he was working hastily, she still had time to think vaguely. He doesn't remember, of course. Why would he remember me? Rakuto kept trying to cut the ropes, but nothing worked. So he became a little annoyed. This is not good. I can't cut it. What are these ropes made of? Or should I just carry her and run? No. No way out. Plan B, Nishi, he gestured to his partner, while picking up an axe, planning to chop down quickly. It turned out to be the iron bar he always carried. He knocked on the ceiling to signal. The signal sound startled Nishi, who was guarding outside and holding his bow. 3 times, Rakuto's signal. Just as expected, we can't get her out easily. Let's do it, Rakuto, that crazy plan? Rakuto seemed to receive the answer and got into a ready position. Nishi mustered all the courage he had accumulated over the years, running forward. Mom, I'm not confident at all, but I'll try my best. If I fail, don't blame me. Inside the classroom, the monster had regained its sight. It slowly approached the 2 people Rakuto was sitting on the ground. It roared loudly to intimidate him. Immediately, all the glass windows inside the room shattered. The loud noise made Kotone scream again. Rakuto sitting down had to sweat profusely and pray. He shuddered and made a decision. He had to stand up. He grabbed the iron pipe and blocked it. The monster accepted his challenge and swung its axe, but luckily he managed to dodge it. He secretly thanked his ancestors for protecting him. A millimeter slower and he would be dead. There was no other way. Kotone, sitting on the side, saw that the situation was not good, and she was still tied up, so she had to shout his name, Rakuto. He didn't care much and focused on the fight in front of him. he swung the iron pipe. The two weapons clashed together, creating a loud noise, but he remained calm and gently dodged to the side. The monster hit the ground hard, but unfortunately missed, causing the floor to shatter. The club struck, causing smoke to rise. The monster opened its mouth and exhaled a white smoke. It couldn't believe it had missed. But Rakuto was happy to have blocked this blow. Lower sword. It's been a while. Luckily my muscles still have memory of it, and added that lower sword was the action of lowering the sword to change the path of the enemy's weapon. The two of them stared at each other, blood welling up in their throats for a moment. Finally, the monster decided to make the first move. Rakuto had never been afraid of anyone in this map, so he raised his weapon to attack as well. The weapons of the two collided once again. He knew that instead of resisting the opponent's attack, if he redirected the force with his own strike, the monster once again had to strike the floor. He continued his train of thought, that will make its attack miss completely without using much strength. At the same time, turning it into an attack, he slammed one end of the iron bar into its leg, so hard that it sank deep inside. The monster grabbed its leg and cried out in pain, jumping up and down. Rakuto knew this was a technique in kendo. He suddenly remembered his father. Dad, I haven't forgotten yet. The technique that you taught me. Thank you, Dad. A moment of silence, a moment of mourning for his respected father began. Kotone, tied up on the side, watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, amazing. He thought, anyway, these guys are just monsters. They don't have any techniques. The red monster roared again. Still that mysterious white smoke. It held the club up. Its legs spread out, front leg forward, back leg as support. He did the same. Don't think you're the only one who knows how to prop up. The collision took place again, causing the floor to shake violently. The monster paused again. This time, the iron bar didn't collide with the club, but with its wrist, causing the monster's blood to splatter. He knew that all it could do was use its superior strength and swing its weapon around. It also knew pain and retracted its hand. This time it had to use both hands to lift the big club. He took the opportunity to retreat. The two kept their distance from each other for a while. The monster still used its injured arm to advance and attack. Rakuto, on the other hand, defended. Everything was as he predicted. Its attack was simply a monotonous swing. No feints or tricks. Rakuto was a little shaky as he was about to receive something hard and long. So he decided to smash the top of this idiot's head, causing it to bleed. He also knew that using Kiryutoshi against a human opponent was much easier. The monster grabbed its head and cried out in pain and misery. Kotone hated herself for not having popcorn at this moment, so she could only comment, incredible, he's perfectly defending the monster's attack. Rakuto-kun is truly amazing, but he seems to be struggling quite a bit. That's right, Rakuto was holding the stick, trembling and panting like a dog on the side. Because he could feel the pain in every pore, even though he was blocking, the blow had a violent impact. My body can't maintain it. My grip is weakening. Moreover, damn it, its head is as hard as a rock. This isn't good. It's only reacting instinctively to surprise attacks. If that's the case, facing it head-on is definitely impossible. I should hurry. He quickly ran to one side. Rakuto stood in front of the door and shouted, "Hey, monster," but unexpectedly it understood what he said and turned around. It exhaled a puff of white smoke from its mouth, but it wasn't lured out. It turned its eyes towards Kotone behind, causing her to exclaim in surprise, "Hey!" A quick swing flashed past. The pole she was tied to was grasped in its hand. She kept screaming miserably. He himself was also surprised by this move of the monster. Damn it! The monster, with one hand holding the girl and one hand holding the club, lunged at him. A mournful thud rang out on the highest floor of the school. This was followed by a series of sounds of furniture being destroyed. Rakuto played a game of catch me if you can with the monster, hugging his injured arm, running and looking back to watch it, while it used the pole with the attached load of Kotone, chasing him and swinging its weapon. It roared loudly when it couldn't grab any of his flesh, so it was quite annoyed. Kotone was gossiping, but in her heart she kept calling his name. Rakuto-kun, Rakuto-kun. Then she remembered the events of a decade ago, in a typical park. Kotone was sitting slumped and crying miserably, while the punks on either side kept teasing the innocent girl. She's crying again, hey, tearful Kotone. At that moment, a powerful voice rang out, attracting the attention of the two guys. Stop it. Are you happy bullying a girl? Rakuto appeared like a hero saving a beauty. The beauty immediately stopped crying and called his name, Rakuto. That's right. It's always been like this. You're the one who risks everything for the sake of others. But I, returning to reality, she felt too useless and shed tears of resentment. Nishi stood in the hallway, facing the building where Rakuto was fighting. It's coming. Rakuto, even though he's being chased by that monster, he can still dodge its attacks. He's really tough. However, he's also reached his limit. Hang in there, Rakuto. If you can lure it to advance another 10 meters, this is a straight path that can't turn left or right, it can only go straight. Here, this is where I'll finish it. I can't fail. He gripped his bow and arrow with determination. As soon as Rakuto turned the corner, he still didn't forget to look back at it. It roared again and pressed close to him. Raising the club, he only had time to put his weapon up to defend. But because he was too surprised by this move, he staggered back a bit. A pain shot through both upper arms, causing him to squint. And then the hands holding the weapon trembled. He realized, my grip. But since he had defended, he would defend until the end. While the monster swung its club, he ignored the pain and blocked it. But the force was not enough. The iron pipe was smashed and deformed and flew off to another place, Rakuto's blood splattering everywhere. With just one blow, it had sent him flying into the air, almost ejecting him from the server. Rakuto was thrown backwards, and Kotone, seeing this, frantically shouted his name, Rakuto. Nishi was lying in a corner, at the agreed-upon spot, and when he saw his friend being pummeled to the point of flying into a corner, he just sat there praying, what the? Rakuto couldn't say anything about the situation. Rakuto flew for a while and then landed in front of the monster. Nishi, watching everything unfold, realized the situation was not good. Damn it, this is too bad, Rakuto. Memories suddenly flooded back. He remembered the scene when the two of them were enthusiastically discussing the plan. Rakuto calmly said, listen, Nishi. You should only aim at one point. You only have one chance. Absolutely do not shoot until you are sure you will hit. If you miss, it's all over. I will die, and so will you. Nishi realized at this moment that he must have been very lucky to decide to follow the main character, because he himself was not sure about himself. This is not good. I can't guarantee I can hit. 3 conditions to hit the bullseye. The target doesn't know I exist, distance, angle, I can't get any closer, it sees me. If only it was just a few meters closer, and turned in this direction a little more. But, it's already like this. I have no choice. Nishi grabbed his hand and made a decision. But seemingly reading Nishi's thoughts, Rakuto used all his strength to support his body and shouted, don't shoot. Nishi was startled at this moment, but he didn't quite understand Rakuto's intention. Rakuto also picked up an intact iron pipe from somewhere and stood up. He wiped the blood and advised, you have to wait for it, get a few meters closer. I know, just wait there. Nishi was a little moved by his actions. Even Kotone on the monster's head thought, Rakuto. The monster saw that this guy was still stubbornly getting up, so it continued to drag the club closer. Even just walking was difficult for him. He had to lean against the wall to fumble, just to barely walk. But then one of his legs didn't listen to him. He smashed his knee straight into the ground. Rakuto squatted there, panting and wary of the monster behind him, not daring to be careless for even a moment. He only had the iron pipe to face it directly, thinking, my leg is soft. Just a few meters, but it seems infinitely far. For someone who was crippled like him, it was like losing all hope. The monster roared again, very loud and clear. It mobilized its power into the sound to maximize the reverberation, hoping to scare him into running away. Nishi, hiding not far away, almost wet his pants. He covered his ears. The roar is too scary. Kotone, being held above, also tried to dissuade him. You've done enough. Run, Rakuto. It will kill you. Don't worry about me anymore. He remained silent for a long time, but refused to give up. All the blood, sweat, and effort he had put in, he couldn't just run. She didn't understand. Rakuto, why, I don't deserve to be saved by you. I have only abandoned you all this time, don't you know? She again reminisced about the peaceful time before at school. While the main character was being beaten up on this side, Kotone, hiding behind a tree, was reassuring herself, today is the day. I have to gather all my courage and help, Rakuto. She clenched her fist with determination and hemmed and hawed for a long time. Finally, she came out. Although her voice was a little shaky, she still managed to say, please, stop, leave him alone. But a hand of the young man Saito grabbed her shoulder. Kotone, Saito. He complained, really, you? While she didn't understand anything. Huh? What? He pressed her against the tree and threatened, you can't interfere in things like that, without telling me. What if you get hurt? You just need to be obedient. Do as I say. Understand, Kotone. She didn't know what she was afraid of at that time, but she complied with his words. Yes, a word to reassure him, while Rakuto was being kicked around on this side. Returning to reality, she knew at that time, I was too cowardly, I never helped you. But, I'm tired of just standing by and watching. Even if it's someone like me. The monster held weapons in both hands, running quickly towards him. Suddenly it paused in pain for a moment. It turned out that Kotone had used her teeth to bite into its ear. However, her bite didn't faze it much, it still swung the club at him. But in a moment, he realized, its club had lost its momentum. I can do it. He held the iron pipe, clashing with the monster's club. The two weapons collided. Of course his iron pipe was bent to one side. He was knocked backwards, flying almost half the hallway. But he showed a confident, victorious smile. The monster still didn't know what was about to happen, so it was still clueless, but this time it was smarter. It threw Kotone aside to make it easier to act. She felt pain in her legs, sore knees, and numbness in her limbs due to the vortex and vibration from the monster's movement. He fell with a thud on the floor, and at the same time, it ran up again. She lay there, seeing that the situation was not good. So she kept calling him, "Rakuto, run." But the main character no longer had the strength to stand. He lay sprawled with his arms and legs, and also reassured her, "It's okay, it's not needed anymore." The monster was close to him, only 1 centimeter away. Rakuto wasn't panicked, he just breathed a sigh of relief and chuckled, "I've shortened the distance for you, Nishi." Nishi appeared like a god, not far away. He was in the position of drawing his bow, aiming accurately at the monster. He was also certain with Rakuto, "From this angle, at this distance, I will never miss." The monster now understood the situation that was about to happen, but it was too late. The gun was loaded, Nishi confidently stated this time, "Easy as pie, baby." An arrow was shot, along with some kind of strange needle. One shot, aiming accurately at its eye, causing it to fall backwards and grab its head in pain. About 10 minutes earlier, before this battle took place, Nishi and Rakuto had a small heart-to-heart conversation in the hallway. Rakuto gave Nishi a syringe and instructed, "Use this, Nishi." Nishi quickly recognized it. "That's the thing that Sakura gave us before entering the building, right?" "That's right. It's pure ethanol used in chemical experiments, 100% pure alcohol." The blonde girl Sakura had smiled and offered it to him. "Take it, it will be useful." Nishi wondered, "That gal girl, why does she have this?" Speaking of which, gal or gyaru is a fashion style usually characterized by bleached or dyed hair and colorful outfits. Rakuto explained to him, "We'll attach it to your arrow and stab it straight into that monster." Nishi pressed his face close to the syringe to verify it again. "Does that stuff work?" Rakuto confidently told Nishi. "It will work. Alcohol is inherently a deadly poison. Almost no living thing is not intoxicated by it. For humans, drinking a little 80-proof tequila, just a few milliliters added directly to the bloodstream, will quickly make them unable to stand. With this 100% pure stuff even that monster will." But Nishi was still doubtful. "That's just theory on paper, something that sounds logical but can't be done. Even a child can see, a needle this thin won't be able to pierce its skin." Rakuto still insisted, "That's why, Nishi, you should only aim at one point, the eye. Aim for its eye. It can pierce through the eye." But Nishi raised his hand in confusion. "But how can you be sure that the monster's eye is a weakness?" He stared at the fire extinguisher and said, "Of course I will go and confirm that." With this, Nishi was again confused. "The fire extinguisher?" Rakuto had planned it all. "I will spray this at the monster's face. If it moves to cover its eyes, then I can confirm that its eyes are not harder than ours." Simple plan, huh? Nishi was frozen like a statue on one side when he saw his smile. And of course, he took on the most difficult task. "I will lure it out and you handle it. So I'm counting on you." Returning to reality, the situation was as follows. Rakuto was lying sprawled on the ground, Nishi was kneeling and drawing his bow. The monster was painfully grabbing its eye, and Kotone was nowhere to be seen. Nishi showed the rarest smile of the day. "Damn it, Rakuto, you crazy bastard." Rakuto's signal was 3 times. In other words, its eye was its weakness. Simple plan, you make it sound easy. And I aimed perfectly, 10 points. The monster clutched the arrow deep in its eye and glared at the two of them. It kept groaning. Rakuto and his group didn't have time to look at it. They were both busy flirting with each other after the battle. "Well, how did it go?" Kotone also poked her head up to eavesdrop. She couldn't help but admire. Unbelievable. The monster had taken the arrow out, but it was still bleeding profusely. "If it hurts too much, just get angry." It quickly picked up the club from the ground. Rakuto immediately retracted his leg and retreated. But he also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that stuff was working. "No way." The monster exhaled a stream of white carbon dioxide, very long. Then it lunged at the two of them again. It seems that this was not in the plan of either of them. It lowered its club right where he was lying, but luckily Rakuto was quick on his feet and dodged quickly. Nishi didn't understand what was going on at this time. He only knew how to shout his name loudly. "Rakuto, right, that stuff may be a deadly poison but it can't kill it immediately. It's gone crazy," and wildly swinging the club around, hitting wherever it hit. It smashed the left side with a bang. The entire wall of the school was gone. They would have to pay a lot of money this time. But it paused for a while and started panting. Rakudo felt that something was not right. No, it wasn't that it was not right, but it was he who was not right. It ran up to him again. Rakudo shouted loudly to gather courage. It's over. He grabbed one of its legs, hugged it tightly and slowly pushed it backwards. The monster, because it was injured and had a high concentration of ethanol in its blood, quickly lost its balance. He gently slipped it close to the edge of the wall, right next to the hole it had created earlier. One side was pushing, one side was trying to resist to avoid falling. Rakudo reassured himself, just a little more. It had turned black at this time, holding one side of the club, swinging it towards the back of his head. He could only watch helplessly as it lowered the blow, because it was too sudden so he couldn't react in time. At this time, the savior Nishi arrived with a flustered face. Rakudo. Then both of them joined forces to push the bright red monster down the floor. With the weight of both of them, it couldn't fight back, but why the hell did Rakudo also fall down with it? The monster shouted loudly, looking at the two of them for the last time. Then it gently landed safely on the school grounds. Blue blood splattered everywhere. Rakudo looked at it, breathing and widening his eyes. It was very lucky that Nishi behind him had caught him in time. We just escaped death, by a hair's breadth. Yeah, even he had to admit that. The monster was knocked out below. Its weight broke the entire surface of the field. Both Rakudo and Nishi finally climbed up and began to sit down on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. Kotone, seeing that both of them were safe, was happy. You two, thank God. But both of them didn't care much. He turned to call Nishi. Hey Nishi. What? At that moment, even though it was a life-and-death situation, Rakudo still took the opportunity to tease. Crazy? Are you stupid? Nishi raised his head to the sky and said, You have no right to say that, you idiot. Speaking of which, were you worried at all? What if I missed? Rakudo put on the most optimistic face possible to respond, You miss, the champion of the national tournament like that, go put your trophy away. Nishi didn't know if he was praising or criticizing, so he just remained silent. Finally, he smiled slightly at Rakudo. You're really crazy. Light from outside streamed into the hallway through the windows. Nishi knelt on one leg, trying to untie Kotone. He used the sharp edge of a small rock to grind away at the ropes, and after a while, they finally broke. Nishi said with relief, Okay, finally cut. Nishi stood up and held out his hand to her, his tone gently comforting. You must have been very scared. It's okay now. Can you stand? Thinking she would reach out and take his hand, but life is not like a dream. Kotone suddenly stood up and brushed past Nishi, leaving him unable to react. Kotone walked towards Rakudo and called out Rakudo-kun before embracing him happily. She was tearful, saying emotionally, Thank you, Rakudo-kun. Really, you saved me. Nishi, standing behind, suddenly understood something. He asked Rakudo to be sure, Hey, what's going on here? Rakudo, you monkey, so that's how it is, right? Then he laughed loudly, speaking very naturally. Yeah, saving your girlfriend, you really have to risk your life. Kotone, who was listening emotionally to what he said, blushed shyly. She was flustered. Huh, girl. Nishi put his hands in his pockets, praising his friend with satisfaction. I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful girlfriend. So cool. Kotone, hearing him tease her like that, flusteredly explained, You're mistaken. Rakudo and I are not like that. At this time, Rakudo spoke, interrupting the story. He looked straight into her eyes and asked, Can I ask you a question? He hesitated as he looked at the female student in front of him. His voice confused. Sorry, but who are you? As soon as he asked, both Nishi and Kotone were confused and widened their eyes. Nishi thought that this was just a joke of his, so he reminded him, No, wait, that's a little too much, Rakudo said with confusion. No, I really don't know. Kotone poked her fingers together and said to him, I understand, that's right, you forget, it was a long time ago. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her voice gently introduced, Kotone, my name is Tachibana Kotone, we went to elementary school together. Kotone inquired about their relationship. We were quite close back then, don't you remember? We called each other Riku-chan and Koto-chan. Rakudo blankly repeated the name that she just said, Koto-chan. It seemed that something was faintly visible in his mind, causing him to be surprised. His pupils widened. Memories, like hidden and apparent, flashed through his mind. There was someone that he could not forgive. At this time, they were still very young. Rakudo looked in horror as Kotone was being held by Sorato. Rakudo had a girl that he wanted to protect. He rushed towards Sorato without thinking. This was a fight that he could not lose. After a fight, both Rakudo and Sorato were dirty and tattered. Kotone sat down on the ground, worriedly looking at Rakudo. Rakudo was in pain but still had to endure. His eyes narrowed as he glared at Sorato. Sorato lay sprawled on the ground, He also refused to give up, showing his grim face towards him. But that was also the beginning of the end. His mind switched to another memory. The chatter of strangers was clear in his ears. "Hey, did you hear? I heard there was a car accident." "That's right. It seems that the brakes weren't working. A part was missing." "Can you believe it?" Those people kept talking, letting Rakuto kneel before the bodies of his parents, painfully shouting. Sorito, with the innocence of a child, had made his childhood only full of scolding. And with his intelligence and cruelty, Sorito had taken everything from him. And he didn't know when his inner self had died. From a small innocent Rakuto to a dark Rakuto. The fragment of memory disappeared. Rakuto couldn't hold back the nausea and covered his mouth, falling down. Rakuto trembled, hugging his arms, constantly groaning. Nishi, seeing him show such an expression, was terrified and said loudly, "What?" Katone, standing nearby, was also confused and worried, timidly calling his name, wanting to approach him, "Rakuto-kun." Rakuto, with one hand covering his face and one hand propped on the floor, heavy breathing constantly rang out. She saw his condition and became even more anxious. Unable to hold back, she shouted loudly, "Rakuto, what's wrong? What's wrong with you?" Rakuto's face paled. He tried to wave his hand to comfort the two. "I'm fine. Nothing's wrong." Nishi looked at him with a worried expression. He thought to himself, "No, you're clearly not okay." After a while, Rakuto was stable enough to speak. "I remember now. I understand now. So it's you, Tachibana. I didn't expect us to study in the same high school." Katone hesitated and said, "Yeah, sorry, Rakuto." She looked at him with a worried expression and explained, "I originally intended to contact you sooner." But Katone was interrupted by him. "It's okay." He bowed his head to the ground. His figure contained a lot of loneliness. "That decision of yours was very right. Making friends with someone who is bullied doesn't bring anything good." Katone, hearing him say that, was silent and bowed her head. Suddenly, Nishi spoke, reminding them and breaking the somber atmosphere. "The sun is about to set." He touched Katone's shoulder. His tone was very serious. "We can't take you back to where everyone is. Sorry, but can you go with us?" Katone had no choice but to agree. Nishi breathed a sigh of relief. "It's because I also know you're scared. But, you know." Katone didn't pay much attention and replied, "I know, I will go with you." After that, they walked around the school together. In the process they encountered many things. For example, while walking, they encountered the corpse of a friend. Katone didn't forget to sit down and sincerely pray for the unfortunate person, or like Nishi, while walking, caught a rather strange fire-breathing lizard, making everyone gape. They walked in a row, carefully observing their surroundings. Rakuto thought, there are almost no traces of monsters in the building, or that Orc was the boss here. Rakuto concentrated. But, now that the boss is dead, those monsters might come back. We can't be careless. Everyone looked at the closed emergency exit door and breathed a sigh of relief. That should be it. They closed the emergency exit at the staircase down to the first floor, and closed the gate leading up to the second floor. And then they returned to the roof, where the survivors were waiting. As soon as Nishi opened the door, the people inside immediately gathered and turned around. They rejoiced loudly. "They're back. Nishi's patrol team is back." Uyama excitedly ran towards Nishi, praising him. "Oh, just as expected of Nishi. I have always believed in you." Nishi looked at him with a helpless gaze, replying perfunctorily, "Teacher Uyama," then in his mouth he cursed, "You damn old man." Suddenly, a male student shouted Katane's name, attracting their attention. In the next second, Saito rushed to embrace Katone. He accidentally bumped into Nishi, causing him to lose his balance. He said happily, "Thank God, I'm so glad to see you alive." Katone didn't care and struggled. "Let me go, Saito." She suddenly turned her head to look at Rakuto, as if she wanted to say something. "Rakuto, I." Rakuto looked at her with confusion. Nishi stood in the middle, helplessly rubbing his head, muttering, "Oh my, this situation is complicated." On the rooftop, Nishi asked Katone, "Is he an acquaintance of yours, Tachibana?" She hesitated, stammering, unsure of how to answer. But Saito placed a hand on her shoulder, cheerfully introducing himself, "Oh, I'm Saito Shinjiro, currently her boyfriend." Just then, Kushu jumped out, excitedly asking, "Ooh, so he's your sweetheart?" Nishi was a little surprised. "Sakura," while Katone stammered, as if wanting to explain, "Well, the dating thing." However, Saito interrupted with a laugh, "There's nothing to be shy about, Katone. Anyway, our relationship has already been acknowledged by both our parents." She lowered her eyes, her face showing no joy as he said that. "Back then when you got lost, but I'm glad we both survived so we could meet again." Then he turned to thank Nishi-kun. "Thank you for saving Katone," but he immediately declined. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Rakuto. Nishi looked at his silent friend, saying, he rescued Tachibana himself. Kushu looked at Rakuto with admiration. Really? Really? At this time, the people on the rooftop, hearing this, gossiped. That pathetic Kurogane guy. Really? But Nishi himself said that. He easily defeated Takeda. Is it really the same person? At the same time, Saito vaguely remembered who it was. Oh, it's Kurogane-kun. Right. He remembered the scene of him being bullied, but still smiled and said, to think that you were so brave and strong. Hey, let me thank you once again. It seems that Katone has caused you a lot of trouble. Rakuto replied, not really, but Saito cut him off. But now everything is fine. From now on, I will protect her, he continued. I would be very grateful if everyone would entrust Katone to me, he replied. I understand. Then he pulled Katone away. That's right, come here, Katone. You must be very tired. She tilted her head to look at Rakuto, stammering, Rakuto-kun. Nishi anxiously glanced at his friend, unconsciously asking, huh? Kushu, standing beside them observing, scratched her cheek in confusion. Are you really her boyfriend? But Nishi changed the subject. By the way, Sakura, the thing you gave us last time saved us, right Rakuto? He nodded, and she replied happily, really? That's great. Immediately she began to talk about scientific and biological knowledge. Those monsters don't look real at all, but you see, from the perspective of biological structure and evolutionary theory, the composition isn't much different, the shape of the bones, for example, the relative positions of the respiratory and circulatory systems, and also the muscular system. She spoke non-stop. That's how I discovered that using alcohol would be effective. Do you understand? But Nishi didn't understand any of it. Then he asked the question he was wondering about. By the way, why do you have something like that anyway, Sakura? Kushu touched her index fingers together, turning her face away as if avoiding, stammering, that matter. Suddenly, a voice called him, Nishi. The person calling him was Uyama. He immediately asked, how is it down there? Can you explain the situation? He was also surprised by his appearance. Yes, Teacher Uyama. He began to recount the situation below. To be honest, the situation is not very optimistic. Nishi didn't hide anything and said directly, apart from Tachibana, we didn't find anyone alive. Also, unfortunately, the situation is very bad. The other students were shocked, looking at each other with pale faces. But in the misfortune there was fortune, he continued. However, we have closed many more fire-resistant rolling doors, so the lower floors will be secure. There are a few rooms that are usable for sleeping, and although there isn't much left, there is food in the canteen. He put his hand on his chin, speculating, we can hold out for longer, a little longer. Uyama was already happy to hear this news. Good, very good. I knew we could count on you, Nishi. Then he turned, raising his hand towards the students and ordering, all right everyone, spread out and collect supplies, and together build a secure base. I will command. Let's work together to get through this, understand? The students began to whisper about his commanding attitude. What the hell, that old man Uyama, the moment he knew we were safe. Afterwards, the morning dawn illuminated the school, and then, we began to create a new base. The students scattered to the rooms, both men and women working for survival. Some male students piled chairs and tables in front of the doors to block monsters from breaking in. Some female students were sorting things. Kushu was rummaging through her bag for medicine, acids, and stuff. Nishi stood leaning outside the door, closing his eyes, letting them manage themselves. At this time, in the hallway, a heavy bag of stuff was dragging along the floor. Rakuto was the one pulling that bag of dead people. Suddenly, a female voice rang out behind him. Teacher Uyama is terrible. The person speaking was Katone, causing Rakuto to have to carry all those corpses alone. But he himself didn't mind doing this work. But someone has to do this. We need to put them far away from the base before they start to rot. She didn't say anything more and switched to asking, when you've gathered them all, what are you going to do? He replied. With the current situation, it will be very difficult to bury them together. For now I will lift them up and put them on the roof, but there's no other way but to let them fall from there. She hesitated and replied, you're right. He kept pulling the bag of corpses while saying, it's strange, isn't it? She didn't understand, huh? Rakuto said, he was the one who bullied me in class. Images of those who bullied him laughing slyly, in different teachers appeared in his head, and not just him, all the people who bullied me in class, even the teachers who pretended not to notice. I kept thinking that it would be so much better if they all died, he continued, that if they all died, I could smile from the bottom of my heart. Katone worried, Rakuto-kun. However, he didn't pay attention to her. In his heart there were complex emotions. But, I can't laugh, that's the worst feeling. He laughed and said as if it were obvious, I have a feeling that I will never be able to laugh again. Why did this happen? Maybe it's God's punishment. A punishment from heaven for the bastards at the bottom of society who want others to die. Suddenly she spoke, interrupting. But, based on what I know, you are a hero, both now and in the past. Rakuto suddenly remembered something. A hero. Images of Kotone as a child, smiling brightly and calling him, Riku-chan. Then she put on gloves and said, I'll help too. Rakuto-kun? He was a little surprised. Oh, okay. He asked again. But are you sure? A girl seeing that scene would be very shocked. She was sure. It's okay. I seem to have become numb. Kotone spoke her feelings. Also, I have a feeling that it's also something that I shouldn't avoid, he agreed. That's right. In that case I welcome your help. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps running towards them. Kurogane-kun. Both of them were surprised and turned to look. Suddenly Saito rushed up and pushed Rakuto. Kotone was shocked. He cursed, What are you making Kotone do? She worried about him. Rakuto-kun? He grabbed her hand and dragged her away. Kotone, you don't need to do disgusting work like that. Come with me. She was dragged away, groaning in her mouth. Rakuto, pushed to the ground, looked at the two of them gloomily. In the hallway, Saito looked at Rakuto on the floor, reproaching him as if he were right. Really, you're really cunning, Kurogane-kun. I can't believe you tried to make Kotone do your work. Rakuto sat up and dusted himself off, ignoring his words. Even if it's just a trivial matter, you should be ashamed. While he stood up, Kotone retorted, Wait, Saito-kun, Rakuto-kun wouldn't just, I said I would help him. He continued to comfort her without knowing the truth. It's okay, Kotone. It's okay. I can see what's happening here. Surely he used the excuse of saving you to force you to work, right? Saito continued to blame Rakuto. Really, how much do you despise people? She was confused. What are you saying? He said directly to him, Sorry, Kurogane-kun, but I will have to spread this news to everyone. Kotone asked. What? He was emotionless, silently listening to the news that he wanted to spread about him. Be careful of Kurogane-kun. You can't trust him. She immediately turned around, angry. How can you say such terrible things? Rakuto-kun is. He cut her off immediately. Quiet, Kotone. This is important. But Rakuto didn't react, and said calmly, I don't care. Do whatever you want. He was surprised. He gloomily picked up the bag of corpses, intending to leave, but Saito was so uncomfortable that he started laughing. He said a shocking sentence to Kotone, You keep pretending to be godlike, even when you're at the bottom of society. He carried the bag of corpses away, not caring, while he dragged his girlfriend away. Let's go, Kotone. From now on you have nothing to do with him anymore. You, just do what I say. Suddenly a slap attracted Rakuto's attention to turn around. It was Kotone who slapped Saito. He was confused. After she slapped him, tears fell. Sorry, I can't take it anymore. He hugged his cheek, not understanding. Kotone, what are you doing? At this moment, she revealed her true feelings. Saito-kun, because our fathers are friends, because of their social status, I tried to maintain a friendly attitude with you. But, I can't take it anymore. He was incredulous. What are you saying, Kotone? We promised to be together for life. She immediately retorted, That's just something that two fathers decided on their own. Saito stammered, Kotone. At this time, Rakuto interrupted the emotions of the two people. Hey, you two can do whatever you want, but can you find another place? I'm trying to work. He immediately cursed at him. Shut your mouth. Then he turned to persuade Kotone. Come on, Kotone, please don't cause me any more trouble. Also, apart from me, who will protect you? She asked gloomily. Protect? Why, you still dare to say that? She said angrily. Anyway, Saito-kun, you once used me as a sacrifice, didn't you, to save yourself? He was surprised, stammering and asking, You, what nonsense are you talking about? She looked up at him. You thought I didn't notice. She remembered the scene when monsters suddenly appeared at school. At that time, Saito and Kotone were running away in the hallway. The goblins had caught a student. She quickly chose a safe place to hide. On the roof. Let's run up to the roof. Saito-kun, a place without people will be safer. He had turned into a path. She ran after him, thinking, This isn't good. At this rate, they will catch up with us. She was in turmoil in her heart. How can we? Suddenly a foot blocked her, causing her to trip. The owner of that foot was none other than Saito. She was shocked. She fell to the ground, painfully crying out, while he ran away. Kotone looked up, incredulous. Sato-kun, just now, he just tripped me. She reached out her hand towards him, calling out, Wait. Suddenly, a few meters away from her, There were several goblins growling and running towards her. She realized her mistake. They followed the sound of her voice and ran over, roaring. At that time, she was scared to tears, panting, "Unacceptable. No, no, I don't want to die." Fortunately, she had managed to hide behind a locker in a nearby classroom, covering her mouth tightly, her body trembling, while the goblins stood outside growling. Back in the present, Saito tried to explain, that, you're mistaken. There's no way I would do something like that. When I came to my senses, you were already gone. She lowered her eyes, also agreeing with his explanation. It's also possible, I was too desperate at that time. Maybe I was really mistaken, he quickly said. Right, that's right. So Kautana. Suddenly she looked up and shouted, but, I've also had enough, I can't trust you at all anymore. She said honestly, you know what, Saito-kun, I think we're not compatible, he stammered. You're, she continued. From now on, I think, I won't look at you as before anymore. So please forget about me. Then Saito turned to look at Rakuto. Katoni, don't tell me that, you like this guy already, huh? Suddenly he laughed incomprehensibly. She didn't understand what he was thinking. He said, I patiently listened to you complaining, and in the end it turned out like this, huh? She looked at him in confusion. Saito-kun. Saito gritted his teeth. You, just shut your mouth. Suddenly he raised his fist. Listen to what I say, and do what I tell you to do. Katoni was surprised by the punch that was approaching. Then there was a sound of something being blocked. He was shocked when Rakuto blocked his punch. What? While she was happy, Rakuto-kun. He repeated the words he had just said. Hey, I will say it again and again until you hear it. Can you take your personal matters somewhere else? I'm trying to work, he stammered. Kurigan. Saito shook his hand free from his hand, scoffing. I don't know why. Your aura is different now. He silently listened to him talk about him. Even though you have always lived under the tolerance of those thugs, with eyes that no longer have life. Suddenly he said in a cryptic way, ah, so that's how it is, huh? He was confused, he continued. You have become arrogant, after those who bullied you died, huh? Rakuto was silent. Katoni immediately spoke up. Wait a minute, Saito-kun, you're going too far. Saito still smiled, mocking, well, really, a true gloomy guy. However, Rakuto didn't pay attention and talked about another matter. Can I ask you a question? He said the question. Who was that rock-throwing campaign aimed at? I don't care much, but doing that won't raise your self-worth either. He was angered to the point of trembling. You gloomy, bottom of society. He immediately punched towards him, but he had managed to dodge. How dare you lecture a model student like me? Katoni, standing next to him, reminded him. Saito-kun, what are you doing? Stop it. He didn't listen to her and reminded her back. You step back. Saito slandered Rakuto as if he were right. A haughty person who specializes in destroying order like this can't be allowed to do whatever he wants for the common good. Rakuto was emotionless. His words were like water off a duck's back to him. He innocently took a fighting stance and said, Get ready, Kurogane-kun, just defeated one monster. Don't think you're too good. I'll break your personality back. He had recognized his stance. That stance, it must be karate. Huh, he must have some danrang too. Anyway, he shook his head. No, thank you. Saito was surprised. What? Suddenly he laughed as if he had realized something. You're scared, aren't you? I knew you would be like this, anyway. But he interrupted. No, it's not like that. Then he said the real reason why he refused. You, anyway, are a friend of Tachibana, right? If I hurt you, I would feel sorry for Tachibana. Saito gritted his teeth. He angrily cursed. Kurogane. Saito angrily charged forward, swinging his fist. You really don't know how to keep your mouth shut. Rakuto gently dodged his fist. To go through actual combat, it also takes a few years of training in the dojo. It's not clear how true or false it is, but he leaned back, again avoiding his kick. Saito's attacks, no matter how many blows there are just a little painful, not causing too much damage. On Kiruto's side, after having defeated countless monsters, he was no longer afraid. Suddenly he seemed to feel a dangerous gaze from behind. That composure allows him to attack calmly but very brutally. Saito lost his balance and lunged towards the bag of corpses. What? A head of a dead person appeared in the bag of corpses. He jumped up in fright. Haha. He immediately retreated, and he calmly asked, What? Are you planning to help me carry that thing away? Saito grabbed a broken branch, his face pale, stammering, Kurogane. Just then, Nishi appeared. Hey, what's all the noise about? He hurriedly asked Rakuto. What happened? Katone was happy. Nishi-kun. Rakuto replied, Nothing. Nishi knew something was wrong. so he said, "Nothing, come on." Saito stood up immediately, not knowing what to say. He scratched his head, looking at the three people. "Ah, well, I'll just have to believe you, but," Nishi asked, "Tachibana, Saito, how do you two feel?" Katoni hesitated and replied, it's not annoying." Saito then walked past him. "Alright, there's no problem at all." He recalled, Saito Shinjiro, good at studying and also good at sports, an outstanding student who never loses his composure. Nishi was still thinking, it seems that he quite likes Tachi. I hope they don't fight over her. After Saito left, Rakuto asked him, "By the way, why are you here, Nishi?" He replied, "Ah, things over there are done. I thought I'd come here to help you guys," he said worriedly. "Sorry, I had to push the hard work to you again." And he replied, "It's nothing. Thanks to you everyone is safer, Ace Archer." Then he posed, drawing his bow to imitate him. He self-assessed, 10 points, while Nishi blushed embarrassedly. "Stop it, now that I think about it, I'm so embarrassed." Katoni observed the two of them and admired them. "That's great." Finally Nishi spoke on the main issue. Anyway, let's move that person up to the roof and then come back, we still have to discuss what to do next." Rakuto replied, "All right," and she nodded. When night came, the blood-red moon rose high, and the school became gloomy. In the classroom, students spread out mats to sit and talk or do their work. Near the mats there was a light shining. Takeda was sitting eating, while Ani and Arata sat pondering. Just then, Uyama put down a box. "All right, a large supply like this can help us last for a while." He laughed, praising himself. As expected, a model teacher, Kasahara and Riko glanced at him, both thinking, "Teacher Uyama is so annoying." On the other side, Nishi held food in his hand and said, "I don't want to eat." Katoni also agreed, but Rakuto was eating ravenously. He looked and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be able to eat." He chewed and reminded the two of them, "Hey, if you don't eat you'll die." Nishi knew it was true, that's right, but, suddenly a shout attracted all three of them. Damn it. The person who said that was Kuju Sakura. She was pressing her phone while saying, "Why isn't it working? So annoying." Nishi approached and asked, "What's wrong, Kuju?" She was needing her phone to be charged, said, "PPF, is that Nishi?" "It's this." He was quite surprised to see the phone. A phone charger. A disposable type. "That's right, I happened to find it. I thought I could charge the phone, but..." Kuju held up the phone. The screen was still black, not understanding why it wouldn't turn on. He could also see it. Nishi guessed, maybe it's already been used. She held a bag while saying, "No, it's still in the bag, brand new." She continued, "But, it can also be said that, the smartphones that the monsters come out of, basically, are destroyed." He understood. She lay down on the mat, sighing, "I thought I could browse the internet a little bit, there must be a source of information somewhere." Kuju looked up and complained, "I wish there was internet. It's so annoying." Katoni approached, She wondered, does the internet still work even when the power is cut? She explained, "Yeah, this is a developed city model." She sat up and explained, "If I remember correctly, the server here is an independent type that is not dependent on external power sources, so it still works." Nishi put a question mark because her words were a little too advanced for him. "I don't understand much, but, is that really so?" Kushu continued to complain, "I wish I had a phone that no monsters came out of." Rakuto took out his phone with a cracked screen. She unconsciously asked, She asked him, "What is it?" He replied, "A phone that no monsters come out of." He explained the cracks on the phone. "My phone was broken before the event happened, so nothing came out of it." Nishi was a little surprised but also a little disappointed. "It's like it's broken already." That won't work." Only Kushu was holding her chin, thinking about something. Katoni also took out the same phone as him. Surprised, "Rakuto, that type of phone is the same as mine. We're the same. Mine also can't be used." She smiled awkwardly. Nishi recognized the model that Rakuto owned. "Oh my god, you're still using that old model. It's been several years already." But he didn't know. "Is that so?" Just then, Kuju spoke. "It can still be fixed." Nishi was surprised. "Huh?" She speculated based on her ability. "It can be fixed. If it's that version, then it's very possible." He asked again. Really, Kuju," she said. "Maybe I've found it." Not only her, but all three of them were happy. A glimmer of hope. Sunlight streamed through the windows of the building. "Everyone, I have something to say." Nishi stood on the podium, confidently saying with his arms crossed. Next to him were Rakuto and Uyama. "I believe that everyone knows by now that things will only get worse if we continue like this. The amount of food we have found is only enough for 3 days. We can't contact the outside world, and we don't have any information about the current situation." Rakuto held up a knife, half kneeling and addressing everyone. Above all, this is all the weapons we could find. Steel pipes can be improved. Nishi's anxiety was evident on his face as he said bluntly, frankly, we're screwed. However, according to Kuju, if we get the right tools, she can fix Rakuto's phone by using parts from Tachibana's phone. Nishi looked at Kuju, who was sitting hugging her legs on the ground. Right, Kuju. She raised her hand and scratched her face, reluctantly answering, well, I can do it, maybe. That Gyaru, what's that about? Takeda in the crowd was surprised to have his name mentioned by Rakuto. We have to thank you for that, Takeda. He said awkwardly, what's the use of fixing that guy's damn phone? We can use the internet. If we can get online, we might find out something about the situation, maybe connect with other survivors. Kasahara, hearing this, immediately became excited. We can also find shelters or rescue forces. Katoni looked at Kuju, who was holding up a phone, and asked curiously, speaking of the internet, what about computers? Ah, that matter. She held out the phone. Like smartphones, they're broken. Frankly, there's no reasoning behind it. When the monsters appeared, whether the computers were turned on or not, it seems that every port that could connect to the internet was destroyed. Nishi helplessly stood with his arms crossed, watching Kushu frantically hugging her head. Really, what is this phenomenon? It's giving me a headache. He spoke up and offered a solution. Anyway, only Rakuto's phone, which was broken before the monsters appeared, has a high chance of being able to connect to the internet if we fix it. And the other people who had the same luck as Rakuto, who avoided having their connection ports destroyed, are definitely out there. I believe that connecting with them should be our top priority at this time. Rakuto put the iron bar on his shoulder and replied, that's the story. As for where we can find the necessary tools, the discount grocery store. Right, Kuju? He stood looking at Kuju, who was puzzled. Definitely that store. Actually, I used to go there a lot. Then we should go there right away. We can get food and weapons there too. A bird with one stone. Uyama stood in front of Rakuto and Nishi, shouting, wait, I object. This is too dangerous. He looked at him with an expressionless face. Teacher Uyama, but if we don't go there, sooner or later we'll all die. We might get rescued before that, you know. He was determined to stop Rakuto's intention. First of all, there are only monsters out there. Do you know that? What are you planning to do? Luckily, that store isn't too far from here. He continued. We can get there by car. Teacher, please drive us there. Uyama was shocked to hear Rakuto's words. Me? Nishi on the side also continued for him. Yes, that's the only way. Saying it would be very dangerous to walk there is an understatement. No, wait a minute. He shouted at the people behind. There's no way that can happen. If I'm not here, who will protect you students? Also, I don't drive anyway. This is all for you, understand? Nishi scratched his head helplessly. Trouble here. Katoni suddenly stood up, volunteering herself, causing everyone around to be surprised. Then, let me drive. She explained, I know how to drive, so, let me drive. Tachibana. Nishi looked at her suspiciously. You know how to drive, but you don't have a license. My grandfather lives on a farm in the countryside. When I was little, he always let me drive his truck. Although he shouldn't have done that, Tachibana. You don't look like it, but, are you a tomboy? Saito, not understanding what was going on, stood up. Huh? He shouted. What nonsense are you saying? Katoni, don't interfere, Saito-kun. Katoni ignored Saito, who was standing there blankly, and looked at Rakuto. Katoni, are you sure? He reminded her, it's deadly dangerous out there. We're not even sure we'll be safe in the car. There's no guarantee that Nishi and I will be able to protect you. Are you sure you're still okay with that? Rakuto looked at Katone with a surprised expression. I don't want to die, but, I'm the same as you. You know that. Katone clenched her hands. She bowed and said loudly with determination, more than that, continuing like this, not knowing anything, not understanding what's happening. I don't want to die like that. That's why, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Rakuto looked at her and smiled. Understood. We trust you, Tachibana. Rakuto-kun. From afar, Saito's eyes looked at him with jealousy. Kurogane. Uyama slammed his hand on the table. These kids. He turned black, angrily saying, what do you think you're doing? Making decisions without asking me, huh, Teacher Uyama? Uyama's eyes were bloodshot. He clearly expressed his anger. I'm a teacher too. I have a responsibility to protect my students. I won't let you do as you please. Nishi spoke, interrupting his words. But, teacher, at this rate, if we don't do anything? Shut up, shut up, shut up right now. Uyama roared angrily, causing everyone to be afraid. You're just a rude brat. Don't talk in a commanding way as if you're so important. All of you just need to do what I tell you to do. We will wait. All of us will wait here, in this safe place. We have water. If we divide the food, it will be enough for a week. We will all wait here until we are rescued. Why can't you understand what's best? Rakuto replied to his words, on the contrary, why don't you understand that that's a terrible move? Uyama turned black. The veins on his face were clear because of his annoyance. Hey, Kurogane, that's not how you talk to a teacher. A safe place. You've seen those things, haven't you? Don't apply common senses to them. A safe place? Something like a large pool of water appeared on the ceiling. There's no such thing anymore. That thing fell hard on the ground. It approached Tani, causing him to be very surprised. Tani's miserable scream made Rakuto turn to look. What? That thing clung to him. As if swallowing him inside, Tani fearfully reached out his hand to ask everyone for help. Someone, save Tani. Takeda looked at Tani turning green, gradually being swallowed. Uyama also trembled in fear. Retreating, Rakuto saw that the situation was not good and ran quickly. That thing had completely swallowed Tani inside. That's right, you can't just rely on common senses with these things. He held the iron stick and hit that thing hard. There's no safe place in this world anymore. Waiting for something good to happen will only kill us. When the stick made contact with it, a painful and deafening sound rang out. There's no such thing as a safe place anymore. Staying here is just like waiting to die. Rakuto slammed the iron stick into that thing, causing it to emit a painful sound. It reacted when it was hit. Rakuto jumped backwards as that thing released Tani. Everyone standing behind was stunned to see the current situation. What is that thing? Tani widened his eyes, reaching out to call him as that thing swallowed him again. Save me. Rakuto jumped up with one foot. He used all his strength to pull down the curtain at the door. I'm trying. Hang in there. At the same time, he signaled to Nishi. He understood and replied, Understood, Rakuto. Tani on the inside was gradually having his body corroded. This slime, it can corrode the human body, but that guy's clothes, made of synthetic fibers, are not affected, in this case. Rakuto used his strength to throw the curtain towards Tani. He yelled as he threw, 1. On the other side, Nishi pulled Tani's arm out forcefully. Finally, Rakuto had wrapped that thing in the curtain and Nishi also succeeded in saving him. 3. Kushu was surprised that they had rescued Tani. They pushed it away from him. Rakuto panted as he threw the curtain aside. He looked and said, Damn, it's not harmed at all when attacked. Usually, slime will be immune to physical attacks, mostly in the game. Magic attacks will be effective. Let's try it. Rakuto turned to look at Nishi and shouted, Nishi, fire. Is there any way to create fire? Fire. You're asking me the impossible. I don't know. Kushu hurriedly grabbed the can of gasoline and came. If you need fire, here. Kushu, since when did you? She poured gasoline on the curtain with that thing inside. Then Kushu threw the match towards it. Here. I hope it works. The match contacted the gasoline, causing the curtain to burst into flames. When the fire had gone out, the thing inside the curtain evaporated quickly, leaving only burnt fragments. Kushu and Rakuto stood far away, observing. It evaporated. So fire is clearly their weakness. She put her hand on her face, embarrassed. Instead, what did I just do? You helped us, Kushu. Rakuto suddenly remembered Tani. Nishi, how is he? Not very good. He reported his situation. Takeda on one side sat down, calling out, Tani, I was too slow. Tani, hey, Tani. Rakuto's eyes immediately became soulless after hearing Nishi's words. I see. Then, Uyama, still scared, asked him, What just happened? Rakuto's face darkened. He looked at him with murderous eyes, making Uyama widen his eyes in fear. Teacher Uyama. He walked closer to him. You saw it, didn't you? We can't just sit still and wait to die like this. If we delay any longer, then, I won't be surprised if they wipe us all out. He angrily shouted into Uyama's face, making him tremble in fear. So, then, you're still just going to stay here, just sit here waiting for the rescue team that will surely never come. Uyama helplessly sat down on the ground. I understand. Just do whatever you want. Nishi used his bow and arrow to shoot at the green goblins outside. Gugia. Rakuto used the same stick he had used earlier to attack the goblins. He and Nishi panted after having eliminated the goblins. Okay, that's the last of them. Rakuto used his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. He turned to say to him, Now, at least there's no sign of any other monsters around here. Right. We shouldn't stay here too long. Let's go quickly. Nishi opened the car door. He was surprised when he saw the gear shift. Hey, this doesn't have automatic. Is it manual? Can you drive it? Katoni happily replied to his words. No problem. I'm used to driving manual shift more familiar with the manual shift. You're amazing, Tachibana. In the back, Kuju said shyly, so, I have to go too. Nishi looked at her puzzledly. Of course you have to go. You're the only one who knows what stuff we need to fix the phone, right? She could only smile awkwardly when she heard Nishi say that. That's right, huh? He turned to look at Kuju, who was reluctantly getting into the car. Life is really short, damn. What is he carrying in his bag? He turned to say to Saito, well, putting that aside, you're coming too? Saito looked at Nishi without saying a word. Saito. He replied to his words, Kotoni is going. Of course I have to go. Anyway, my job is to protect Kotoni. Nishi stood outside with his arms crossed, annoyedly reminding Saito, I will say this again, please don't cause any trouble, okay? Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. I'm the same as you guys. I also don't want to die. So, I'm following to do what I can. He stared at Kotoni and Rakuto, who were talking to each other. Saito uncomfortably turned his face away. TCH, I hope so. Kotoni spoke up and said, well then, let's go. Is everyone ready? Nishi excitedly replied to her, all right, we trust you, Tachibana. Kuju smiled awkwardly and replied, I'm ready, although I don't want to go. Saito only focused on looking out the window without saying anything. Finally, Rakuto spoke up, all right, let's go. The car drove smoothly on the road. Uyama and the others stood on the floor looking down. They're gone. Uyama's face darkened when he was asked, by the way, Teacher Uyama, should we quickly cremate the corroded corpse on the floor? Kurogane said so. The sound of a stick hitting the ground startled Enomoto. Shut your mouth. Uyama angrily shouted. He pointed the stick directly at the students below. You girls and guys just, Kurogane this, Kurogane that, I don't want to hear it, bury that corpse. Let Kurogane come back and do it himself. He widened his eyes and shouted, listen here. Kurogane is not the leader here. It's me, the teacher. You girls and guys just need to do as I say. Understand? Darkness gradually swallowed the whole city. At the same time, elsewhere, the monsters on the road were biting their prey. They growled when they saw the car coming. The car crashed hard into them, sending them flying high, screaming painful screams. Rakuto praised Kotoni, who was sitting in the driver's seat, trembling with fear. Great job, Tachibana. Nishi poked his head out of the car. Looking ahead, driving is definitely the right choice. Those small monsters are not a problem. His expression suddenly changed. But, we can't do anything to those giants. This road is not good. Let's turn back. Nishi looked down at Kuju. In this case, he turned to encourage Kotoni, making Saito, sitting in the back, very uncomfortable. We believe in you, Tachibana, all right? The winged monsters stood on the big electric pole. They shouted angrily. Below, the monsters were also calling their pack. Hearing the sound of their kind, they stopped eating the corpses on the road. Nishi poked his head out of the car and exclaimed, it's like the end of the world is coming. Rakuto asked him, Nishi, do you see any signs of life? No, not from now until now, I think. There will probably be many people as lucky as us out there. Well, hiding is normal. Kuju held the map and looked. She frowned and said, actually, you guys going around in circles like us are the unusual ones. Saito in the back ordered Kotone, stop the car. The car suddenly braked hard and stopped. She turned her head to ask him, what's wrong, Saito? Do you see anything? Tusai's face was expressionless. He pointed forward. Go ahead, about 50 meters more. I think there will be a general store. We can find food. Saito spoke up and asked, should we stop by there? Good idea. Rakuto turned to answer, making him very dissatisfied. There's also food there, the same as where we're going, in that case. He smiled and looked at Rakuto challengingly. So what, you're going to say it's dangerous, and my opinion is not worth listening to? Saito said uncomfortably. Kurogane, you only take the initiative to fight the monsters. Stop acting like you're the leader, okay? It's disgusting as hell. Seeing that the situation seemed tense, Nishi and Kuju spoke up to mediate. Hey, Rakuto is just giving an opinion. That guy, that's right, let's be friendly. Kotoni also called him, Saito. Nishi put his hand on his face, thinking, this guy, but, really, should we do that? It can't be guaranteed that we can find food in the place we're going, or if that place has become a nest for stronger monsters, then we're definitely screwed. Should we go there to get food, even if it's a bit risky? Kuju said. Nishi, there's no time left to choose or give the right answer. Rakuto explained everyone's doubts. We're going like this now, but I'm also not sure if I've chosen right or not. Anyway, now we have to bet on that, with everything we have left. I will trust your choice right now. Whatever happens, I will accept it, Rakuto. Nishi could only smile helplessly. Really, this guy. Nishi spoke with determination. All right, let's try going to the general store. Food is the most essential thing. I think we should seize every opportunity to look for food. All of you agree, right? 5 minutes later, the car stopped in the parking lot. The car stopped in front of a store. All right, this is the place, right, Saito? Yeah. Nishi led the way in front. Alright, let's go inside. Kushu leaned forward to remind Nishi. He also held out his hand to indicate that she was reassured. You guys be careful. Okay, if the situation gets bad, we will come back right away. Inside, everything was messy. The surroundings were dark. Only when the three of them stepped in was there a little light shining inside. Nishi looked around. Oh my, it's terrible in here. Rakuto also assessed the situation, but there are no signs of any monsters in the store. Nishi squatted down. He looked at the shelves on the wall. They were all empty. Bread, rice balls, onigiri, those types are all gone. Probably the other survivors, or maybe the monsters took them all. Rakuto held up 2 cans of canned goods. But there are quite a few canned goods here, Nishi said happily. Yeah, next to that, let's get as many essential things as possible. 15 minutes later. A bunch of things had been collected by the three. Alright, we've gotten quite a lot. Right. Saito turned his face to look towards the back. He forcefully opened the door and shouted loudly. Is anyone here? Inside, the room was pitch black. Huh? There's no one here. Only a cardboard box. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped the room. The three of them went into the dark warehouse. Here, there's only a cardboard box. Saito was overjoyed when he saw the box of bread. Hey, look, this box has so much bread. What's wrong with that? It's food. Rakuto spoke up, stopping him. Wait a minute. He misunderstood his intention and was very annoyed. What now? You should know. I'm the one who found this, understand? There's something wrong. It's one thing to have food in there, but around there, there's a little blood splatter that looks very unusual. It doesn't look like something just happened here? Saito's face darkened when he heard him say that. Something? What else? I'm not very clear either, but look carefully. There's writing on the floor. He kindly reminded Saito, but he laughed scornfully. It gives me a bad feeling. So it's better to stay away from that box. Ha! You say that, but you're planning to go out and then secretly come back here and steal my credit, you shameless scum, Saito. He laughed loudly, lifting the box of bread. I found it first. This pile is mine. Inside, there was a red eye, which startled him. What? The monster jumped out and pounced on Saito, making him scream in fright. His piercing scream echoed throughout the store. Kotone and Kuju, sitting inside the car, were worried. Just now, was that Saito's voice? What happened? Nishi peeked out. Damn, is that a scream? What's going on? Kotone quickly started the engine, but Kuju held her hand down. Kotone, duck down. The monsters were gradually gathering towards the store because of Saito's scream. Kotone and Kuju in the car were terrified. Why at this time? Rakuto. At the same time, Rakuto's footsteps ran quickly. He raised his hand to use the stick to hit the monster in the box. The monster flew away from Saito. The monster was shaken by the hit. Finally, a painful sound rang out. Rakuto breathed heavily, looking at the monster. It must be an imposter monster, right? A monster treasure box, just as I thought. The monsters in the game have escaped into real life. Huh. Nishi called out his name loudly. Rakuto, outside. Outside, a lizard was standing guard at the entrance. That, if I remember correctly then. The two peeked out from the small door of the store. That thing is a lizard person, or something. They've come to scout the situation. That's bad. There's too many of them. It seems they still haven't noticed us. What should we do? All we can do is sit and wait for them to leave. 5 is too many. He suddenly remembered. That's right. But, are the 2 girls in the car okay? A lizard was quickly approaching Kotone and Kuju's car. The two fearfully huddled together. Suddenly, an arrow with a human head pierced through the car window, shattering it. Nishi frantically pulled Rakuto. It's Kotone. They found them. What do we do, Rakuto? There's no choice. We have to run into them. The 3 of us have to go. He turned to call out, Nishi, Saito. Saito stood trembling in the corner. He hugged his head in fear. You guys are planning to go out there? Nishi and Rakuto decided to leave him behind. Seems like it's too much for him. He can't help anyway. That's not strange. Let's go. Outside, Kotone and Kuju were being dragged out of the car by the monsters. Stop. Stay away. I told you my meat doesn't taste good. The 2 were thrown hard to the ground. Ow. She fearfully looked at the monster. Kuju could only hug her head, watching them holding the spears high. It's over. Suddenly, the monster screamed in pain. Everyone was stunned to see the lizard dead right in front of them. The hell. He raised the iron bar and ran quickly towards the monsters. Rakuto. With one hit, they flew far away. Rakuto spoke up to remind Kotone and Kuju. Tachibana, watch Kuju. If the situation gets too bad, just leave me behind and leave with Nishi. That. He was surrounded by the lizards. Nishi hid in one side, shooting arrows out. Oh my god. The arrow hit a monster, causing it to fall backwards. He looked at the situation outside and thought, damn, the situation is really bad. If I'm not careful, I will reduce my efficiency by half. In this case, Rakuto, just as you predicted, 1 versus 3 is too much. Rakuto glanced at the lizard behind him. Will I die here? The lizard jumped high to attack him. Rakuto used the iron bar to block the chop for the monster. I will not lie down and die. Behind, the lizard also charged to attack him. Fear appeared in his eyes. I will not. Suddenly a stone from somewhere flew straight into the monster's head. Rakuto and the surrounding lizards were all very surprised to see the lizard fall down. The FCK. From on top of the store, a person stood throwing stones, looking down and shouting, "Nice, one hit and it's done." Eyes threw and laughed. He used the baseball throwing stance to prepare to throw a stone. This is the final blow. The stone flew quickly towards the lizards that were standing. Eat stone, you devils, more stone. They saw that and fearfully trembled. Nishi, from the hidden corner, took the opportunity to shoot his arrow. Now, the lizard screamed loudly in pain. Without knowing when, Yamaoka was standing behind a lizard. He attacked, causing the remaining ones to only know to run away. Both Eyes and Yamaoka had come to the rescue for Rakuto's group. He continued to attack the monster in front of him. I don't know who you guys are, but it's my turn now. One slash caused it to scream and spray blood. Rakuto wiped the sweat from his face and looked at the monsters lying scattered on the ground. Phew, it's all over, Rakuto. He turned to thank Yamaoka. You guys saved my life. Thank you both so much. Kotone and Kuju ran over from the car, full of joy. We did it. We finally found some survivors. This uniform. Do you guys go to the same school as us? Considering that the situation was still dangerous, Nishi immediately spoke to everyone. Anyway, we have a lot to discuss. Let's get out of here first. It's too dangerous. How about you guys come to our place? We found a great shelter. Eyes turned his face to ask Yamaoka, but he just bowed his head without saying anything. I'm sure my senior wouldn't mind. Nishi said, I thought we were all going to get eaten just now. That's right. Good luck comes if you don't give up. Kotone spoke, inviting everyone into the car, making Eyes very excited. All right, everyone get in the car. Really? You can drive? 10 minutes later, he introduced himself and then pointed to Yamaoka sitting blankly. First of all, my name is Eyes Tauta, a first-year high school student, and the person sitting next to me is a third-year student, Senior Yamaoka Takeshi. Eyes pointed forward, making the Rakuto group all surprised. And that's our secret base. In front of them was a magnificent and beautiful palace. Kotone, seeing this, was so moved that she burst into tears. Is this real? I think this place is absolutely perfect to hide, Rakuto said. There won't be too many people living around this place, so there won't be many smartphones for monsters to appear. Right. Oh right, I understand. But, Eyes patted Yamaoka, who had a dark face, on the back. Oh, of course Senior Yamaoka and I aren't in that kind of relationship. That's not what I meant. Anyway, let's exchange information. Okay. Saito walked ahead, leaving everyone behind. Get out of the way, Saito. Seeing Saito's attitude, Eyes awkwardly put his hand on his face and scratched. Sorry, don't mind him. He's a little difficult. He glanced at Rakuto behind him. He gritted his teeth and looked at him with jealous and hateful eyes. Kurogane. Eyes walked and recounted how he was chased by monsters. You guys talk about exchanging information, but I don't have much to say either. I was on my way home from school at that time, then I was attacked by the monsters in the phone. I was quite confident in my speed, so I tried to run ahead, away from them. But suddenly Yamaoka came to protect him from the lizards. Finally, a bunch of monsters surrounded me. At that time I thought I was done for. Senior Yamaoka appeared and rescued me. Eyes looked at him and said with a proud voice, he's as strong as an ox. He's also the one who found this hotel. If it weren't for the senior here, I'd probably be dead a long time ago. Nishi thought upon hearing Yamaoka's name. Third-year student, Yamaoka Takeshi. I've heard of him before. If I remember correctly, he was supposed to be a notorious heavy criminal. Takeda and his friends are nothing compared to him. He's really violent, immoral, drug-dealing, colluding with the Yakuza. There were even rumors that he had killed people. Only, looking at how Eyes was acting, those terrible rumors are baseless. I want to believe what I'm seeing. Outside the hotel, monsters were still circling in the blue sky. Smartphones were now just garbage, and out there, monsters were appearing rampant. We went out to look for supplies, and then we met you guys. Rakuto spoke up, wondering, I have a question. He asked about the room that had the box of bread that Saito was attacked in. In the room behind the general store, there was a warning about the monster under the floor. Did you guys write it? Warning? What the hell is that? He put his hand on his face, making everyone confused. I see, never mind. Eyes had said everything he knew. Anyway, that's all we know. What about you guys? Alright, everyone had entered the hotel to talk, and so, we were still on our way to that store. Oh, I see. Eyes leaned his hand on the chair and said, there are still many people safe at school, thank God. He eagerly asked Nishi, also, if Senior Kuragane's phone gets fixed, then we can call for help, right? Well, we have to admit that the chance of being rescued is too slim. Rakuto stated his point of view. I'll get straight to the point. What's your next plan? We won't force you to. If you don't want to go, we will take you back to school first. Kuju propped her hands up, thinking suspiciously. As for me, I was forced to come violently. Yamaoka spoke, making Eyes very surprised. I will go with you guys. Senior Yamaoka. Nishi was also happy when he agreed. I won't hold you guys back. At least I will make a meat wall to help you. Is that okay? To be honest, it would help us a lot if you came with us. He glanced at him and asked, Eyes, what about you? What are you planning? You can wait at school if you don't want to follow. What are you saying? If you're going to go, then so am I, he said with determination. I'm also a man. I need to do something. Rakuto showed a happy smile. Looking back, it was good that we stopped at the general store, huh? That's right. Yamaoka gave his opinion. Anyway, your plan, to be blunt, I think it's too reckless. There are a lot of residents living in that area. It's highly possible that the number of monsters there will be unpredictable. Going there without a proper plan is just looking for death. What's safe? What's dangerous? Vigilance is still the most important. He pointed his hand towards Kuju. First, the key in your plan is still to prioritize the safety of this blonde girl, right? Me? Nishi replied to his words. I think, he said, right, we seem to have been a little hasty, right? We don't want to die in vain because we didn't rack our brains for everything. Yamaoka continued to say, I will help you guys make the specific details for your first plan. I'm a soldier, please use that fully. Alright. Everyone smiled happily. Then let's brainstorm for our plan. That's right. Saito stood in the hidden corner, listening to everyone outside talking. After that, we had many repeated reconnaissance trips, and focused on a safe route. We encountered trouble many times, but, by fighting together, we overcame everything. The attack map was outside in the light, as if foreshadowing that their plan would defeat the darkness. And so, a few days later, the car stopped on a road. Nishi put his hands in his pockets and said, We're here. We finally made it. Great. In front of the two was a large building. It took a while to get here. If we were as hasty as the original plan, then we probably wouldn't have been able to help. Maybe we would have died and become food for the monsters. Kotone and Kushu also came out. She looked around and reluctantly said, So this is Ao. It feels like it's been a few years since the last time I came here. Yamaoka walked ahead and reminded Eyes, your legs are shaking too much. Maybe you should. What? No way. It's just shaking from excitement. Saito was the last to step out. He glanced behind him. Rakuto held the iron bar and reminded everyone to pay attention. At the same time Nishi also continued his words. Everyone be on high alert. The real challenge has begun. That's right. From here on out we will face every challenge if they come. Let's go. Strange mutated creatures were constantly tearing each other apart to grab food. In one room, a young man held half a loaf of bread with a weary face. Today there's only half a piece of bread again. He scratched his head. The surroundings were full of anxious students. How long do we have to live like this? Two female classmates looked at each other. One of them spoke. Sakura. I wonder if he's okay. The person named Sakura replied gloomily. We haven't heard anything from them since they left, maybe. Enomoto, holding her stomach, walked towards the teacher. She raised her voice, Teacher Uyama, only to see him eating several pieces of bread ravenously. Without turning to face her, What is it, Enomoto? She cautiously looked at her teacher. Please, can we have a little more food? It's really not enough, all of us are. He cut her off, hitting the wooden sword forcefully on the floor, making Enomoto startled. Forget about it. Don't you understand how valuable food is now? Shut your mouth and do as I say. The group of students was gloomy. A person holding the bread looked at him with hatred. TCH, while he's full. She didn't give up, continuing to explain the situation to him. But teacher, with this situation, we won't be able to hold out until Kuragane and the others come back. He laughed mockingly at her. Ha, you're really naive. They've become monster bait already. Enomoto turned pale. Looking at Uyama, she was terrified. That's a terrible thing to say. They went out for our safety. He walked towards her, his face darkening. Enomoto, if you really need food then, if you show sincerity by offering yourself to me, then, maybe I'll make a special exception for you. What do you think? He smiled pervertedly and put his hand on her waist. Enomoto was startled. She quickly pushed him away, 8 meters away. What? Please don't joke like that, he joked, acting as if nothing had happened. Sorry, I thought I could lighten the mood. The group of boys looked at him with dark faces, gritting their teeth and cursing secretly. That scumbag Uyama. Hunger, anxiety, and frustration. The atmosphere in the classroom was approaching its limit. At the same time, Rakudo's group. They were walking close together. Nishi led the way. Looking around, I don't see any monsters around. Rakudo looked at him, seeming to discover something. Indeed, that means that, it seems. Nishi understood what he was trying to say, looked, and nodded. That's right. It's very possible that there is a foe. We learned through our investigation that there are many types of monsters, but in areas with a strong monster, the number of other monsters will decrease significantly. We decided to call these monsters that rule the area, foe-like in some games. Nishi thought, wondering, but why are they all common monsters from video games and stuff? Thanks to that, we don't have trouble coming up with names for them. He replied to Nishi's question, you're right, because so far they're all monsters that everyone knows the name of. I can't help but think that there's a rule governing them. But, now, carrying out our mission is the top priority. After a while, they arrived at another unfamiliar place. Nishi looked at everything around. This floor is, Rakudo looked at everything and determined, electronics, tools, and chemicals, it seems. Kushu excitedly ran towards that place. She shouted excitedly, great, I'm so excited, I'll live here. Katoni smiled. Looking at her, Nishi was speechless. Oh my, Rakudo reminded, we don't want to stay long, let's divide the work. Tachibana, Eyes, the two of you help Kuju? She nodded. All right, I understand. Eyes excitedly and resolutely replied, understood, Senior Kurogane. He continued to delegate. Nishi, Saito, the two of you will be their bodyguards. Nishi showed agreement. Leave it to us. He turned and clicked his tongue. And Senior Yamaoka, you and I will patrol the area. This place was just like a store. It seemed to have a full range of equipment. Kushu excitedly held what she had just discovered. Great, they have this in the warehouse. Then, I will modify this a little bit. Katoni approached Kushu, worriedly asking her, what is that? Kushu-san, a blueprint. She turned her head to look at her. The CPU of this phone is broken. The only thing that needs to be done is use this to replace it. By the way, don't you find the soldering smell exciting? Katoni looked at her, not understanding anything. Eyes didn't know what to say. He was helpless. Really, what kind of person is Senior Kushu? Rakudo and Nishi could only sigh. He held the long iron stick in his hand, looking around to assess. It's eerily quiet. Suddenly something caught his attention. What's that? On it was pasted a piece of paper. They eliminate intruders and erase the E on the head. He looked at the paper, not understanding. Erase the E on the head. He held the paper, sweating. This paper, the handwriting is similar to the paper on the floor in the convenience store. Huh. At this time, something appeared. Its shape seemed taller than him, like a stone golem. Rakudo heard the sound and looked towards it. In the middle of its face was a circle. Without facial features, it looked towards him. Heat source detected in the area. He looked towards it, frowning. A humanoid monster made of stone, probably a clay. That monster emitted light from the circle. It seemed like a machine, identifying intruder, eliminating. Immediately afterwards it launched up, swinging its fist towards him. Luckily he reacted quickly, jumping to another place, where its punch hit, sending stone flying everywhere. It bent down. Rakudo looked at where it had just hit. A piece of the wall had shattered and the mobile cart next to it was also deformed. He exclaimed, too fast, and too strong. He quickly held the iron stick and launched quickly towards it. And at that moment, the iron stick hit hard in the middle of its body. But, it had no effect. Rakudo looked at what had just happened in surprise. It threw a punch towards him. Luckily he managed to duck down to avoid it, his brain quickly working. Damn, physical attacks are ineffective against it. It continued to roar, shaking its fist towards him as he squatted down. The fist gradually approached but he couldn't avoid it. I've lost my balance, I can't. Just at this time, Yamaoka appeared from somewhere. Saving his life, he threw a punch at it, and that punch hit the circle in the middle of its body. The circle gradually cracked. It fell down and didn't resist anymore. He slowly stood up and called, Senior Yamaoka. He twisted his arm, looking at him, asking, are you okay, Kurogane? But not long after, that monster stood up again, to his surprise. It stood up and walked towards the two of them. Yamaoka seriously looked at it, warning him, I hit straight into the thing in the middle that looks like its core, but it doesn't seem effective. Rakudo held the iron stick again and affirmed surely, but, it will definitely have a weakness somewhere. Let's do this carefully. He smiled, cracking his knuckles and praising, sounds good, 2 against 1. Let's follow my lead, Kurogane, he confidently replied. Okay, Senior. The monster swung its fist at him. The speed was dizzying. He took a stance, quickly dodging the monster's fist. Then, while the monster didn't have time to pull its hand back, he threw a punch at its shoulder. Then there were countless punches to the monster's stomach. It was just like a punching bag for him. Rakudo observed from the side, silently assessing, too strong. Senior Yamaoka, is he a boxer? Even among professional boxers, it's rare to find someone as strong as that. At this time, Yamaoka had punched that circle one more time. Rakudo's eyes became worried. He thought to himself, but, he's facing a strong monster and is still injured from the physical impact. The monster raised its fist when he didn't have time to retreat. It punched very hard towards him. Yamaoka managed to duck down but had a scratch on his face. He still didn't advance, only observing the situation. The situation will be very bad. If this continues, we will become more and more disadvantaged. Is there no other way? He jumped away from the monster when it punched into the ground. Suddenly he remembered that piece of paper, seeming to realize something. Thinking about it, that paper. They eliminate intruders, erase the E on the head, the E on the head. And indeed there were strange rows of characters on its head. He saw it. On the head, I understand now, that's the meaning of it. Rakudo had realized what needed to be done. He reported to Yamaoka, Senior Yamaoka, retreat immediately. Then, he was just guessing, aiming the iron stick towards it. He launched towards it, holding the iron stick to attack. That strange row of characters appeared before his eyes. Rakudo smashed the stick straight into its head. Luckily, the pieces on it shattered, along with the rows of characters also gradually cracking. The monster growled, but then disintegrated into fragments. Yamaoka, seeing what had happened, was excited. That person? At that moment, everyone ran to the scene. Nishi frantically asked, Rakudo, Senior Yamaoka, what was that sound? What happened? Kotone hurriedly asked, are you two okay? Nishi was the first to notice. He spoke up. What's that pile of rocks? He pointed to it and explained, that was a golem. He looked at him in surprise. A golem? So you guys defeated it? He admitted, I relied on what's popular in the legends. What made that golem move was the word written on its head. Death. However, if you erase the E, it becomes a word with a completely different meaning. Really, and it worked. Nishi was confused. How should I say it? It's becoming more and more fantastical. Aiza's head was spinning, not understanding anything. Even though he stubbornly said, oh, I understand. Saito walked over scornfully. So basically it was just a small monster. Don't get complacent just because Yamaoka cut him off. No. Well done, Kurogane. Reading the movements of a nimble opponent, hitting the letters on its head accurately, I have to admire your dynamic vision. You're someone I can trust and entrust with a mission. He crossed his arms and looked at him. Rakudo smiled awkwardly. Thank you. Eyes smiled brightly, adding, that's great, Senior Kurogane. I also want Senior Yamaoka to trust me. Saito didn't say anything else, only clicking his tongue. Nishi loudly announced, anyway, Rakudo has defeated the foe of this area. So let's get back to work, everyone. What's wrong, Rakudo? You look like you're thinking about something. He hesitated to say his thoughts. That golem, it seemed too weak to be called a foe. At this time something was slowly rolling over. The sound it made was loud. Nishi couldn't identify what it was. Is there something? I hear something on the floor. Kushu replied to his words. I have a bad feeling. It seems like, it's getting closer. Immediately, before everyone's eyes, on top of the escalator, something huge and round rolled down. Nishi looked at it with worry. A boulder. Kushu reminded. We're in a store. Rakudo reacted quickly, hugging Kotone to avoid Tachibana. That thing charged right into the place they had just dodged. Then, it gradually transformed. A pair of purple eyes emerged from the middle of its chest. It gradually stood up with a huge size. Nishi could only utter two words. What the? In front of them was a monster that was 2 or 3 times their size with one eye in the middle. She shouted in fright, It's terribly big. Rakudo held the iron stick, looking at it. I understand now, it's the foe, right? Nishi's face turned pale, smiling awkwardly. This is bad. On its head there were also characters just like the golem from before. And it also uttered the exact same words. Intruder, eliminate. Following that, it swung its hand high, preparing to launch the first blow. Where it struck, everyone lost their balance, falling far away. They witnessed it, confused, not knowing how to deal with it. Rakudo gritted his teeth, looking at the letters on its head. The situation is very bad, even if I'm able to attack, with that height I can't reach the letters. Nishi volunteered. Leave it to me. You said the letter E on the head, right? He looked at him, reminding Nishi. Immediately afterwards, he shot an arrow. The arrow hit its head but was bent because of the strong impact. And at the place of impact, there wasn't even a scratch. He gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it, it's too solid. There's no way to scratch that letter. Kuju was horrified. Is this even fair? The monster seemed provoked. It threw up a sound. A small ball at the position in the middle of its chest gradually formed. She trembled in fear. Is it accumulating something? Nishi shouted while running. This is bad, get away from it, everyone. Rakuto's face turned pale. Everyone run. It roared. Nishi called Kuju. Shield her. She shouted in fear. Oh my god. At this time everyone simultaneously looked towards the monster, only to hear Kotone scream out loudly, Rakuto! The light from the monster had accumulated enough. It launched an extremely powerful ray of light towards the ground, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. At the foot of the monster, there was now only earth, rocks and fragments, along with burning flames. The place where it had just fired its beam was emitting thick smoke. The destructive power was so strong that it had punched a hole into the ground. Luckily, Rakuto and his companions had managed to escape under the escalator. He carried Nishi and breathed heavily. That monster, I didn't expect it to be able to shoot lasers. Kotone looked at him worriedly. How's Nishi? Rakuto? Rakuto? He looked behind him, assessing the situation. This isn't good. That attack just now made him pass out. Kotone continued to ask urgently, do you think Kuju and the others are okay? Rakuto was helpless and replied, I don't know either, with the situation like this, but now we have to do what we can. Anyway, let's head towards the underground parking lot. If everyone is still alive, we can meet there. Saito shouted and scolded. What? Are you stupid? The stairs are on the other side of that monster. You know that. We won't be able to make it carrying a wounded person like that. Kotone spoke up, stopping him. Saito? Rakuto didn't deny his opinion. No, he's right. Kotone looked at him worriedly. Rakuto, he continued, to get through to the stairs, there's probably no other way than to leave Nishi here. But, even if I die, I won't do that. He smiled at the two of them. Kotone affectionately called him Rakuto. Saito unhappily turned away. Suddenly a loud noise rang out again. The monster was swinging its fist at something. Saito peeked out, wondering, what is that monster doing? Rakuto observed and replied, it's attacking the burning rocks intensely. That rock person, maybe. The monster turned to face behind. Something had attracted it. Rakuto was holding the iron stick, standing proudly. It growled and started chasing in the direction he ran. He ran and paid attention to them. Tachibana. She looked towards the monster. All right, let's go. Saito. He carried Nishi on his shoulder and chimed in. Yeah, that's right. Rakuto kept running away, his brain constantly speculating. I just realized one thing. It's constantly attacking the flames. And the first Earth person said, detected a heat source in the area. Meaning, these things react to heat, so when Tachibana and the others reach the stairs, they should throw the flares they left for me. If it makes the giant Earth person distracted for just a moment, I can also retreat safely. However, if it turns to attack them, it's over. This is the only way for all of us to escape safely. Kotone, at this time holding the flare in her hand, called his name. Rakuto. I want to get there safely somehow. Rakuto was only a few centimeters away from the monster's fist. He shouted, all right, now, do it, Tachibana. Kotone raised her hand high, preparing to throw. Suddenly someone grabbed her hand, snatching the flare. Then, he threw it to the inside. Kotone frantically looked at him. Hey, Saito! The flare slowly rolled down the stairs. Rakuto unexpectedly saw that scene. She turned to scold him. Saito, what are you doing? He cowardly argued. I have to do this. If it turns to attack us when you guys light the flare, what will we do? Kotone looked towards him in panic. But if you do that, Rakuto. The monster launched its next punch, directly knocking him away. His body slammed into a pillar, making a painful sound. She shouted, Rakuto. He stopped Kotone. Retreat, Tachibana. Don't worry about me. Just go. Protect Nishi. Saito, if you want to leave me behind, it's okay too. But you have to protect Tachibana well. Do you hear me? Kotone was still calling his name, while Saito uncomfortably turned his face away. Then, he mocked, looking at Kotone. See? That's what he said. It's too late for Kurogane already. Let's go, Kotone. Immediately, she punched him in the face. He fell flat on the ground, not understanding what was happening. Kotone, only to see her running towards him, shouting, Rakuto-kun. The monster had now accumulated another source of energy, before Rakuto, clearly the overwhelming power completely. It seemed he was prepared. His soulless eyes muttered, I've given it my all since that day, but, this is all I've achieved. In the end, you can't do anything. That person's words kept swirling and becoming a ghost in his mind. You're dead and useless. And when facing the terrible energy before his eyes, he could only laugh at himself. Finally, maybe everything is as that bastard Sorito said. Suddenly Kotone was running over. She rushed out and hugged him. avoiding the death laser. Rakuto unexpectedly uttered, "What?" Tachibana, his face full of surprise, looking at her. They fell with a thud to the ground, not far from the destroyed area. Rakuto sat up, worriedly reminding Tachibana that was really reckless, only to see her face darken, asking him, "Why?" The collar of his shirt was tightly gripped by her. She shouted, "How can you give up so easily? The Rakuto I know? Isn't that kind of person?" He looked at her tearful face, curiously asking, "The person you know?" It seemed he had remembered something. "That's right. That's right. In the past no matter what, I always fought, until the very end." He slowly stood up, looking at the monster preparing to attack again. Rakuto shielded her in front, full of determination. "In the end, we're still alive." Suddenly something whizzed by. It hit the monster's head. The broken arrow slowly fell down. The monster turned around. What it saw was a group of people. Nishi led the way, along with their companions. He was steadfast. "Sorry, I just dozed off for a moment." The two breathed a sigh of relief when they saw them. Rakuto smiled. Nishi, Katoni was so happy that she cried, "Everyone is okay." Eyes rubbed his nose and explained, "I was quite worried when I fell to the lower floor, but we're okay." Yamaoka crossed his arms and said briefly, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Nishi pulled out the next arrow, passionately saying, "Now then, let's counterattack." Rakuto smiled back. "All right." Rakuto held the iron bar and looked over at her, shouting, "It's coming. Tachibana, get out of the way." The giant monster used its big eye to glance over and move towards them aggressively. She hurriedly ran away, replying, "Okay, okay." It struck the ground where he was. Rakuto jumped up and dodged the blow. Nishi frantically watched the scene of him fighting, stammering in amazement, "Oh my god, it's really messy. To be honest, I want to retreat, but," Yamaoka interjected from the side, "Can't do that." The resounding sound of footsteps was approaching. Saito, sitting by the door, flinched, saying in fear, "Hey, what is it? Something's hitting the door." He calmly looked at the door. "They've come already?" Outside, a series of rushing footsteps. Yamaoka inside said in shock, "It's the small earth people from the floor below. I thought we had escaped them, but..." The door was banging strongly. He jumped up and ran away, screaming in fear. Kuju frantically retreated. "We're really in a desperate situation." He hurriedly asked, "Rakuto, what should we do? If this continues, we'll be done for." Rakuto turned over. He said seriously, "Nishi, I will attract its attention. You just continue to shoot at the letter E." Nishi was surprised. Rakuto continued, "By constantly aiming at the same spot, you will eventually." Nishi quickly replied, "Idiot, you won't be able to hold out that long." He resolutely said, "Anyway, we have to do it, because we're still alive." Everyone was stunned, looking at Rakuto. Her heart brightened. "Still alive." Kushu called out loudly, "Kuragane, Nishi." The two turned to look at her. Kushu sincerely said, I can do something. Maybe. I just need time." Katoni next to her was shocked. "Kushu." She still persistently said, gradually softening her voice, You may not believe me, but, Rakuto seriously replied, "Understood. We just need to buy time, right?" Kushu was moved, unable to speak. She still couldn't believe it and carefully asked again, You believe me? You don't think I'm just talking nonsense?" He still seriously replied, looking over, "I believe you, you're not that kind of person." Rakuto called, "Nishi." He immediately ran off, saying loudly, "That's right, the distraction tactic. You and I, do it before we get crushed, okay?" On Kushu's side, Eyes stood next to her, wondering and asking her, "Can you really do it, Senior Kushu?" She hesitated and replied, "He believed me." Kushu, full of motivation, took off her backpack, saying firmly, "So, I can't not do it." He stepped forward and ordered, "I will assist. Eyes, you assist the girls." "All right." Eyes looked and called out, "Senior Yamaoka." The monster roared loudly, exuding a strong aura. The people below still fiercely persisted in fighting with all their might. She sat on one side, arranging the tools, preparing. "Okay then." Katoni softly called, "Kuju." She worriedly asked, "Are you okay? You're shaking terribly." Kuju trembled, panting, begging, "Please, Katoni, just be quiet." On the boy's side, the monster constantly attacked fiercely. He frantically called, "Senior Kuragane." Eyes turned back and urged, "Senior Kuju, hurry up, hurry up." She frantically tensed up and replied, "Shut up, okay?" Kuju trembled, under pressure, crying, but her hands didn't stop. Her mouth muttered, mumbling, "From the beginning, this experiment, ideally should be done in a place without vibrations. I'm losing my mind, losing it." She was listless, but, suddenly in her heart she thought of the image of him seriously replying, I understand, I believe you. Kuju adjusted herself. The corners of her mouth turned up in a silly smile. Believe, huh? She became even more decisive, her hands still slightly trembling. Now then, just need to add this, add it to the bottle. Kuju breathed a sigh of relief, smiling and saying, phew, I've done it. She looked into the bottle and asked, here, it is. Kuju turned back to warn, never shake it, okay? It's really dangerous. Kotone looked at her blankly. Huh? Kuju explained. Now if we hit its head with this, if we hit it. She smiled confidently and gently asked, but how? Kuju was stunned. She frantically shouted, I'm really stupid. I didn't think about that part at all. So stupid. Kotone was silent. He snatched the bottle from Kuju's hand. She was stunned. Eyes ran over hurriedly. Carrying the bottle, turned back and said, we just need to hit its head with this, right? Leave it to me. I'm a member of the baseball team. Kuju blankly raised her hand. She called out loudly, eyes. Kuju frantically shouted, be careful with it. Kotone flinched. Eyes. The monster roared loudly, its eyes flashing fiercely. Everyone was exhausted, panting. Nishi couldn't help but curse. Damn it, that cursed monster. Rakudo stood up, his mouth stammering. No. It roared. The monster's eyes shone brightly. The atmosphere around it was dark and dense. He brazenly looked. Damn it, Nishi assessed. Damn it, is this our limit? The atmosphere was tense. A voice rang out. Seniors. Everyone turned to look. He held the bottle and said happily, sorry to keep you waiting. Rakudo was confused. Eyes. He ran quickly to prepare to throw the potion, reporting, special delivery from Senior Kuju here. The monster blankly looked at the potion being thrown over his face by Eyes, calling half-heartedly. On the girl's side, Kotone wondered, Kuju, what did you just make? She hesitated to reply. All I did was create a simple chemical reaction, but, Kuju said silently, I added nitric acid and sulfuric acid to glycerin. The resulting compound is nitroglycerin. Kuju scratched her cheek. In other words, it's, on the other side, the monster exploded. Everyone was unexpectedly pushed back a distance by the force of the explosion. Yamaoka covered his chest with both hands. Gah, a sound, Nishi shouted in confusion mixed with excitement. He was blank and ruffled, being hit by a small rock flying over, hitting his head. The monster had its upper body blown off, trembling and roaring softly a few times. He hesitated. The hell? What? Rakudo looked with his mouth agape. Eyes turned his head and trembled as he asked, Senior Kuju? What just exploded? She scratched her head embarrassedly and replied, there was nitroglycerin in it, so, maybe, it's a component used in. Kuju was happy, explosives and the like. Maybe that's it. He was confused and shocked. How? Eyes shouted loudly. Tell me sooner, Senior Kuju. Nishi squatted down, propping his chin up with his hand, saying, that was a terrible explosion. Rakudo calmly replied, yeah, thanks to that, the entire area is charred black. He raised his head to look at her helplessly, saying, we defeated it, but, that was really quite a reckless act, Kuju. She poked her fingers together, gently replying, I will be more careful from now on. Rakudo didn't say anything and turned to walk out. Nishi saw the movement and turned to look at him. Nishi hurriedly followed, saying, hey, Rakudo, if you open that. Before he could finish, he had already opened the door. The two of them stepped into the room. Inside were piles of scattered scrap metal. Nishi was surprised. The monster's on the stairs? Rakudo stood, looking calmly and saying, since the explosion happened, there haven't been any more sounds of knocking on the door, so. He looked at Rakudo, saying his speculation, could it be, because we defeated the biggest monster? Rakudo smiled and replied, perhaps, although I don't understand that logic very much. He walked over to everyone, calling Kuju. Hey, Kuju, did you get the parts to fix the phone? She happily replied, I only took the most necessary things. Rakudo smiled sincerely and said, anyway, that really saved us just now. Thank you. Kuju almost fainted, replying embarrassedly, no, I really didn't do much. He turned back and said, anyway, we shouldn't stay here long. Let's go everyone. A popping sound rang out throughout the room. He hugged his cheek, looking at her and calling, Kotone. She hadn't lowered her hand and gritted her teeth, saying, Saito, you really are the biggest scumbag. He hurriedly explained, no, it's not like that, Kotone. I only did that to save you. I had no other choice. She clenched her hand into a fist. Kotone turned away, tears welling up in her eyes and said resolutely, I don't care, don't ever come near me again. Saito was stunned, unable to say a word. Nishi looked confused. Did something happen between them? Rakuto stammered and replied perfunctorily, "Ah, yeah, that's right, you could say that." He hugged his head and sobbed. Hick. He flinched, looking at Saito and asking, "Hey, hey." He ran straight up the stairs, shouting, "Ah!" Nishi looked and hurriedly called, "Saito." He still tried to say, "Hey, wait, don't go too far. There's a possibility that there are still. Hey, are you listening?" He didn't care and still ran very fast. Saito went to a room, muttering, "Kurogane, Kurogane." He hugged his head and said gloomily, "Damn it, why did everything turn out like this? Katone hates me already." Saito's face darkened as he thought of him, angrily shouting, "It's all your fault, damn you, die already, Kurogane, you should." He kicked away several boxes of paper, yelling, "Go die." Saito, panting, suddenly saw a knife stuck in front of him. He approached to look closely, asking himself, "What is this? A coffin? Why is this thing in the store? A silver knife?" Saito pulled out the knife and picked up the piece of paper on it. "Sealed, don't touch it, huh?" Suddenly a strange aura emanated from the coffin. He sensed that something was wrong and opened his mouth. "Huh?" The coffin lid opened. A terrifying skeleton looked at Saito. Calling out in a gloomy voice, he shouted in fear, "Hey, what? What is this?" The skeletal hand lunged at Saito. He didn't have time to dodge, screaming without a sound. Red blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, Yamaoka and Nishi were looking for Saito. He said loudly outside the hallway, "Oh my god, I warned you many times that it's very dangerous to go out alone. Hello, Saito, where are you? Answer me." Suddenly he appeared right behind the two of them. He flinched. Nishi turned back to look. "Huh?" Saito smiled brightly and walked over, saying, "Ah, sorry." He looked at him and asked, "Saito, you were here?" Nishi pointed to him and said, "At least answer when I call you, and don't ever go out alone again." Saito replied apologetically, "Really, I'm sorry, I was a little too emotional, you know that." He changed the subject, saying, "So, we finished what we needed to do, right? So let's go back." He suddenly remembered, "Ah, yeah, let's go." Saito walked behind with a happy mood. The two people in front were a little confused. Nishi lowered his voice and asked him, "He seems to be in an extremely good mood." Yamaoka didn't reply. He felt a chill down his spine, thinking to himself, "Am I imagining things? That's really unbelievable." Yamaoka couldn't believe it. "I didn't even notice that he was behind us." The gloomy aura behind was faint. In the darkness, no one noticed. His shadow had been replaced by a demon. The car stopped. Everyone got out of the car. He propped his hand on his waist and breathed, "Phew, we finally made it back to base," Katone softly said, not hiding her excitement. "At first I was really embarrassed to come here, but now I feel like I'm at home, really." Outside the hallway of room 305, the computer on the table had turned on. Kuju excitedly said, I've done it." Nishi leaned against the chair, excitedly asking, "Really, how is it? Can it connect to the internet?" She happily held the phone and replied, "I'll check right away." Kuju pointed to the screen and said happily, It's working. Just as I thought, the network isn't broken at all," he excitedly replied. "Well done, Kuju." Eyes looked at her in surprise. "Really, you're amazing, Senior Kuju," he said calmly. "Wow," she replied proudly. "Well, for me, these things are nothing." Rakuto stood next to him and asked, "Kuju, is there any information about the survivors or emergency shelters?" She focused on looking at the phone and replied, "Wait a minute, I'll check SNS." Kuju slowly said, "Oh, it seems like, since the day the monsters appeared, there haven't been any new updates on SNS. Typically the posts say, 'The end of the world, save me. We're screwed for sure.'" She suddenly discovered, Nishi looked, waiting for Kuju to reply. She reasoned, "This is Amashima City in X. It seems that the survivors are gathering there. The content of the post is, 'Come to Amashima City. We are praying for everyone's safety.'" He eagerly asked, "Really?" He smiled and said, "Amashima, huh, it's quite far, but not too far for us to not be able to get there." Nishi happily replied, "Yeah, it's still better than staying at school when things are getting worse and worse." She smiled, looking at Rakuto and saying, "Finally, there's also a glimmer of hope. We did it, Kurogane." He also excitedly replied, "We really did it, a step forward." Saito, standing behind the wall, twisted his mouth and smiled dangerously. His pitch-black shadow also curved its eyes. Nishi eagerly said, "All right everyone, tomorrow, we will announce this to everyone at school." Saito stood with his arms crossed, smiling. Katone had faith that even in this hellish world, there was still hope. Meanwhile, at a hospital, the sound of rustling was constantly ringing out. Inside the room, surrounded by blood, there was the voice of a woman. Ugh, she shouted, stop. No, the man didn't stop, still violently tearing the woman's clothes. The man stuck the knife next to the pillow and said arrogantly, no matter how much you resist, it's useless, Enomoto. Her tears fell non-stop, trying to breathe. Enomoto took her hand to cover her chest, begging the man, please, don't do this. He didn't care, looking at her and laughing crazily, exhaling a sound. What a wonderful sight. Enomoto turned her face away in resentment and sobbed. The man licked his lips, looking at her lewdly and saying, this is the best thing, just like heaven on earth. A blue-purple sky looked very spooky. In the air a group of bird people were flying, making piercing calls. Recalling the events that had taken place after Rakuto's group had arrived at the shopping center, a group of strange bird people were clustered around the corpses of the students. They gnawed at the body parts of those corpses, looking extremely horrifying. A sudden scream rang out. What the hell? Uyama. The two people were Takeda and Arata. Their faces were gaunt, pale to a pitiful extent. Arata stood holding a baseball bat slung over his shoulder, his hand in his pocket, his expression sharp. Takeda used an angry face to ask Uyama, are you trying to starve us to death, you bastard? A female student standing nearby saw the scene and said worriedly, this is bad. What should we do? Takeda shouted, hitting Uyama's face. I told you to bring food, but Uyama wasn't lacking either. He calmly crossed his arms and said, and I said there isn't any. Arata decisively pointed at Uyama and said, you're a liar. I know everything. I know you're hiding it. Uyama was silent, not saying anything. Takeda cracked his knuckles, making them click. Arata said with a threatening face, if you keep doing this, I don't know what Takeda will do. Faced with the fierce attitude of the two, Uyama wasn't scared at all. He even used a cold gaze to respond to the two of them. Forget it, no matter what happens, I won't let you do as you please. He still crossed his arms and calmly said to the two of them, as a teacher, any decision I make is right, absolutely. All of you just need to be quiet and listen to me. Takeda angrily replied, you're a bastard, you keep looking down on us. Then Takeda unexpectedly swung his hand, slapping Uyama in the face and saying, you better stop. He continued, the key to the hiding place, give it here, you're holding it, right? He still sat silently, not saying anything. Seeing that, Takeda said again, silent again, that's one of the things I hate the most. Takeda immediately charged, swinging his foot and rushing at him, shouting, you bastard, you're pissing me off. A stream of blood suddenly burst out, spraying everywhere. The remaining students standing and seeing that scene were scared to the extreme. Uyama had prepared a knife on his person from who knows when. When Takeda approached, intending to swing his foot and kick him, he was given a fatal stab to the stomach. Takeda painfully looked down at the knife stabbing straight into his stomach. Uyama pulled the knife out, his face smiling gleefully and walked towards the remaining people. Takeda lay on the ground, painfully hugging his wound and screaming. Arata trembled in fear and asked, hey, you stabbed him, really? Lying on the cold ground was Takeda's corpse. His mouth was full of blood. His eyes were wide open. At the corners of his eyes were still lingering tears. Uyama, with his muscular body, holding the knife firmly, walked and said, you guys won't listen to what the teacher tells you, right? Then he accelerated, running quickly to where Arata was. While running, he said, delinquents like you need to be taught again. Arata shouted in fear, hey, wait, stop. Although it's not known what happened next, there was another stream of blood spurting out and spraying everywhere. Returning to the present, Uyama was carrying a female student on his shoulder. While walking, he hummed in his throat. Opening the door with a click, he happily said loudly, teacher's back. Oh, you're all here. Why are you all gathered in that corner? The students there fearfully trembled, unable to say a word. He threw a female student down, saying, Enomoto, you're back. The students in the room, seeing that scene, were extremely scared. He frowned, holding the knife, smiling and saying to Enomoto, as expected from the track and field team, you're quite good at making an impression. She heard that and crawled on the ground, her face blurred with tears. Still holding the knife tightly, he said, now then, I still have enough strength. The next person to teach is, you, Kasahara. Hearing that, Kasahara flinched in fear. Suddenly she shouted, wait teacher, instead of me, Riko, sitting next to her, heard her name and flinched, calling out, ha! Then she angrily shouted at Kasahara, you betrayed your friend? You're so dog-like. Not yielding to anyone, Kasahara also shouted back, shut your mouth, you're just a sycophant. Cutting off the argument, Uyama stabbed the knife hard into the ground. His expression like a demon, he said, Kasahara, Niyajima, you two are good girls who will listen to the teacher, right? The two of them were so scared that they were crying, trembling as they replied, Suddenly Hayashi stood up, hesitating as if wanting to say something. He saw that and asked, "What's wrong, Hayashi?" He tremblingly replied, "No. It's nothing, sir," he asked suspiciously. "Really?" Then he continued, "I'm just making it clear, Hayashi, don't think about any stupid intentions, unless you want to be sold as salt like the other boys." He heard that and frantically replied, "No, I'm not thinking about anything, sir." Hearing that, he said gently, "Very good, Hayashi, I like your obedience." After speaking, he tightly gripped Kasahara's hand, saying, "Now then." Unexpectedly having her hand grabbed, Kasahara shouted, "No." He still tightly gripped her hand and said, "Let's go, Kasamoto." She shouted in fear non-stop, "No, no, someone save me." The remaining students were scared. Some covered their ears, some were listless, not saying anything. A female student trembled, hugging her head, saying, "I can't take it anymore." She thought in her head, "What is this world? It's like..." Uyama tightly gripped Kasahara's hand. She screamed loudly, "Stop, let me go. There's no way I would lose to scum like you." He heard that and asked, "Scum?" Then he swung his hand, slapping her straight in the face. While slapping, he said loudly, "You have to call me teacher." He grabbed her hair, dragging her along the hallway. While walking he said, "It seems you need some extra lessons, Kasahara." A thought flashed through someone's mind. "That's strange. This world, it's like..." Uyama exclaimed, "Heaven." But the students exclaimed, "Hell." Sitting, trembling, hugging her head and crying, a female student thought in her head, "The world has come to an end. This world is trash. The world has ended already. But there's still something worth talking about, how it currently operates. Why didn't I realize this sooner? If everything has ended, I only need to create my own world." Unexpectedly the sound of a car rang out. Quickly a car charged over. Uyama unexpectedly said, "That's my car. So that means..." "Impossible." Rakuto stepped out of the car and stood, saying, "Phew, we finally made it back." Nishi replied, "Yeah, a lot has happened on the way, but with this, hopefully we can bring peace of mind to everyone." Rakuto replied, "Yeah." A female student, seeing them, happily said, "That's Kurogane and the others, thank goodness they're still alive." Uyama, seeing that, panicked, "Impossible, they're still alive? What should I do in this situation?" He thought to himself, "Anyway, now is the time, I have to deal with them first. The kingdom that I'm building doesn't need their presence." A loud shout rang out, "Hey, we're back, let us in." But the entire school was silent, without a sound in response, not a soul in sight. Nishi wondered, "That's strange, there's no response." Rakuto also shared the same question. Uyama stood hidden behind a window that was closed with a sturdy plank of wood. He angrily thought, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it." In the room, a group of students were huddled in a corner. The teacher still stood hidden, observing below. While watching, he said, "Unbelievable, they're still alive. At this rate, the kingdom that I've built." A female student sitting in the room trembled and said, "Kurogane." He turned his head to look at the pile of corpses that he had caused. He worriedly thought, "If it's discovered that I killed students, then I'm done for." He suddenly thought of something. "But, wait, they don't know anything. Also, Kurogane and Nishi are the only troublemakers. The rest are no match for me. That means that, if I manage to take them down, Kuju and Tachibana, I will have 2 more high-class beauties to add to my harem." He licked his lips and smiled evilly. He turned back and walked to where the students were cowering in fear. He said, If you cherish your lives, don't make any noise." While speaking, he stretched the rope in his hand tightly. Nishi wondered, "That's really strange. Everything is completely too quiet. Could it be that something happened inside?" Nishi asked, "What do we do, Rakuto?" Rakuto replied briefly, "Yeah." Then he continued, "We're going to break in. We will use the car to smash through the shutter. Tachibana, help." She heard that and shouted, "Rakuto-kun, are you serious?" Nishi said in exasperation, "Another crazy plan." Uyama pulled the door up and said, "These kids are really worrying." They saw that and exclaimed. They shouted when they saw him, "Uyama-sensei." He pretended to say, "You're all right, that's a relief." He continued to ask, "So, how was it? Was it worth it?" Nishi quickly replied, "Definitely, we fixed Rakuto's phone, and got supplies. And even found some survivors along the way." He heard that and unexpectedly asked back, "A survivor?" A voice rang out, "Uyama, teacher, long time no see." It turned out to be Eyes. He said, "Eyes, you." He turned his head and thought bitterly, "Another annoyance, it's not worth it." Rakuto and Eyes were stunned, not understanding what was happening. He turned back, pretending to be happy and said, "I'm so glad to see you're alive. He thought again. I will deal with Kurogane and Nishi first. He continued. By the way, Kurogane, Nishi, I need to discuss the next step with the two of you. Can you come with me for a moment? Nishi wondered and asked back. Just us two? Can't everyone participate? He replied. Yes. There's a little trouble. I want to hear your opinions first. Rakuto looked at him thoughtfully. Nishi looked at Rakuto and said, if that's the case, then okay, Rakuto. Rakuto replied, yeah, I don't mind either. He walked first, guiding the way and saying, all right, let's go talk over there. Nishi turned back and said to everyone, sorry everyone, we'll be back right away. Kotone replied, oh, okay. Eyes happily spoke with Kuju. Now then, we can start bringing the stuff in, she replied. Great, I can't wait to see everyone happy, Kotone said, thinking about it. Where's Saito-kun? Did he go inside already? He was leading Nishi and Rakuto, thinking, I've done it. By doing this, I have won. Nishi wondered and asked, Sensei, is this far enough? He replied, yeah, sorry, just past this corner. He thought again, if I can take Nishi's bow, victory is mine. Rakuto silently thoughtfully looked at his muscular back. Thoughts still flowed in his head. This is my final kingdom. I won't let anyone get in my way. He stepped into a room and turned back to say to the two of them, in here. Nishi poked his head in and replied, in here. It's just a classroom, though, Nishi continued. So, let's hear it. Sensei. He was fixing the fire extinguisher, just replying, yeah, I just wanted to say. As quick as lightning, he opened the lid of the fire extinguisher. Aiming straight at Nishi's face and turning the nozzle, constantly spraying into his face, he dizzily said, what? My eyes. He pulled out the knife and laughed like crazy. Nishi, not understanding what had happened, was rubbing his eyes when he charged. While charging, he shouted, die, you annoying brats. Quickly an iron stick flew over. The knife in his hand was hit by that iron stick and flew away. He unexpectedly shouted, what the heck? Rakuto held the iron stick firmly in his hand, in a defensive stance and said, my suspicions were always right. Nishi was still uncomfortable after the smoke from the fire extinguisher. He shouted, Rakuto. Rakuto pointed the iron stick straight ahead and continued, I thought this might happen, but it was indeed so. He unexpectedly said loudly, impossible. How did you know? He calmly said, on your left sleeve, that's human blood, right? He unexpectedly turned back to look, and indeed there was a bloody handprint on his sleeve. He continued, last time I talked to you, Sensei, that blood wasn't there. I don't know what happened when we were gone, but now I'm sure. Then he said clearly and loudly, Uyama-sensei, you've crossed the line, haven't you? He thought back, at that time, so that's what it was. When he killed people, there was a male student who tried to grab his sleeve. That male student thought, Uyama, one day you will face judgment. He trembled and angrily shouted, you brats, one by one. Then he quickly charged towards Rakuto, swinging his punch at him, saying loudly, humiliating me. But before he could do anything, he had been punched in the face, making him bleed all over. He was painfully punched and fell backwards. He decisively swung the iron stick in his hand. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, the bird people were still flying, lurking everywhere. Suddenly the rooftop door opened. A voice rang out, look there, you are exactly what I need. It was Saito, he said. Now then, it's time to start everything. He smiled dangerously in a barbaric way. Throughout the school, cries of lamentation kept ringing out. Eyes comforted Kasahara with great concern. Here you go. She saw him come to untie her and breathed a sigh of relief. After untying her, Eyes quickly spoke up. Senior Tachi, Bana, I've untied everyone. Hearing that, Kotone replied, all right. So, that's all of them, huh? On one side, Kuju was constantly worrying about Enomoto, Ino. Why did it turn out like this? At this point, Kotone couldn't restrain herself any longer and shouted, I can't take it anymore. It's just a dream. Wake up already. Just when we saw a glimmer of hope. Why is it like this? It's too disgusting. Really too disgusting. In another room, the sound of someone being beaten kept ringing out. Nishi, with his fist covered in blood, was extremely upset. How could you do that? Rakuto stood on one side, hurriedly calling him to restrain himself. Nishi. But how could he let this matter go? Not stopping there, Nishi suddenly grabbed the teacher's collar, loudly questioning him. You're a teacher, right? Isn't what you should be doing in this situation to help others? How could you betray us like this? The teacher, after hearing this, suddenly laughed loudly with an extremely challenging attitude. He mocked and said, hey brat, you still think you're going to be rescued? Nishi didn't expect him to say that. What? The teacher continued to challenge, you should look at reality. Look closely and face the truth. This world is ruined. There's no hope anymore. Everyone will die sooner or later, and be eaten by those monsters. And just as he said, outside, the monsters were constantly tearing everyone apart. One person after another, no one could escape. He was actually able to say such inhumane words. That's why I chose to have some fun before dying. I won't be punished by anyone. You guys don't want to participate? That's right. Do you want to join my side? To start, then we can rape Tachibana and Kuju. Nishi, hearing this, couldn't take it anymore and warned him, "Shut your mouth. Shut your damn mouth." While his fist was constantly raining down on the teacher's face, someone suddenly grabbed Nishi's hand. Rakudo spoke up, stopping him. "Nishi, just ignore him." Nishi didn't understand why he was stopping him. Riku, too. He gently reminded Nishi, "It's just wasting time and energy. But, since this happened, we can't take this guy with us anymore either." Nishi also agreed with this matter. "Yeah, that's right." A female student on one side, hearing this, was a little surprised. Take him along?" Nishi, at this time, suddenly remembered something. That's right. I forgot to tell you guys, we can be rescued." This matter made the teacher unable to believe it. "What?" Nishi ignored everyone's surprise and continued, "Thank goodness Rakudo's phone was fixed. We know the settlement of the survivors." The female student from just now, hearing this, was extremely happy. "Really? There's still hope?" Ayashi was so happy that he couldn't hold back his tears. "That's right. We will be rescued." The most shocked person was the teacher. "Impossible. Wait, please, I beg you guys, don't leave me alone. I was really a scumbag. I know my mistake already. So, please take me along." The female students simultaneously looked towards him. Katoni couldn't help but scold him. "You still dare to say that?" And Nishi had a headache with these matters. It was just one problem after another. Rakudo was still very calm. "Anyway, we will decide what to do with him later. We have a lot to talk about." At this time, Nishi was a little confused. Now we should. Currently outside, in the sky, a very strange symbol was appearing. Nishi and Rakudo saw that suddenly, a source of energy was being transmitted from where the symbol was to the ground. Nishi couldn't keep his composure and worried. "What the hell?" Rakudo seemed to know what it was. Don't tell me." As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly walked away. The two of them simultaneously looked through the window. The scenery outside showed a lot of monsters, accompanied by the terrifying cries of the creatures. This source of energy had brought many different monsters down to the ground. More and more, and it seemed that their place was being threatened. Nishi was extremely worried. "What is it? Monsters are appearing from those streams of light." Rakudo also had the same thought as him. "That phenomenon is exactly like that day." Kuju had a question. "But why? It's not appearing from the phone anymore." Rakudo couldn't explain this matter either. "I don't know. The only thing I can say is, they must be stalking us." Looking at the situation outside, Nishi spoke up. "This is bad. The numbers keep increasing." Katoni was also a little scared. "What should we do, Rakudo?" As soon as she finished speaking, suddenly a flying monster charged straight towards them. They charged straight into the glass door, attacking everyone. Katoni was extremely panicked and frightened. "What?" And the female student with glasses was preparing to be attacked by the monster. She screamed miserably, and along with that, blood spurted out non-stop. Katoni, seeing that, shouted in fear. "No." Nishi couldn't believe this matter. "Damn it, what the hell is happening?" Katoni and the other female students were quickly running away. "No." Yamaoka quickly delegated, "Eyes, take everyone and retreat. Run quickly." Hearing that, he replied, "I understand." Rakudo, on this side, was fighting with two monsters but wasn't scared at all. "Damn it, I'm not dying here. Never dying in this place." As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively gave the monster a punch, causing the blood from its mouth to overflow. The monsters appeared more and more. Yamaoka was taking them down one by one. Everyone's faces were very tense. Eyes appeared, reporting, "Seniors." Yamaoka saw and asked, "Eyes, are you okay?" He continued to ask, "Are there only 3 of you? Where are the others?" Eyes anxiously replied, "Senior, I'm sorry, we were separated along the way." Eyes said sadly, "Even though you entrusted them to me, I. Then a monster pounced towards Eyes, showing its sharp iron claws. Yamaoka, seeing that, immediately took the bow and shot it while saying, "Regret can wait." Nishi continued Yamaoka's words, "Focus on surviving now, okay?" Eyes hurriedly replied, "Okay." Yet another monster charged over. Kuju hurriedly screamed, "Another one." That monster brushed past Katone, making her very puzzled. Then that one pounced towards Kuju. She fearfully shouted, "Why me? I'm going to die." Then a stick came crashing down. A young man shielded Kuju, holding the stick and hitting the monster's head. It turned out that the person who just helped was Rakudo. he asked. Are you okay? Kushu replied, I'm okay. Katone wondered in confusion. That monster dodged me? Nishi anxiously asked him. Rakuto, what should we do? The floor below is full of monsters. He looked down, seeing hundreds of monsters slowly appearing and walking towards everyone's location, and continued, with this situation, we're done for. Rakuto calmly said, if we can't go down, there's only one way, to go up. Nishi said hesitantly, no way. Rakuto continued to announce, everyone, we have to run up to the rooftop. Nishi anxiously asked, go back to the starting point again? Everyone tried to run up to the rooftop. Rakuto encouraged, don't get separated, we have to survive together. Nishi forced a smile and said, yeah. Katone continued Rakuto's words, that's right. Meanwhile, there was someone who was trying to run to find a way to live. It was Hayashi. He was running to cut off the monster spider behind him while thinking, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. After seeing the monster's feet about to reach him, he thought, I'm going to die. I don't want to die. Then a system window suddenly opened. In it was written, your profession is a hero. Begin the adventure. Yes or no? He wondered, what is this? He suddenly heard a voice in his head. A hero? Is that me? He immediately chose yes. Then the system displayed a panel that wrote, create sword to destroy demons. Immediately afterwards he noticed, what? I'm suddenly full of power. Returning to reality, he was now holding a sharp sword in his hand. The monster charged at him. He immediately slashed it, leaving nothing behind. Everyone was looking at him, falling into silence. Ayashi unexpectedly exclaimed, this is my power? Kushu, seeing that, happily shouted, ah, Hayashi. She and Katone immediately ran over and hugged Hayashi's arm. Kushu said, that's great, Hayashi. Katone continued, that's amazing, please protect me. Hayashi, blushing, looked at the two people and said, wait, Tachibana, and Kushu. Nishi happily said, if we can't go down, there's only one way to go up. Rakuto smiled, after all, you're number one, Hayashi. He immediately replied, thank you, everyone. From now on, I will protect everyone. Returning to reality, Hayashi was trapped in the spiderweb, drowsily, thinking, that's right, I will be the savior of everyone. I will save everyone. And that monster was gnawing on Hayashi bit by bit. The monsters were walking through the school to look for prey. A scream rang out, hey, wait, wait! It was Kasahara. Being dragged away by the monsters, she begged Riko, don't leave me, Riko, we're friends, right? Riko immediately said, shut up, you tried to sell me out to Uyama, you're not my friend. You should die. Then behind Rakuto, a monster slashed her into two halves. Riko had died with her eyes open. Kasahara fearfully exclaimed, what the hell, and that monster was preparing to swallow her. She uttered her last words, this is too bad. A deserted restroom, with a few bloodstains remaining on the walls. From inside that restroom there was a call, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. A guy that was tied inside, reassuring himself, I will survive and build a paradise for myself. Then suddenly a female student opened the restroom door, making him jump in fear and shout loudly. It was Enomoto. She smiled mysteriously, saying, found you, Teacher Uyama. He panicked, what? Nomoto. What are you doing here? She happily said, even though your hands and feet are tied, you still managed to get here. Really, you're as stubborn as a cockroach, teacher dear, she continued. By the way, teacher, do you have any wishes you want to fulfill? He fearfully asked, huh? Enomoto, what? He started to answer her question. I used to have, a dream. I meet my true love, hold a wedding, and build a happy family. A normal, simple dream. She held the knife and walked towards him while saying, I used to want to fulfill it. He saw that and panicked. She cried and laughed, raising the knife and continuing, but, now I can't anymore, because, you humiliated me, he hurriedly begged. Enomoto, what? Please, wait, spare me. I will do anything. I will take responsibility. Then that knife had been stabbed into his heart. He looked at the knife being stabbed into his heart, fearfully calling out. He coughed up blood, falling to the floor. Enomoto clasped her hands behind her, smiling sinisterly, saying, of course you have to. That's right, you have to take responsibility. Not just with me. At that moment, a bloody hand was preparing to pull Uyama down. She continued, for the entire class too, you have to take it all yourself. The souls that were harmed by him were brutally beating him. Uyama, hurry up, get over it, I will kill you. He begged her, wait, please spare me. As soon as he finished speaking, blood sprayed everywhere. Enomoto had killed him. She was panting and laughing. This is still too light of a price for you to pay. Huh? She cried and laughed. There's nothing left. Then a monster behind her swung its club towards the back of her head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Rakuto was running and shouted loudly, "I see it! The door to the rooftop." Nishi was also running, asking, "But, Rakuto, what are we going to do after we get to the rooftop?" Rakuto replied, "Anyway, let's get there and then figure it out." He opened the rooftop door. Then he saw Saito standing on it from before. He said, "I've been waiting for you guys." Nishi happily asked, "Saito, you're alright?" Katoni also happily shouted, "Saito." He continued, "Finally, everyone has been gathered. I've been here waiting for you, Kurogane." Rakuto flinched. Having set foot on the rooftop, a figure slowly walked out, saying, "Everyone, thank you for coming to the rooftop, to escort Katoni. Well done." Nishi, hearing Saito say that, suddenly felt quite confused. Nishi scratched his head, looking flustered. "Escort? Hey, are you okay, Saito? Did you hit your head somewhere?" In contrast to his flustered state, Rakuto looked very calm. "Wait, Nishi, something's not right." Saito's face suddenly became terrifying. Even his voice exuded a chilling feeling. "Come on, don't be so cold." At that moment, a skull demon appeared looming behind him. Saito gave a friendly smile, telling the group, "I'm on your side." Kushu, seeing that scene, was extremely scared, clinging tightly to Aiza's arm, not letting go. A bone monster. Aiz was no less scared than her. What the hell? Rakuto observed that monster for a while, slowly drawing different conclusions. A type of immortal monster. A zombie, I think. Nishi, looking at the hideous thing before his eyes, couldn't help but be shocked. Drops of sweat and panic were evident on those two handsome faces. Nishi started to speak. "In fiction, they're common, but, speaking of which, why is that monster with Saito?" Saito, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up with a challenging tone. "Oh, him? He's also a comrade of mine." Nishi, hearing him say that, couldn't help but be surprised. As if not believing his ears, he repeated his words one more time. "A comrade?" Seeing that he and everyone seemed to be very puzzled, Saito then said, explaining the matter clearly for them to understand. "Once I let him use my body, then he will give me power. That's right. The error existing in this world, the mythical summoning system. Do you understand?" Saito said with a smug face to the group. Although a few words had been explained, Nishi still seemed to have a few places he needed answered. Mythical. Saito had probably stopped being a good person now, not wanting to explain to him anymore. "That's not something you need to know. More importantly," he said while raising his hand, using some kind of mysterious magic, creating a stone pillar that was tens of meters long, blocking in front of them. The others saw that and quickly retreated behind. Rakuto, witnessing the magic trick just now, his face became panicked, his hands and feet were flustered. What? From the stone pillar just now, a series of monsters gradually appeared. All of them had a disgusting and scary appearance. Even their cries were enough to defeat an opponent. Just hearing that sound was enough to make other people's hair stand on end. Gee, quack K. They stood close to Saito, intending to protect him. Nishi, seeing the scene just now, couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" Katone, standing next to him, was also scared stiff. No way. Kushu on this side was also in a dangerous situation. Tears and snot covered her whole face. Not only that, she also grabbed Aiza's shoulder and shook him back and forth. "Really? What on earth is happening? My head is flying to this side one moment and flying to that side the next. It would be weird if my mind wasn't messed up." He now no longer had the mind to think about anything else. My head is all messed up." Rakuto started to recall the time before that, to the story that he had experienced. He worriedly thought, it's really just like that time." Saito stood proudly among the monsters, his face becoming radiant, his mood more refreshed than ever. "Do you guys see? This is my power. I have obtained the skill to control monsters. They're just weak ones, but, before long, I will control the strongest monsters," he confidently declared before them. "Do you know what that means? In other words, as long as I'm here, we don't need to be afraid of monsters anymore," he said with eloquence, with all of his enthusiasm. Then he looked towards Katone, puffing out his chest, putting on an arrogant appearance, using a majestic tone to say to her, "Katone, I made you worry, right? But it's okay now. This time, I will be able to protect you. You don't need to rely on that bastard Kurogane anymore." Seeing his worried appearance for her like that, in her heart she had a little fear, with absolutely no joy. Saito and that monster simultaneously raised their hands in front of her. He gave a friendly smile, gently saying, "Come here to me, Katone. Let's live together in this new world." Aiz and Kushu nervously waited for the answer from her. Kushu couldn't hold back and called out, "Katone." Katone pondered for a moment. After a short period of time, she decisively replied, "No way." Hearing her say that, Saito was frozen in place, not believing what had just reached his ears. Huh? Kotone? You're? Sensing the question on his face, Kotone began to explain the reason. It's hard to believe, but that's your power, right, Saito? The monsters that attacked the classroom just now, you summoned them, right, Saito? She continued to say. He didn't say much, only admitting, that's right, so what? Kotone gradually recalled the things that had just happened. So, do you know? They killed one of the girls in the class? Not just her, probably. The others too. Just thinking that, hearing this, Saito would put on a guilty face, crying in regret. Who would have thought? He didn't feel happy or regretful. Instead, his expression was very indifferent. Huh? So what? Really? I don't need anyone besides you, Kotone. Observing his carefree and unrepentant expression, her mood at this time had fallen to the bottom of despair. At the time her body kept trembling. I understand now. Hey, Saito, I really don't want to say this, but you're no longer human, she affirmed. Saito was extremely confused. Huh? Kotone, even though she didn't want to say it, but because she wanted Saito to realize, she made up her mind to say the words in her heart. Goblins, slimes, demons, we've met enough types of monsters already, that's why I realized. Saito, now you're the worst monster of all, Kotone shouted, tears flowing freely. All the disappointment was now clearly on Kotone's face. Rakuto observed Kotone's appearance at this time, and couldn't help but pity her. Tachibana, Kuju walked over and hugged her. Kotone. Saito didn't receive the answer he wanted. Anger covered his mind. His face became pitch black. Saito said, calling her name, emphasizing each syllable. Ko-to-ni. Thinking that Saito would rage and kill all of them. Who would have thought? He would actually cry like a small cat. You're wrong. I'm not a monster. Wrong. Wrong. He was now like he had gone crazy, shouting loudly, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right. Nishi observed Saito's abnormal appearance, sensing the danger, and warned everyone, hey, this doesn't look good at all. After a while, he shouted skyward, that's wrong. From where he was standing, a black tornado surrounded him. They shouted in fear. A strong aura was pushing towards them. Yamaoka spoke, admiring that aura, this overwhelming feeling. Eyes, witnessing that scene, couldn't help but admire. Really, that's right? Saito and the monster had merged into one individual. He used all of his rage, pouring it all into his words. Kotone, do you like that Kurogane guy that much? If you don't belong to me then, alright, I don't need you anymore. Die. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of monsters pounced towards them, their mouths constantly emitting terrifying cries. Rakuto and Nishi stood strongly, shielding in front of them. He spoke up, they're coming. Tachibana, Kushu, retreat. The two girls weren't stubborn either. They obediently followed his words. All right. He recklessly grabbed the water pipe in his hand, charging at that monster. Rakuto used the water pipe to hit the monster, and of course, a plastic water pipe like that was no match for the ultimate weapon of the monsters. Kushu, standing on one side and observing, suddenly saw something, and shouted out, reminding, Kotone, behind you. Behind her, a huge monster appeared, holding a club, planning to smash her to death, but Kotone was still blank, not knowing what was happening. Huh. Rakuto, seeing that, quickly ran to her, using the plastic water pipe to block the monster's attack. And the result is probably known by everyone. The weapon in his hand was knocked away, breaking into two pieces. As for him, he was no different. His whole body was knocked far away. Kotone, seeing that, shock was evident on that beautiful face. Rakuto. He was knocked flying into the opposite wall. Yamaoka and Nishi heard the noise and looked over. Seeing that Rakuto was in danger, Nishi shouted loudly, Rakuto. Kushu and Kotone anxiously ran right over to him. She ran and called out, Rakuto. Both sat down next to him. Seeing the pool of blood on the ground, she, although very panicked, still tried to remain calm and encouraged him. Hey, hang in there. Hang in there? Kushu was probably a little angry now, uttering vulgar language. What the hell is going on? Kotone gently cradled his face, raising it up. Riku. No way, don't tell me, he's not breathing anymore. Returning to the moment before, when he was sinking in the darkness of his subconscious, a strange voice echoed. Riku too. He was surprised. Who's calling me? What have I done? The darkness dissipated. Rakuto saw himself standing in the middle of a room. He was confused. This is... Suddenly, he was stunned. Huh, my room? Why, I'm definitely at school and... A voice rang out behind Rakuto, making him flinch. You said this is your room? Don't joke anymore. Even when you die you'll be very miserable. The ghostly voice with a hint of mockery made his face darken. You are. Rakuto turned to face the opponent, stammering and saying so, Sorato. In contrast to him, he put his hands in his pockets, replying leisurely, "Long time no see." Back in reality, Katone, with a worried expression, tried to shake his motionless body. "Rakuto, please, answer me, quickly." There was no response from Rakuto's body. His eyes had become soulless. She sadly leaned against his body, shouting desperately, "No." Kushu and Eyes, witnessing the event, were also shocked. Their faces turned pale. Their eyes welled up with tears. Their voices trembled. "No. Impossible. No way. Senior Rakuto." On this side, Nishi, after shooting down a monster, loudly cursed, "Damn it, you bastards." He turned back towards Rakuto. His heart was infinitely panicked. "Really, Rakuto, please tell me that this isn't the truth." Nishi intended to give up, so he didn't pay attention to the monster charging towards him. "Damn it, without you? Then everyone will be done for." Yamaoka, from somewhere, appeared and punched the monster straight on, making it scream in pain. Nishi's eyes widened in surprise. Senior Yamaoka, faced with that surprised attitude, he was silent, not replying. Suddenly, Yamaoka resolutely said, "Don't give up, Captain." Nishi was a little surprised to hear that. He stood proudly in front of the monsters, continuing to say, "No matter what the circumstances, we still have to fight to the end." That's the kind of person that Kurogane always wanted to be, right? His words made Nishi wake up from his daze. On the other side, Katone and Kushu also came to their senses. Eyes couldn't restrain himself and exclaimed, "Senior Yamaoka." Recovering his spirit, Nishi slowly stood up. "That's right, that's right." He recalled the memories he had with Rakuto. Admiring in his heart, "Rakuto, you're always like that. No matter how hopeless the situation is, you never give up." "If I give up hope of living here," Nishi, while drawing his bow, shouted loudly, "I won't be able to face Rakuto." The arrow shot out, taking down a goblin, causing it to scream in pain. Eyes eagerly held the stick, joining the attack. "Me too." Saito smiled strangely. He mocked, "Forget it, Kurogane is dead already, his heart has stopped beating." He continued, "Katone, you must know that better than anyone, you've always wanted to become a doctor." Kushu worriedly looked at her. "Katone." Saito's words made her make a decision. Katone leaned over and kissed him, thinking in her heart, "Rakuto, I." On this side, Kushu witnessed the scene before her. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Kushu finally realized her true purpose. She surprisedly covered her mouth. "Ah, that's right, CPR." As for Katone, she was still focused on her actions. "I absolutely don't want to give up." Katone continued to think, if the impact is the reason why his heart stopped beating, maybe it's not too late. Kushu turned around and grabbed the backpack she was wearing, wanting to contribute a little of her effort too. "Everyone is doing everything they can. I have to do something too." She sat down, pondering. "But unlike the time when facing the goblin before, I can't create explosives anymore. What should I do?" While still hesitating, Kushu was surprised when she saw the item in front of her, the broken steel pipe. She exclaimed in surprise and then started to string together each piece of information. "An immortal monster. A zombie. I figured it out." Looking at the chaotic scene in front of her, Kushu thought contentedly, "This, I can try to do." But she was also a little hesitant. "Honestly speaking, there's no scientific evidence at all. I don't know if this method will work." Without thinking any further, she raised the steel pipe, saying resolutely, "But there's no other way but to try it." Seeing the situation not looking good, Saito wondered, "All of you, what's so good about Kurogane?" Something flew in the air with dizzying speed. That thing fell straight onto his head, making him extremely stunned. If he sincerely wanted to know, then Nishi was willing to answer. "All of us like him, and are always grateful to him." Eyes eagerly continued, "That's right, being jealous isn't good at all, Senior Saito." The answer made Saito so angry that his face darkened. He said with a sinister smile, "Is that so?" He hissed, "If that's the case, I will take all of you to meet him." In a flash, countless goblins charged towards Nishi's group. The sounds of chaos followed one another. Returning to Rakuto's subconscious, Sorito used his foot to step on him. He laughed and said, "Serves you right." Rakuto lay still, not resisting. He gritted his teeth, looking at him. "Sorito." Saito pretended to be innocent. "Huh? What is it, Rakuto?" He happily used his foot to step on Rakuto's head, making him cry out in pain, his mouth constantly scolding. "Don't look at me like that. You want to die, right?" Saito switched to torturing him by punching him in the face. He angrily taught, "I've taught you since you were young. Your existence is meaningless. Unlike me, you can't do anything. No one needs you. No one loves you." Looking at him lying on the floor, he continued to vent his anger on Rakuto. "You're a loser, trash, garbage, you're a worthless guy." Finally, he gloatingly kicked him far away. "You should just die early." With the little consciousness he had left, Rakudo also doubted himself. Yeah, that's right, maybe I deserve to die. He was disappointed in himself, worthless, meaningless, just a living dead person. Rakudo no longer had the strength to stand up while the black aura was gradually surrounding him. I've tried my best, but, in the end, I can't do anything. His body slowly sank into the black hole before his glee. He was helpless. I've had enough. I'm exhausted. I will return. Rakudo vaguely thought. I will return. To become an ignorant, emotionless person, like a corpse. Suddenly a voice rang out. Rakudo, Rakudo. A hand tightly gripped his hand, along with a decisive call, Rakudo. He saw an image of himself when he was young. The sudden grip surprised him. The person on the opposite side said sincerely, you can't return to being a lonely person. The nightmare shattered into pieces, and he heard someone calling him, Rakudo, the nightmare is over. Come back. Everyone is waiting. Her cheeks flushed red. She repeated, so please come back, Rakudo. Emotions surged in his heart. His eyes welled up with tears. He hesitated to reply. Kota-chan. Sorito stepped in with a surprised expression. Huh? He angrily shouted when he saw Rakudo grabbing his leg from the black hole below. What is this? He didn't pay attention to his attitude, calmly saying, I should die. Not long ago. I might have thought like that, but not anymore. Rakudo took momentum and launched himself up, saying decisively, now, I have a place to return to. Sorito's face revealed a horrified expression. He didn't hesitate and punched towards him. You're too stubborn. But Rakudo replied to him with a calm attitude. Sorry, Sorito. He dodged the blow and raised his fist, charging towards him. No matter what you say, Rakudo said through gritted teeth, I'm still alive. His hook punch hit right on Sorito's face, making him stunned. His body slowly cracked into fragments. He was shocked. Impossible. You can't. No. Rakudo's face lit up, watching Sorito dissolve into fragments in the air. He emphasized, as long as I'm still alive. Rakudo jolted awake. Tachibana beside him looked at him anxiously, surprised, and exclaimed. He immediately sat up, unable to suppress a coughing fit. Tachibana, still sitting there, worriedly called his name, Rakudo. Finally, he was fully conscious and recognized Tachibana in front of him, with her eyes already red. He hesitantly called her name. Tachibana. The girl quickly wiped away her tears with her hand, her voice trembling slightly as she said, Thank goodness, I thought we had lost you. Seeing her like this, he suddenly spoke, Tachibana, thank you very much. Hearing his thanks, she was surprised. Huh? Rakudo began to recount what he had experienced. I was alone in a dark, empty void. If you hadn't called me, I might have returned as someone who was already dead. He smiled, a radiant, heart-stirring smile, and said, So, thank you. His smile made Tachibana blush, not understanding. Huh? She quickly replied in embarrassment, It's okay, it was nothing. Inwardly, she thought, confused, I don't really understand, but this is the first time I've seen Rakudo smile like that. So, it's good. Kushu ran up from another direction, happily exclaiming, Rakudo, I'm so glad you're okay. He quickly noticed her and called her name, Kushu. Kushu immediately handed him an iron rod and said, But now's not the time to celebrate, take it. Rakudo was a bit bewildered but took it. He held up the rod. One end was sharpened like a blade. He curiously asked, This is? Kushu explained, It's your trusty iron rod. I modified it with a silver mirror plating reaction. Those monsters, they're very similar to mythical creatures, aren't they? She recounted the monsters, like the knights and skeletons, and continued, There's a game I used to be obsessed with for a while. It also had these super strong monsters, skeletons like these. But if you used silver weapons, you could defeat them in one hit. At this point, Kushu hesitated slightly. To be blunt, it's just in the game. I don't know if it will actually work. Rakudo was still examining his new weapon. He suddenly said with certainty, No, it will work. It will definitely work. Then, he quickly ran off, not forgetting to say, Thank you, Kushu. You're really reliable. He left behind the words, Okay, I'll be right back. Kushu watched his retreating figure with an admiring expression. Tachibana, beside her, also said, Okay, be careful. Rakudo ran towards the group that was fighting and shouted, Nishi, eyes, Senior Yamaoka. Nishi, hearing him, turned around in surprise and exclaimed, Rakudo. He said happily, That kid? I knew it. He's still alive. He made us worry so much. The other two also showed clear joy on their faces. Eyes called out, Senior Kuragane. A skeleton-headed monster also called his name, Kugogen. Rakudo quickly rushed forward, saying, Talk later. It's time to fight. Cover me. Nishi, still not understanding, asked, Hey, what do you mean cover? He noticed the weapon in Rakudo's hand. Realizing, Nishi immediately drew his bow and, along with Yamaoka, rushed forward to provide support. He confidently said, All right, leave it to us. Arrows were fired, piercing the heads of the monsters, and Yamaoka beside him was also dealing with one to clear a path for Rakudo to charge forward. The monsters still frantically rushed towards him. A black dog jumped, trying to pounce on Rakudo. Stones appeared from nowhere, hitting the dog and sending it flying. It turned out those were stones thrown by Eyes, who gasped, I won't let you touch even a single hair on Senior Kuragane's head. Rakudo said, Moved, everyone. He confidently charged straight at Saito and continued, Thank you, everyone. Saito continued to roar his name, Kugogen, Kugogen. The beast roared, Kugogen, and lunged at him with his tail. He jumped and swung his rod, shouting, Saito. Rakudo thrust the rod down, saying, Sorry, buddy. The rod pierced Saito's chest, causing blood to splatter. The beast roared in pain. Rakudo thrust his hand even harder, causing Saito to scream in agony. Black smoke started to escape, and the beast kept repeating, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. He reached out with his clawed hand towards Tachibana and cried out, Katone, and then he slowly faded into black smoke, but still struggling to call out, Koto. Tachibana, her face soaked with tears at the scene, also called out his name, Saito. She said, seeing Saito had completely vanished, I'm really, so sorry. The other monsters also vanished into black smoke, causing Nishi to exclaim in surprise, Hey, the monsters that Saito was controlling, they're disappearing. What's going on? Yamaoka crossed his arms and said, Just like with the clay golem, perhaps. Eyes nodded in agreement. Ah, I understand. On this side, Rakudo collapsed, exhausted, but relieved. He looked up at the clear sky and exclaimed, After fighting desperately to survive like this, you really appreciate it. The others ran over joyfully. They jumped up and down, saying, Yeah, it feels great to be alive. And so, we came to the day of departure again. They loaded up the vehicle with supplies and checked. Water? Check. Food? Check. Okay, everything's ready, yeah. Nishi, with his hands in his pockets, said comfortably, Finally, we can leave this place. He continued, his voice tinged with regret. There's a feeling, it's lonely. Tachibana stood beside him silently, while Rakudo replied, Yeah, a lot happened here. He recalled every life and death moment they had experienced, the unavoidable things, the times we could have saved more people if we had done things differently, but we can't let that stop us from moving forward. He continued to express, That's what it means to live. Both Nishi and Tachibana voiced their agreement. Yeah, you're right. That's right. Kushu, filled with admiration, exclaimed, Kuragane. Yamaoka also crossed his arms and smiled, while Eyes said enthusiastically, I'll do my best. Rakudo declared, Then let's go, to Amashima. They all got into the vehicle, and the vehicle started to roll. Rakudo and the others were heading towards their next destination, Amashima. They believed that hope existed there and pressed forward. But ahead, monsters resembling Medusa fell one after another. A mysterious person stood in the middle of it all, without a single scratch. The person stuck a piece of paper to a utility pole with a knife. The paper read, This whole area is their nest. Don't look them in the eyes. Use mirrors. The person turned and walked away. The hat fell off, revealing a girl with a beautiful face and short, white hair. An even stronger enemy would await them ahead. The girl left on a motorcycle, leaving behind a trail of white smoke and the gradually descending night. A few days after leaving the school, we were on our way to Amashima. On the way, we faced many kinds of monsters, realizing that there were monsters that threatened humans, as well as monsters that posed no danger. Inside the car, Tachibana was driving, with Rakudo beside her looking at a map, while the other members were resting. At this time, Nishi looked up and asked, Rakudo, where are we now? He looked at the map, considering. Then he pointed to the map and replied, Probably around here. Hearing that, Nishi was also happy to say, It's not far now. The car was still speeding along the road as he continued, We still have enough fuel to get there. Nishi replied with a tone that was not very enthusiastic, I see. Noticing this, Rakudo turned around and asked, Why do you look so sad, Nishi? Hearing that, he hesitated slightly before answering, Huh? Oh, he said, I was just thinking. Rakudo curiously asked, Thinking about what? Nishi continued, I've mentioned before that I have a younger sister. Rakudo, hearing this, nodded and replied, Yeah. He recounted, My family is quite complicated, so I live far away from her. He continued, his voice tinged with happiness. Luckily, where my sister lives is near our destination, Amashima. I just hope she was able to evacuate safely. The car drove past another person being eaten by a monster. Nishi's voice became worried again. But, with the current state of the world. At this point, he leaned back in his seat. Maybe I shouldn't expect too much. Tachibana also looked at him sympathetically and called out, Nishi. Rakudo, however, remained silent. Then, he closed the map and said, It's okay. I'm sure she'll be fine. Nishi raised an eyebrow at him. He asked, How can you know that? Rakudo just smiled and replied, Because she's your sister, right? He added, Isn't she going to be strong and resilient like you? Nishi was surprised to hear those words from him. Rakudo continued, Besides, you're so crazy that you've survived this far. And a final shot, he said, so don't worry too much about it. Tachibana, beside him, also smiled. Rakudo. Contrary to his touching words, Nishi frowned and said, You're the last person I want to hear that from. Rakudo tilted his head in confusion. Then he sighed, all right, I understand. Like you said, worrying won't do any good. Suddenly, he became enthusiastic, stood up, and asked, We'll sort everything out after we get to Amashima, okay? Tachibana covered her mouth and giggled, while Rakudo replied, That's how it is. Suddenly, there was a whooshing sound of wind from behind the car, catching Yamaoka's attention. He exclaimed, Talk later, everyone. We have an enemy targeting us. Everyone was immediately startled. Huh? Nishi stuck his head out the car window and saw something huge flying outside, overwhelming him. What the? It was a large dragon with red scales, charging towards them. The dragon roared and aimed straight for the car. Eyes also looked on in panic. What is that? What is that thing? Kushu screamed in fear. A giant dragon. It's chasing us. Nishi turned back inside and asked, Tachibana, can you shake it off? She quickly replied, Okay. She immediately slammed her foot on the gas pedal. Turning the steering wheel, she announced, Everyone, hold on tight. In the nick of time, the car escaped the dragon's claws. The dragon was not giving up yet and continued to chase. It flapped its wings. And then it accelerated, following the car's tail. Nishi, seeing this, said, It's too fast. Kushu cried and screamed, It's going to catch us. In just a moment, they heard the dragon roar right above the roof of the car. Both Eyes and Kushu covered their heads and screamed in fear, We're done for. Nishi suddenly pointed forward. Tachibana, look. He said, The next exit. We can get off the highway. She replied, Got it, and immediately turned the steering wheel. The car turned into the exit, shaking off the dragon. They cheered happily, All right, we shook it off. But the dragon didn't let them go easily. It flapped its wings and swooped down, opening its sharp jaws as if to swallow the car whole. They screamed in fear, It's chasing us again. Nishi blurted out a curse and asked, Damn it, it's persistent. What do we do now, Rakudo? He replied, There's no way we can fight it. We have to find a way to shake it off. Nishi agreed, That's right. He resolutely said, We can't die here after coming this far. Meanwhile, there was a figure standing on a bridge. Fuyu's Ginkgo was watching intently through binoculars. She saw the image of the dragon chasing Rakudo's group. Ginkgo was slightly surprised and muttered, That's... Pondering for a moment, it seemed the girl had some thoughts. Then Ginkgo clicked her tongue. She quickly got on her motorcycle and sped off. Fuyu's Ginkgo sped off towards Rakudo's group. Back to Rakudo's group, still being chased closely by the dragon, Nishi stuck his head out of the sunroof, preparing to counterattack. Kushu shouted anxiously, Get out of the way. Nishi, preparing to draw his bow, said, If this continues, we'll run out of stamina. He gritted his teeth and knocked an arrow as the dragon got close. Damn it. The arrow shot out, aiming straight for the dragon's head. But the arrow couldn't even scratch it because of its tough hide, and it broke. He ducked back into the car and announced, It's no good. It didn't even budge. Rakudo, hearing this, said, It seems like all we can do is run. Just ahead, the car was about to crash into a bridge support, causing everyone to scream, Katoni, watch out, we're going to crash. Tachibana calmly turned the steering wheel, the car making a perfect turn, causing the dragon to miss its turn and nearly crash into the bridge support. Everyone in the car lost their balance and swayed, screaming in fear. The dragon crashed into the bridge support, blood spurting. They cheered again, We escaped it. Nishi happily gave a thumbs up, Great job, Tachibana, because it's so big, it can't make sharp turns. Eyes, her face pale as a steamed banana leaf, was on the verge of death, saying, Can't breathe, can't breathe. Kuju, her face full of admiration, clapped and praised, Katoni, you're amazing. You really have what it takes to be a professional racer. But their joy was short-lived as the car stalled. They panicked. What's going on? Why are we slowing down? Tachibana, also panicked, replied, I don't know, I'm flooring it, but it's not moving. At this time, Rakuto spoke up. It could be, after that. He thought, engine failure? The dragon behind them had gotten up and was growling. Then it immediately charged, causing everyone to panic, it's coming. Rakuto immediately said, everyone, get out of the car, hurry. They quickly scrambled out of the car. The dragon's claws came down, crushing the car. The impact caused Kuju to fall. The huge dragon extended its sharp, iron tail, aiming at her, causing her to go limp and tremble. Eyes anxiously cried out, Senior Kuju. She screamed, begging, as its tail plunged down, I'm sorry, don't eat me. Just as the tail was about to strike, Rakuto pulled Kuju away, saving her from certain death at the last moment. Kuju, blushing, looked up at him and uttered, Kugogen. The flutter lasted less than a second as she looked back in panic as the dragon continued to pursue them. Yamaoka appeared from somewhere with a large rock and shoved it straight into the dragon's mouth. Rakuto happily exclaimed, Senior Yamaoka. Nishi also seized the opportunity to shoot an arrow. Now, he thought, at this range. The arrow hit the dragon's eye. It roared in pain, creating an opportunity for everyone to escape. Nishi shouted, let's get out of here. He ran while asking, but what do we do now, Rakuto? He quickly replied, I don't know. For now, find a safe place first. Rakuto suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky as if he had seen something. Nishi asked him, confused, what is it, Rakuto? Why did you stop? He exclaimed, what is that? Kuju also paled, her face full of fear. She stammered, no way, what is that? Before them was a desperate scene as 3 more dragons descended from the sky. They blocked their escape route, causing Rakuto to say, stunned, damn it, this area is their territory. Nishi looked behind them and warned, Rakuto, behind us. The other dragon had caught up, completely surrounding them. He said, it looks like. Rakuto finished, we're surrounded. 3 dragons charged towards them. Rakuto immediately stood in front and said, run, Tachibana. She cried out in panic, Rakuto. Suddenly, someone raised a gun and fired. It attracted the attention of the dragons. Then the bullet exploded. The bright flash stunned everyone. The dragons roared and spread their wings. Then they flew away, leaving the group bewildered. Rakuto, still not understanding what was happening, looked on and said, those dragons are leaving. Nishi wondered, what the hell just happened? What was that light? A voice rang out, attracting their attention. The girl with white hair appeared, leaning against a vehicle in a cool manner. The whole group was surprised, huh? Who is that? A survivor? Fuyu's Ginkgo explained, those things are wyverns. They react to bright lights and often gather near such things. Pausing for a moment, she continued, but using flares is just a trick. They'll be back soon. Ginkgo quickly got on her motorcycle and said, go this way. Tachibana, blushing, hesitantly asked, who are you? The girl immediately changed her tone and shouted, hurry up, or do you want to be wyvern bait? Tachibana, startled, replied, okay. Nishi suspiciously asked Rakuto, what do we do now, Rakuto? Honestly, this person is a bit suspicious, but... He replied, in this situation, we have no other choice. Nishi agreed, you're right. Fuyu's Ginkgo on her motorcycle huffed at them. The group began to follow her. The group ran to an entrance of a subway station. Aiz and Nishi ran ahead, calling out to Kuju who was running behind, hurry, hurry. Kuju, running slowly, was closely pursued by the dragon. It opened its mouth, about to snatch her, causing her to scream in fear, get away. Luckily, she jumped into the tunnel just in time before the dragon could bite her, and its head hit the ceiling. Yamaoka carried her with one arm while she panted and sobbed, huff, huff, I thought I was going to die. Nishi, beside her, also exclaimed, it was right on your tail. On this side, Ginkgo caught Rakuto's attention. The worst has come. She turned to them and said, thanks, idiots, the plan is ruined. Nishi, hearing this, asked confusedly, what, idiots? Ginkgo said nonchalantly, driving a car into this area? What else would you call it but idiotic? Kuju cried out in defense, we were desperate. Aiz also added, you don't have to say it like that. Rakuto suddenly stepped out in front of them, causing Aiz to ask, confused, Senior Kurogane? He spoke up. We don't know your situation, but thank you for saving us. He smiled kindly at her, which surprised the girl. She abruptly turned her head away, responding to his friendly attitude with a click of her tongue. Nishi asked as he saw the girl lead her motorcycle deeper inside. Hey, where are you going? She replied curtly, come on, or don't. It's up to you. Rakuto, seeing this, said, let's go. The group followed Ginkgo into the dark tunnel. Rakuto hesitantly asked, is it safe to go through here? What about the monsters? She replied, this area is safe now. We've cleared it out. He heard that and asked, we? She replied again, you're heading to Amashima, right? You're not the only ones. Nishi also exclaimed, wait, there are people here? She still calmly replied, yes, ahead. A fairly large group. It's better than wandering aimlessly out there. At this point, she suddenly lowered her eyes slightly, somewhat sadly, maybe. The group, hearing this, cheered happily. Great, we're saved. That's right, Nishi said cheerfully. I was a little worried, but it looks like everything is fine. But seeing Rakuto pensive and silent, he asked, Rakuto? Rakuto had been paying attention to the girl's strange attitude. They continued to move deeper inside, and Kuju, tired, asked, huff, huff. Hey, is it still far? We've been walking for a long time. She replied, just ahead, look. They saw light in the distance. Light, so that means? The group had reached the shelter, causing Kuju to cheer joyfully. Eyes looked around and asked, oh, is this it? Kuju, completely refreshed, said, I see it. A whole underground city. They climbed the steps. Nishi looked around a little hesitantly and said, although the atmosphere in the shelter was filled with gloom, and the faces of the people here showed no sign of life. He thought to himself, the atmosphere here is strange. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, Ginkgo, you brat. 3 burly men approached. The blonde one said rudely, you're such a bastard. Ijima grabbed Ginkgo by the collar and growled, after ditching the hunt in the ruins. He threw her against the wall and shouted, you think you can just come back here? Then Ijima grabbed Ginkgo's head and continued, brat, only doing what you want. Have you forgotten that the rules are everything here? He smiled depravedly, causing her to pale, and asked, or do you want to become one of them? A rice cooker? The man raised his fist impatiently and said, say something, brat. Before the fist came down, an iron rod blocked their way. Rakuto held the rod, blocking his hand, and said, stop. A tall figure behind grabbed his shoulder. Huh? What? The hand squeezed his shoulder painfully, causing him to pale. It was Yamaoka. He roared furiously, one thing after another. Who the hell are you? He said, that defiant look, I see. He clutched his shoulder angrily and asked, you're the rebels who think the rules don't matter, right? He exclaimed, let's see how we teach you. Go get them, guys. The other 2 also drew their weapons and charged. Suddenly, another person stepped forward and said, stop right there. Everyone stopped. Really? The red-haired man named Hazaki calmly asked, what good does it do to go against the rules like that? The blonde man said in a panic, Mr. Hazaki, these brats started it. Hazaki smiled frighteningly, causing the man to immediately lower his voice. Ah, never mind, it's nothing. Hazaki smiled falsely and explained, I'm sorry about Ijima. They just came back from a hunt, so their mood is a bit. Nishi asked, puzzled, a hunt? He hesitated slightly. We, actually. Hazaki nodded and said, I understand. You're also on your way to Amashima City and came here, right? Nishi replied, yes. He suddenly suggested, then, let's support each other. Nishi, hearing this, was a little confused. Oh. He continued to ask in a friendly manner, what do you think? Please, join our community. He spread his arms and declared, it's everyone's last hope, to reach Amashima City together, right? Both Nishi and Rakuto silently looked at each other. In a dilapidated building, shadowy figures were gathered inside a room. Breaking the silence and to ease the atmosphere, a resounding voice spoke up, welcome, everyone. Hazaki smiled warmly and said, on behalf of everyone, allow me to welcome you with open arms. Then he turned around to introduce himself. I am the leader here, Hazaki. It's a pleasure to meet you. Nishi, confused, asked, Mr. Hazaki, what about the situation here? Hazaki, hearing this, quickly answered the question. Yes, of course. I will start from the beginning, the day the great disaster occurred. He continued, across the country, most of humanity lost their lives on that day. As the story unfolded, the sky turned a deadly red, and the city was surrounded by monsters, causing the residents to panic and flee in disarray. It was completely understandable, because from every smartphone, a monster appeared. The numbers were truly overwhelming. It would have been a different story if the Japan Self-Defense Forces, JSDF, had been prepared to deal with it, but the eagle monster flapped its wings and landed on a military aircraft. It happened so suddenly, they had no chance at all. Before the overwhelming suppression of the monsters, the scene became chaotic. Modern society was destroyed instantly. Moreover, according to rumors, from the sky, the flapping of wings was heard in rhythm, along with a loud roar. In the middle of military bases around the world, giant dragons like those in fairy tales appeared. A dragon landed on the ground and destroyed everything around it. It seems that the entire military force was wiped out on that day. Kotone's face stiffened, and she covered her mouth with her hand, showing a look of disbelief at Hazaki's story. No way. She stammered, so, the reason that JSDF didn't come to rescue us, even though we waited so long, Kushu exclaimed, equally panicked, it's insane. We're really in the endgame now. Rakuto stroked his chin, pondering, however, if that's true, then something is not normal. Why did such powerful monsters appear at military facilities? He thought, as if they were intentionally directed. This is suspicious. Suddenly, he was startled as a memory flashed through his mind, remembering that time. He continued, I was given the technique to control monsters. Yes, a loophole exists in this world. The mythical summoning system. Thinking of this, his whole body froze in memory before the monster's question. Do you see? He uttered a sigh of realization as he finally saw it. That's it. The monsters that appeared all followed a common pattern. There's some kind of arrangement in this great disaster. His head was immersed in thoughts. Could it be, is someone behind all this? A mastermind behind the great disaster? Rakuto's hand unconsciously went to his mouth as he pondered, who is he, after all? Let me continue. Hazaki smiled calmly and reassured. Although many people in the world have died, fortunately, there are still survivors, like us, and you. He said, we managed to connect to the internet somehow and learned that Amashima City was still safe, and headed there, a gathering of survivors like that. He continued, fortunately, there are still some cities in the world that were able to avoid the great disaster, and Amashima City is one of them. For us, Amashima City is the last hope. Eyes, standing not far behind, exclaimed excitedly, we thought that if we could get there, we would be saved. Kushu also cried out happily, I can actually see a ray of hope. Rakuto calmly interjected, to everyone's surprise, however, we can't reach Amashima by road. Is that right, Mr. Hazaki? He had to admit, an accurate assessment. Then he continued, you must have encountered them. The monsters, the flying dragons. Actually, that white-haired girl saved us. The scene appeared parallel to the story. This whole area is the dragon's lair. This whole area is the dragon's lair. In the scene, giant dragons were freely flying around, surrounding the village. Besieged by a multitude of flying dragons, no resistance could overcome them. They attacked from above in large numbers, and that was the end. Hazaki held out his hand as he said, so, reaching Amashima City underground is also a huge task. We're stuck. Nishi asked suspiciously, a huge task? Why is that? The scene of a monster in the shape of a giant worm with a large mouth full of teeth appeared. There's a terrible monster lurking underground, a giant, hideous worm. A worm, but I've lost some members because of it. Someone asked, if that's the case, isn't it dangerous here too? He slowly replied, fortunately, the worm weakens when it encounters light, so the platform area is safe. In that sense, this place is much safer than the ground. Kushu grabbed her hair helplessly. But now we're in a checkmate. What do we do now? Hazaki gently reassured again, please calm down, everyone. Actually, we have a plan to get out of this situation. Everyone let out a surprised gasp. Kushu's face flushed with excitement. Really? Nishi also tried to regain his composure to make sure he heard correctly. Is that true? He clasped his hands and smiled. For that reason, we're cooperating, dividing tasks, and working hard every day. Still continuing his warm smile, he said, what do you think? Are you willing to contribute with us? Nishi, a little suspicious, turned to ask Rakuto. Rakuto, what should we do? He slowly replied, as before, we have no other choice. A voice responded, as long as we're here, we're forced to cooperate. He turned around to ask for the others' opinions. What about you guys? They all nodded in unison. Seeing this, he couldn't help but exclaim happily, wonderful. Thank you, everyone. So it's decided. Your task will be, while he was speaking, Ginkgo's voice, standing in the corner of the door, suddenly interjected, hunting. He didn't understand and turned to ask her, hunting? What do you mean? She crossed her arms and casually replied, we're short on people, so put them in that group. Both Rakuto and Nishi froze, not understanding, as they witnessed the conversation. Hazaki stroked his chin and suddenly agreed, That's right. I feel bad asking you to do such a dangerous task, but in the end, someone has to do it. He shouted, declaring as if he had finished thinking. All right, we'll let the boys join the hunting group. Eyes exclaimed in panic. Huh? You're making us do dangerous work? Then he smiled gently and continued. However, what about the girls? We can't let them do dangerous work. He raised his hand and pointed as if he had just come up with an idea. How about doing the cooking? A voice interjected. Digging. Ginkgo objected. There are already enough people for cooking. Hazaki scoffed at her suggestion but suddenly reconsidered. Digging? But I think that might be a bit difficult for the girls. Right. You have a point. He announced again. All right, the two of you will join the digging group. Kuju couldn't help but lament. Our job is terrible. I'd rather do the cooking. Katoni was also a little worried. I don't know if we can do it. Ginkgo turned around and said, come on, you guys. It's time for your first task. Nishi was flustered by her suddenness. Ah, all right. It's nice to meet you. She turned around, revealing one side of her face, and gave a slight smile, introducing herself. Ginkgo. Fuyu's Ginkgo, a hunter. Nishi shouted and asked, so, what do we have to do? Ginkgo replied, bored. What else? Hunting, of course. Hunting. She continued, because of you, we didn't get what we wanted. You have to make up for that loss. The boys, hearing this, just remained silent, not saying a word. Katone, behind them, worriedly stammered, calling out, attracting his attention, Rakuto. As if understanding her feelings, he turned around and replied, Tachibana, we'll be fine. We'll come back. She replied helplessly, all right, stay safe. Ginkgo looked back, assessed the situation, and said, done talking? Let's go. All right. He smiled and turned back to look at the group of boys. Let's go. Nishi replied, let's go. And Eyes, although still worried, quickly added, yes, sir. Fierce, fiery red dragons flew above a certain town, the town bordering Amashima to the south, Minami Azahara. This area had become a nest for wyverns, forcing the residents to take refuge underground. However, living underground also had its own problems. Below ground at this time, a man carrying a lamp was walking ahead. Behind him, another voice hesitantly called out, hey, can you slow down a little? The man who spoke earlier grumbled a bit and continued, there are women and children here. Behind him were a woman and a young boy standing there, hugging each other. The man with the lamp leading the way didn't care, turned back, and snapped, idiot, what are you going to do if they catch up to us? Moreover, there could be monsters in this tunnel. Before the man could finish his sentence, everything around them suddenly shook violently. Everyone was startled. A man wearing a hat screamed in panic, is it an earthquake or what? Another young man with blonde hair pointed ahead, his face pale. He stammered, hey. From that direction, a monster resembling a giant centipede with a purple body and a large gaping mouth rushed towards them as if to swallow everything. Everyone was frozen in fear by the centipede. The man with the lamp whimpered in terror as he looked at the monster. The direct route from Minami Azahara to Amashima City is the lair of a worm. So, the surface is out, and underground is also out, and we're forced to hole up at the station, Ijima explained to the group behind him as he took a step forward. He turned his head back and continued. Then, Hazaki came up with an idea, the restoration plan. Hearing that, Nishi, confused, slowly asked, the restoration plan? What's that? It's the train. The train. Ijima smiled sinisterly. Nishi was startled. Ijima, seeing this, also explained, that damn landworm monster, we'll just use the power of the train to crush it. Nishi hesitantly replied, somewhat suspiciously, I see. Luckily, there's a train near the station that looks like it can still be used, but it's buried in rubble, so it needs to be dug up and repaired. Ijima thought of the old train buried under large rocks. He hesitated slightly and said, oh. Elongating the sound as if realizing something, Eyes rested his chin on his hand, thinking of the scene of Katoni holding an axe, trying to hit the rock, and Kuju frantically carrying away the dirt and soil, and then continued, so the digging that Senior Tachibana and Senior Kuju mentioned is this. He said somewhat doubtfully, I wonder if they can do it. At this time, Rakuto suddenly noticed Ginkgo walking behind them. Her face showed some concern, as if she were lost in thought, and she just remained silent. Rakuto kept looking back at her. He pondered, confused. At this time, Ijima spoke again. The train will take some time to repair, and that's when we, the hunters, come in. Nishi also calmly replied, I understand. He continued to ask Ijima somewhat suspiciously, is collecting supplies to maintain life underground also called hunting? Ijima smiled sarcastically and replied, that's right. I don't mind intelligent people, you understand? We are the elite group supporting the entire community. We don't need useless or stupid people, he arrogantly asserted. Then Ijima laughed loudly and said, "The waste products will be used as monster bait, understand?" Eyes, hearing that, immediately cried out in panic. His voice trembled with fear as he said, "Hunting is such a dangerous job?" Yamaoka, standing behind, crossed his arms and maintained silence. Nishi raised an eyebrow, hesitantly confirming, "We've gotten into a bad situation, Rakuto." Rakuto, beside him, replied helplessly, "There's no other way. Because someone has to do this. Having been accepted into the community, we have to abide by the rules," he resolutely stated. Nishi, at this time, also turned towards Rakuto and agreed, "That's right. These people are actually fulfilling their duties, so newcomers like us have no right to complain, right?" he asked Rakuto, seemingly with some doubt. Rakuto pondered, resting his chin on his hand. After a moment, he hesitantly voiced his thoughts. "But there's something strange." Nishi focused his attention on Rakuto. He asked, "Rakuto?" Rakuto continued, "Considering everything, isn't their morale and unity unusually high?" Nishi responded with a puzzled expression, "High morale is a good thing, right? After all, we're on our way to the surface." "That's right. It's definitely very dangerous on the surface right now." Thinking of the red dragons in the town still flying all over the sky, Rakuto agreed with Nishi's opinion and firmly said, "At any time, you could lose your life." Even though this is a job that everyone wants to push onto others, they're actively doing it, he questioned again. Nishi, standing beside him, was silent for a moment. He recalled old memories and said, "Now that I think about it, at school, there was a big argument about who would go get supplies. Well, I guess maybe Mr. Hazaki is really outstanding, right?" Thinking of the image of Hazaki calmly standing in the dust, Nishi praised him with doubt. "He has that leadership quality, doesn't he? Also, there's another strange thing." Rakuto glanced at Nishi and added, "The monster blocking the route to Ashima City is a worm, right?" he asked. The air in the tunnel was a bit eerie at this time. Rakuto vaguely continued to question, "Why doesn't it?" His words were abruptly interrupted by Ijima's loud shout. The ferocious man glared at them. "Hey, newcomers, what are you whispering about?" Rakuto and Nishi were startled to be called out and looked at Ijima. "We'll go up to the surface from here," he announced to everyone. Eyes stammered in fear. "So it's time," Nishi said resolutely. "We have to do it." Rakuto, standing beside him, just calmly held the long iron rod without speaking. Everyone returned to the old ticket gate area at the train station. They stepped onto the escalator, moving upwards. Ijima, leading the way above, turned back to inform the group behind him. "Now, the exit to the surface is right here." He held the gun in his hand and said, "Listen up, everyone. The operation is very simple." Ijima began to explain, "We'll use flares to attract the attention of the wyverns. Meanwhile, I myself will collect supplies from the target facility. That's the hunter's mission. But the flares are running out. We can't waste them," Nishi said worriedly. "That means we need to know where the wyverns are and the exact number, understand?" Ijima continued to explain and then asked the people behind him. Rakuto hesitantly asked, "What do you mean?" Ijima simply said, "Go outside for a bit, newcomers." Hearing those words, the expressions on Rakuto and his group's faces showed surprise, unable to speak. Ijima, seeing this, just smiled. He spoke with a challenging tone. "You want to be our companions, right? Then prove it. You seem useful." Nishi maintained silence, looking up at Ijima. He began to mock, "Or what? Will you refuse? Admit you're garbage?" Ijima's henchmen behind him also chuckled and mocked Rakuto's group. Yamaoka raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and didn't respond. Eyes, beside him, gritted his teeth in hatred. Nishi still looked up at Ijima while asking Rakuto, "What should we do, Rakuto? These guys have real problems. With this situation, it wouldn't be surprising if they treated us like disposable pawns." Rakuto put his hand to his mouth, silently pondering for a moment. "All right, now I will." Ijima had just started speaking when he was interrupted by Rakuto. He boldly declared, "I'll go." Ginkgo was startled and stepped forward, her mouth wide open. The people on Ijima's side immediately started questioning, "Is that okay?" On Rakuto's side, they suddenly turned their gazes to Ginkgo. Rakuto was a little suspicious. In his mind at this time, her name appeared. Fuyu's Ginkgo. Ginkgo had also noticed Rakuto's gaze. Ijima spoke again. "Ginkgo, you've really changed, haven't you? You're being quite kind to the rookies." Ginkgo slowly replied, "That's irrelevant. It's just that the reconnaissance mission is very important. A small mistake in distracting attention can get the whole team killed. I don't want to entrust it to rookies, that's all," she said calmly. Rakuto hoisted the iron rod onto his shoulder, determined, and said, "Then, I'll go too." Nishi exclaimed in surprise. "Rakuto." Ginkgo, seeing this, said helplessly, "Did you hear me? I'm saying you'll just get in the way." Rakuto looked back silently. She sighed and scoffed. "Or what? "Do you think you're a knight?" He calmly replied, "It's not like that. It's just that I think it's better to have two people scouting. In the worst-case scenario, one person can act as a decoy." Rakuto put forth his opinion. He explained further, "If you want to increase the chances of success in the hunt, this way is smarter, isn't it?" Ginkgo was left speechless by Rakuto. She thought to herself, "This kid." Then Ginkgo turned her head and clicked her tongue in dissatisfaction. "Fine, do whatever you want." She gave up talking to Rakuto. He smiled happily and immediately replied, "Then I will." Nishi shouted, "Hey, Rakuto, I'll go with you." Rakuto immediately interrupted Nishi, reassuring his friend, "It's okay, Nishi. You stay here. I don't intend to become a disposable pawn. I will definitely come back alive," Rakuto stated decisively. Ginkgo stepped forward and urged, "All right, let's go." Rakuto looked at her and calmly agreed, "Okay." About 15 minutes after scouting, Rakuto and Ginkgo arrived at a small alley. Ginkgo knelt down on one knee, thinking, "These small alleys are safe because they're too narrow for the wyverns to pass through, right?" Rakuto suddenly noticed her looking at a small tree-like thing and involuntarily made a confused noise in his throat. He wondered, "What are you doing?" She just sighed. Then Ginkgo explained about the root stuck in the ground in front of them. "Mandrake. That's the name of this weed. It's a type of monster, so don't touch it. If you carelessly pull it up, it'll scream terribly. At close range, it can even knock you unconscious." Rakuto thought of the screaming turnips in a witch movie. "Oh, I think I've seen a plant like this in a movie before." Then he made a confused sound. It turned out she was using her knife to write something on the ground. "Don't pull it up." He recalled warnings he'd seen before like danger, monsters, keep away, they exterminate intruders. He realized, this warning, could it be like those things? So that means, Ginkgo just sighed. Then she stood up and asked, "You really don't know anything, do you? What are you here for?" Rakuto remained silent. Ginkgo tilted her head and smirked. "If you're trying to act cool just because I'm a girl, that's disgusting. Please stop." But Rakuto retorted, "I'm not doing it because of you." He continued, "I'm doing it to gain the community's trust. I need to contribute, even if it means taking risks." She listened in silence. The community's strength is paramount. This is like paying a necessary fee. He remembered the scene of those bad guys being wary of Yamaoka's authority. Luckily, as long as Senior Yamaoka is still behind us, they won't dare to act. Rakuto asked Ginkgo, "Reasonable, right?" But she remained silent. She lowered her eyes and muttered, "Reasonable? Ha!" Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared, carrying fallen leaves. And that wind was caused by Ginkgo kicking a leg up in front of him. He was astonished. Luckily, Rakuto reacted in time and stepped back. She grimaced and said loudly, "That's ridiculous. Even absurdity has its limits." Then Ginkgo let out a shout as she gained momentum, doing 3 flips and closing in on him. He was incredulous. Then she propelled herself off the ground. To Rakuto's surprise, Ginkgo was about to kick him. He quickly blocked it with the steel pipe. The force from her leg made him wince. Ginkgo continued to kick at him repeatedly, but they were all blocked by the steel pipe in Rakuto's hand again. He analyzed her strength internally. She's fast. So fast that she's almost not human. But she has no fighting stance. Her clumsy attacks rely solely on physical strength. Rakuto placed the end of the steel pipe on the ground and stepped back, continuing to think, "I can easily block her, but I'm also not planning to attack her with this steel pipe. In that case." Just as he stood up, Ginkgo closed in again. She immediately grabbed his shirt. Then she slammed Rakuto's entire body into the ground. He was shocked and didn't have time to react. Suddenly, Ginkgo pulled out her knife and tried to stab him in the neck. But it didn't come down. She said, "Like I said, you're too weak." Rakuto just stared blankly at her. Then Ginkgo jumped away. She grabbed onto a high railing. Then she jumped and grabbed onto the ledge above the window, her feet pushing off the ventilation fan. To Rakuto's surprise, Ginkgo continued to jump to the other side, gradually going higher. Then she landed on the roof, helpfully reminding him, "You're just a burden. Go back before you get in my way." He worriedly advised, "Wait, Fuyus. No matter how strong you are, going alone is still reckless. Common sense doesn't apply to them." Rakuto continued to persuade her, "I don't know how many battles you've survived, but just a little carelessness could cost you your life." Ginkgo just said, "Ha, sounds arrogant. Try taking me down before you say those words." Then she immediately jumped away. "Anyway, you go back to the station. See you later." He called out to her, "Fuyus." He could only watch Ginkgo go. Under the blue sky, she was standing on a rooftop somewhere, observing with binoculars. Through the binoculars, she saw 3 wyverns on a building. 1, 2, 3 on that building. No problem. That area is still safe. Ginkgo lowered the binoculars and sighed. She took out a map and wrote something on it, muttering, "All right, easy peasy. Wyverns this big are easy to see even from a distance. As long as we keep our distance, we won't be detected." Then she jumped down. Enemy spotted. Time to go back. Ginkgo grabbed onto the railing on the side of the building. "Okay, on the way back, I'll get some of that. A thing." She exhaled. Considering this aspect too, bringing that idiot back was the right decision. She jumped down to another place, grabbing onto a ventilation fan. Ginkgo flipped over to the other side and then landed on the ground. She thought while checking the map. Now then, the safe route back to the station, cutting through here, and then. Suddenly, a strange small head peeked out from a dark corner nearby. Ginkgo involuntarily asked. It turned out to be the heads of small wyverns. Ginkgo was incredulous. What the heck is this? Miniature wyverns? I've never seen anything like this before. Then she looked at the eggshells beside a pillar. She made a sound as if realizing something. Ginkgo stammered, "Those are eggshells. So that means." And the danger came immediately. A wyvern roared and charged at her. Seeing this, she paled. Faced with its attack, she didn't have time to react. Oh no. Suddenly, Ginkgo remembered Rakuto's words. "Wait, Fuyu's." His image appeared, advising her, "No matter how strong you are, going alone is still reckless." Then fresh blood sprayed from Ginkgo. Rakuto's voice still echoed in her ears. Common sense doesn't apply to them. Ginkgo donned her school uniform, standing silently amidst the stream of old memories, where the past was like a hazy picture gradually emerging. In reality, Ginkgo faced imminent danger, with ferocious monsters charging, surrounding her in a deadly rage. She clenched her teeth, clutching her bloodied arm, trying to escape the pursuit of the ferocious monsters. Ginkgo thought to herself, "Everyone sees me as an oddity." While fleeing, she sadly lamented in her heart, "My hair color, eye color, and physical abilities far exceed human limits." Ginkgo struggled to reach out, her trembling fingers gripping the cold iron bar, trying to hold on amidst the dizziness and the throbbing pain spreading from the wound. Unexpectedly, the monsters charged and attacked, causing her to fall. Falling freely, Ginkgo painfully thought, "No one is on my side, never has been." She recalled her school years, with students gossiping. In the classroom, a few girls were chatting. "Is it true then?" She spoke up, "You know Fuyu's, she's such a fake and annoying person, isn't she?" The blonde girl agreed, "Right, she thinks she's the center of attention just because she's a little pretty." Ginkgo remained indifferent to the girl's words. "I heard her hair and eyes are natural. It's scary." The two girls continued to chat. "Have you heard? There's a rumor she's doing some dirty stuff." "Ew, really? How disgusting." A few days later, there was a scream in the schoolyard. Ginkgo nonchalantly dealt with the delinquents. "Cough. That hurt. What the hell?" She coldly spoke. "Get lost." The two guys fearfully ran away. "We're sorry." Ginkgo worriedly turned to ask the two girls, "Are you okay? Those jerks didn't do anything to you, did they?" But she flinched away and shouted, "Stay away." The two girls cried with tears in their eyes, "Monster." Ginkgo silently stared at her hand. The two girls quickly ran away. She lonely and coldly thought, "That's right, I'm an oddity, no one wants me around." Back in the present, Ginkgo lay motionless. She had given up in her heart, so I won't expect anything from anyone. She struggled to stand up, thinking to herself, "I've lived like this until now, and that won't change." Suddenly Ginkgo remembered her mother's words. "It's okay, Ginkgo, you have a kind heart, and one day you'll meet someone who understands you." While she was still remembering her mother's words, "I'm sure you'll quickly make friends with them," the monsters caught up. The monsters roared, their red eyes flashing with bloodlust as they closed in on Ginkgo, leaving her no way out. Ginkgo wanted to cry, sadly thinking, "Mom was just lying, in the end there's no one." Suddenly someone appeared. Rakuto powerfully attacked the monsters with his sword. Ginkgo saw the person and gasped in surprise. She loudly asked, "What are you doing here?" He quickly replied, "Stay put and don't move." Rakuto rummaged through his pocket, thinking, "Luckily, I brought this from the pond, just in case." Suddenly he pulled out a flare. Watching him light it, Ginkgo surprisedly asked, "A flare? Don't tell me you're going to." Not letting her finish, Rakuto loudly attracted the monsters' attention. "This way, monsters." The monsters chased after him. Ginkgo fearfully shouted and scolded, "Idiot, those things will be attracted to the light." Rakuto didn't care, and continued to run, luring the monsters to follow him. While running, Rakuto thought to himself, "Great, everything's going according to plan, now, it just depends on whether I can lead them to that place." But unfortunately, a monster quickly lunged at him. It roared loudly with its tail. Luckily, Rakuto used his iron rod to block. But the monster still managed to injure him. Rakuto stepped back, thinking to himself, "They're too strong. I can't escape just by running." Turning to run, he calculated, "But all I can do is run," the monster roared angrily. Not having gone far, Rakuto stopped running in surprise. He exclaimed in shock, "No wonder not all of them were chasing me." In the gloomy sky, countless giant monsters soared and flew. The piercing roar of the monsters echoed throughout the area, shaking the space. Rakuto whispered in astonishment, "They went to call for reinforcements." Like a dark storm, the monsters simultaneously plunged down from the sky. He worriedly watched them attacking him together. Rakuto's face turned pale. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead as he clenched his fist, his eyes tensely watching the horrific scene before him. Blood splattered in the air, mixed with painful screams. At the same time, at Ginkgo's location, she struggled to hold on. Damn it. She worriedly looked in the direction he had run, muttering to herself, "What is that guy planning to do, after luring the wyverns away from me?" Suddenly, Ginkgo realized something, and loudly shouted, "No way! That idiot!" She exclaimed in shock, "Kuragane Rakuto, are you trying to die?" At that moment, in the sky, the wyverns had surrounded them, forming a dark shadow gathering over the city. They roared noisily. Rakuto thought while running, "That's not just a flock of birds." The wyverns roared savagely, their bloodthirsty eyes blazing in the darkness. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth, swooping down with the intention of tearing his body apart in an instant. Rakuto struggled to escape, inwardly urging himself, "Just a little further." By now, he was too tired, but still thought to himself, "Please body, endure until then." Taking advantage of his fatigue, the wyverns reached out with their claws to attack. The fierce attacks from the wyverns prevented him from dodging in time. Bloody wounds opened, a sharp pain shot through him. Rakuto's body was thrown violently to the ground, rolling several times on the cold earth. He frowned in pain, wondering to himself, "My legs can't take it anymore. Am I really going to have to stop here?" While running, he suddenly stopped, breathing heavily. Rakuto suddenly widened his eyes. He realized something in shock. He sat motionless. The wyverns rushed to attack him. Rakuto closed his eyes slightly, his chest heaving as he let out a long, relieved breath. Suddenly, he smiled and said, "It seems like this game is over, checkmate." The wyverns roared fiercely. They swung their sharp claws, tearing through the air, rushing forward with great power. The wyverns swooped down simultaneously like black arrows from the sky, roaring ferociously enough to shake the space. Suddenly, a shocking sound rang out, like thunder tearing through the sky. Ginkgo, even as she struggled to take each step in pain, had to stop when that shocking sound rang out. Ginkgo collapsed, her legs trembling with no strength left. She clutched her ears, trying to block the piercing sound that was echoing in her mind. Ginkgo couldn't withstand it any longer. Both knees collapsed on the cold ground. The tremor from that terrifying sound made her whole body tremble. She wearily, listlessly exclaimed, "This terrifying sound? No way, is that idiot?" While trying to walk, Ginkgo cursed, "Damn it." There was a sound echoing throughout the building. When Ginkgo arrived, she exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Before her, the chaotic scene gradually became clear. Rakuto lay motionless on one side, breathing weakly, while the giant wyverns were scattered everywhere, motionless as if they had been defeated in an instant. Ginkgo suspiciously whispered, "They're all dead." She struggled to stand up, her legs trembling but still trying to walk towards Rakuto. Looking at him lying on the ground, Ginkgo called out, "Kuragane Rakuto." She exclaimed, "I can't believe you pulled the mandrake. There's writing on the ground, don't pull it." Ginkgo continued to scold, "You'll die if you hear the scream up close. I told you, you idiot." She asked in astonishment, "You sacrificed your life just to save me? Why would you do that?" Unexpectedly, as Ginkgo approached, Rakuto moved slightly. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, looking very surprised. Rakuto sat up, to Ginkgo's horror. She was scared, her whole body trembled continuously, stuttering, "Huh?" Ginkgo's scream echoed through the space, tearing through the quiet atmosphere. Still unable to believe that he was still alive, Ginkgo exclaimed, "Why are you still alive?" Seeing the blood on his face, she worriedly said, "Your ear is bleeding." Her face darkened with fear, suspiciously saying, "Didn't you?" Ginkgo pondered in shock. At that moment, Rakuto gambled. The wyverns roared and rushed to attack him. She suspiciously speculated, right before pulling the mandrake, He pressed his hands tightly against his ears, using air pressure to rupture his eardrums. Rakuto struggled to pull up the mandrake. As soon as it was pulled up, the mandrake screamed fiercely. Ginkgo continued to think, by losing his hearing beforehand, he avoided the mandrake's deadly scream. Ginkgo's face turned pale. Speaking in disbelief, he ruptured his own eardrums? She couldn't understand and asked him, inwardly wondering, how crazy is he? Ginkgo's hand clenched in anger. Rakuto still looked blank, not understanding what was going on. Quickly approaching, she angrily asked, "Are you really crazy?" While helping him walk, Ginkgo kept scolding incessantly, "You're so stupid." The more she spoke, the more annoyed she became. Ginkgo patiently monologued to herself, "Yes, the eardrums will heal, but who would go that far for a stranger?" Rakuto's expression was blank because he couldn't hear. Seeing that expression, Ginkgo said annoyedly, "Oh my God, you can't even hear me, what a pain." Though she scolded, she could only helplessly sigh. "Really, but someone like you, I might be able to tell." Ginkgo helplessly said, "How everything started." Suddenly, a question ran through her mind. Why did monsters appear in this world? Knowing that no one would answer, Ginkgo still wondered, what is the reason? While rummaging through her jacket pocket, she said, "I can tell you everything, right?" Suddenly, Ginkgo took out a small cross, calling out, "Mom." She said hopefully, "The door leading to the truth is slowly opening." They were shocked to hear the news about the monsters, the young wyverns. A cowardly guy said, "Mr. Ijima, this is really bad." To which the indifferent guy said, "Calm down, idiot." However, he thought about it more thoroughly, "But that means people will die if we continue like this. Well, it looks like we need to rethink our hunting method." Ijima unexpectedly patted Rakuto on the shoulder as if he was proud of him. "Anyway, good job, kid." He said nothing and didn't react. After that, he grabbed Rakuto's shoulder very affectionately. "I like your recklessness. I'll definitely add points to your evaluation for you." He didn't know that he was injured in the shoulder from the recent battle, so Ginkgo advised, "Hey, he's injured, don't pat him so hard." Rakuto met Nishi and eyes. He was a little hesitant. "Senior Kurogane," Nishi continued, "honestly, you're always doing such reckless things. You can't hear what I'm saying right now, can you?" Rakuto could only remain silent. He also agreed with that opinion. Time passed, 2 weeks after joining the community. Being deaf that day was worth it. We had become an existence that he had to bow down to, that had achieved the initial goal, gaining the community's trust. From then on, we were no longer treated unreasonably. His teammates were always helping those in need. However, danger always accompanied the hunter's job. They fought together against all kinds of monsters. We walked with death every day. Ijima controlled the cowardly, glasses-wearing guy to carry things. Fuyu's Ginkgo seemed to have recognized us too. From then on she fought alongside us. I had gained a reliable teammate. Tachibana and Kuju said their work was hard, but they still tried their best as excavators. Rakuto had experienced many memories from them. This life was not easy. Each day passed with difficulty, but everyone worked together. We simply continued to exist. Only one thing bothered me. A strange feeling of unease was spreading in the community. Every day, Rakuto pondered and carefully observed the actions of the others. I still can't identify the source of that feeling. As time continued to pass. That night, when Nishi and Rakuto were on patrol, he spoke, "By the way, Rakuto." He asked, "Is your ear okay?" Rakuto calmly said, "Yeah, it's fine." He also said, "But it's still a little hard to hear," which relieved Nishi somewhat. "I'm glad it's recovering." The time they worked hard had drained some of his energy. But hey, how long will this last, this life underground? Rakuto didn't know either. Who knows? Suddenly Nishi saw a girl. Who knows? You. He recognized that it was Ginkgo, Fuyu's Ginkgo. She was talking to someone. That girl said to Ginkgo with fear, "I told you I don't want it anymore." But Ginkgo still said, "What are you talking about? Just drink this anyway," which made the girl panic. In her anger, that girl physically harmed Ginkgo. "Stop it." That angry girl slapped Ginkgo, causing her to fall. At times like these, every time you give us that stuff, I just get more frustrated with everything. It's like you're forcing us to face a reality we can't escape from. Ginkgo could only listen to their bitter words. "You don't know how we feel, a hunter like you." Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Nishi spoke loudly. "Hey, what's going on? Is there any trouble?" But Ginkgo said it was normal. "Nothing's wrong. Don't worry." The wound on her cheek showed what had happened just now, making Nishi worried. "Are you okay?" "Well, I won't ask anymore, but..." He felt that things weren't as easy as she said. "Is there nothing wrong?" When I first met her, I didn't realize it, but she's like Rakuto when facing this. It was Rakuto's turn to speak. Even so, this is really strange. He didn't understand. Strange how? Rakuto recounted the situation. Ijima and the others looked like they were having a festival. Now that I think about it, that old man seemed very happy. Conversely, some people looked very gloomy. Moreover, like those women just now, some people even seemed angry. He generalized, the atmosphere in the community is very strange. Is something about to happen? Ginkgo agreed, that's right, because it's time to receive the reward. Nishi realized something. The reward? Now that you mention it, I remember those old men mentioning it. Mr. Hazaki will reward those with good achievements. Immediately afterwards, Ginkgo said, more importantly Kurogane Rakuto, I have something I want to talk to you about, which made Nishi a little suspicious. Is she about to confess? After that, she said directly, I've been watching you for the past 2 weeks. You're probably trustworthy, while she pinched Nishi's ear. Ginkgo offered, let's go somewhere else to talk. Follow me. At that time, at a place with Katone and Kuju, Kuju was worried about Katone. Katone, is your leg okay? She replied, it's much better now. She said, thanks to the bandage Mr. Hazaki brought, I was able to give first aid. I think I'll be able to walk soon. Kuju was relieved. That's great. I was really panicked when I saw you get injured. She was even happier. But it's really lucky that Mr. Hazaki is a good person, Katone agreed. That's right. She knew. It really was like that. As he thought, digging was too hard for the girl. Hazaki smiled at them. Don't worry. I'll transfer you two to cooking. I'll take care of this quickly. Finishing the work relieved Kuju. She excitedly said, now we're officially cooks. No more hard digging. Katone replied softly. That's good too, I guess. Even so, she also felt the unusual atmosphere. But what is this? Before her eyes was the unease of everyone. The gazes of the others. Why were their eyes full of pity? After that, Kuju led her away. Okay, Katone, let's go back to everyone. So she said back, slow down a little Sakura. The two girls entered the hut. We're back. Kuju was happy. Oh, the three of you are back? Nishi saw this and replied, Tashibara, Kuju, you guys are back? So, Rakuto asked, so Fu-yus, what do you want to talk to me about? Ginkgo said, I wanted to talk to you privately, but I guess the others are okay too. She said seriously, okay. Then I'll get straight to the point. Ginkgo asked a shocking question. Do you want to know the truth about the great disaster? All of them didn't expect that. Huh? The truth? She added, in other words, its origin. Nishi was curious. You know about it? She replied, not everything, but I'll tell you what I'm almost certain of. Ginkgo crossed her arms and confidently said, this great disaster very likely has someone behind it, they added in surprise, a man. Ginkgo gradually revealed, that man's name is Kurogane Soroto. Everyone became unbelievable. Night fell, enveloping the firmly built tents, and a voice echoed in the pitch-black space, Kurogane Soroto. Inside the tent, Ginkgo spoke up, I see, so you're related to him. No wonder you two have the same last name. It really is a small world. Nishi standing opposite her replied puzzled, I didn't know you had a brother. Rakuto, on the side added, a foster brother, but yes. Nishi turned to look at him and sighed, but that Soroto guy is a real jerk. I can't believe he cornered you like that. Rakuto heard this and didn't care, answering indifferently, that's old news, it doesn't matter anymore. Katone gently reminded him. She remembered how Soroto used to bully Rakuto. Rakuto curiously stepped forward and asked Ginkgo, more importantly, you said he's related to the great disaster. What do you mean? Ginkgo, that sounds so absurd. I can't understand it. She heard this and replied, it's not that I know the whole story, but he's the center of the great disaster, I'm sure of it. Yes, because of him, my mother. Ginkgo looked at the palm of her hand, on which was a cross. Flashback, about a week before the great disaster. In a dark room with only light from the TV and light from outside the window peeking through the curtains, Ginkgo lay face down on the sofa playing games. She looked at her phone in surprise. It's them again? In the game, Ginkgo stood there alone, glancing at the giant monsters ahead, slime, golem, wyvern. They initially killed me countless times, but not anymore. I've clearly understood their patterns of behavior and weaknesses. No problem. The slime's weakness is fire. Then she immediately threw fire at them. Ginkgo hammered hard on one of the monsters. The golem's weakness is the E on their forehead. She looked up at the dragon and thought, wyverns are attracted to light. It's better to avoid them than to engage. Ginkgo held a spear and stood looking at the monster charging towards her. The problem is this boss, the undead. Its level is much higher than the previous enemies. A pretty difficult battle, but it's almost completely resistant to silver. She jumped up and stabbed the spear in her hand into the monster, causing blood to splatter. The monster also screamed in pain because of this. If I attack it with something made of silver. Having defeated the final boss, Ginkgo happily clapped her hands on the chair to celebrate. All right, I defeated it. She looked at her phone and sighed. The game that my mother made is really interesting. The difficulty is perfectly balanced, giving a sense of accomplishment. Realizing it was getting late, Ginkgo quickly got up, got dressed, and ran to the door. Oh my god, is it this late? I have to go. On the sofa, her phone was still lit up. Myth summon system. The entire hospital building lay under a clear blue sky. In the hospital corridor, Ginkgo walked and searched. Let's see, my mother's hospital room is. Stopping at a room with an open door, she glanced inside with a surprised look. Inside the hospital room, Sorito stood in front of the brown-haired woman's hospital bed. He put his hand in his pocket and asked, "You refused my invitation?" Fuyu's Yukina, she heard this and replied, "That's right." He continued, "If you say that, do you know that I'm the largest shareholder of FN?" The brown-haired woman calmly replied, "I've known about you for a long time. You Kurogane Sorito." Ginkgo stood outside the door eavesdropping. She was very surprised when she heard Sorito's name, Kurogane Sorito. The brown-haired woman in the hospital room spoke up, "But as I said, I've resigned from FN. I'm just a sick person who doesn't have much time left. Please leave." Suddenly Sorito spread his arms out and smiled triumphantly. The programming genius that FN is proud of, Fuyu's Yukina, one of the few people I recognize. The myth summon system, at the company, it's called MSS, right? You are the one who laid the theoretical foundations and designed it. He approached the brown-haired woman, trying to persuade her, "Come on, spend the rest of your time for me. I'll provide you with the best medical care and pay you well. What do you say, huh?" Sorito saw that she didn't answer and continued, "You're silent, okay?" He turned around and left. The brown-haired woman at this time watched Sorito's back, coming to her because she developed it. "But I will find a way to decode MSS myself, so it's okay. The documents you left for the company are enough." Before leaving, he turned his head and said one last time, "Just wait and see. This world will change. I will be the one to change it. Don't regret your decision. Fuyu's Yukina." The brown-haired woman remained silent, not saying anything more. Ginkgo watched Sorito. He whistled happily as he walked. She entered the hospital room. Ginkgo asked uncomfortably, "That guy was really rude. Who was he, Mom?" The brown-haired woman was very surprised to see Ginkgo enter. "Oh, Ginkgo, you came again today?" She turned her head and bowed her head to answer, "He's just a guest, it's nothing." The brown-haired woman then suddenly changed her attitude. She turned around and happily asked Ginkgo, more importantly, "Ginkgo, today's a school day, have you gone to school yet?" Ginkgo heard her question and nervously stammered, "Well, then. I didn't go." The brown-haired woman saw Ginkgo's embarrassment and immediately cared. "Oh, why?" She turned her face away because she didn't dare look straight at the brown-haired woman. "Because my class is full of idiots, and it's so boring." She heard this and gently advised, "Honestly, Ginkgo, it's true that you're different from everyone in many ways, but with that attitude, you'll never be able to make friends." Ginkgo still didn't care about her words. The brown-haired woman saw that the atmosphere was a little tense and grinned brightly. "Come on, Ginkgo, smile, come on, a smile can connect people with each other." She saw the brown-haired woman making a face and blushed with embarrassment. "Stop it, Mom, it's too embarrassing." Ginkgo expressed her point of view. "Friends are very troublesome and complicated. I don't want any. Just me is enough." She seriously asked Ginkgo, making it impossible for her to answer, "Then let me ask you this, why do you always help people in need?" "It's okay, Ginkgo, you have a kind heart, and one day, you'll meet someone who understands you." The brown-haired woman spoke and looked out the window. "I'm sure you two will quickly become close friends." Ginkgo heard this and sighed. She put her hand on the hospital bed and said wearily, "I don't want to talk about that anymore. Let's talk about something happier, like the old game you made." The brown-haired woman heard that Ginkgo seemed interested and immediately replied, "You mean MSS? That sounds so nostalgic. How far have you gotten?" Hearing this, Ginkgo became enthusiastic. "I defeated the Lich, the boss of the northern area." The brown-haired woman covered her mouth with her hand. She looked at Ginkgo with a look of surprise. "Well done. I thought I made that area quite difficult." She lay down on the bed and awkwardly replied, "It's quite difficult, even for me." Ginkgo recalled the milestones in her game. "But that game is really interesting. Even though the monsters are all normal things, nothing special, but the key point is the setting is in modern times, because there are no guides, magic, or levels, you have to come up with strategies yourself using the available items." Suddenly Ginkgo spoke up, "Hey, Mom." The main character in the game, Sylvia, is completely based on me, right? The brown-haired woman covered her mouth and chuckled. Maybe, maybe not. Ginkgo was very interested in this topic. She spoke continuously. That game is very good, but it's still incomplete, right? If you released it, it would definitely be a big hit now. The brown-haired woman gently replied. Maybe so. She raised her hand and looked at the brown-haired woman questioningly. Speaking of which, that game doesn't have an ending either, does it? What kind of ending are you planning to give it? Hearing this, she smiled and glanced elsewhere. That's a trade secret. Ginkgo heard her words and shouted, Hey, tell me, you're so stingy. I thought, maybe, I won't have many opportunities to talk to my mother anymore, so in the little time left, I want to spend as much time with her as possible. Then one day, without warning, everything ended. Suddenly standing in front of Ginkgo were giant monsters. She trembled with fear and watched. What is this? The sky was now red because of the fire burning below. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The monsters were frantically grabbing the people below and killing them. Right before my eyes, people were being eaten, raped, dying one by one. Sounds of pleas echoed everywhere. Save me. No. I couldn't accept this reality. Ginkgo stood there stunned looking at the scene before her. What, this is? She glanced at the phones on the ground below. Ginkgo stared at a phone. Monsters crawling out of phones and killing people without mercy. What is going on? She turned her head to look. Moreover, these creatures. I recognized them all. Lizard Man, Black Hound, and even Harpy. Ginkgo realized in shock, they're exactly like the monsters in that game. MSS, the game that Mom created. Her eyes widened as she remembered the image of the brown-haired woman smiling gently. Huh. Thinking of this, Ginkgo ran away. That's right, Mom, there's still Mom. Now is not the time to stand there thinking. I have to go find Mom. Suddenly something cried out, causing her to turn her head to pay attention. Following Ginkgo's gaze were three girls being surrounded by monsters. Save me. She hesitated, looking at them. Stay away from me, you monsters. After a moment of decision, Ginkgo immediately ran quickly towards the monsters standing there. She ran while thinking of the brown-haired woman's words. It's okay, Ginkgo, you have a kind heart. One of the monsters gnashed its teeth and turned its head to look at Ginkgo. They shouted madly and rushed towards her. Ginkgo saw the monster running towards her and froze. This feeling of bloodlust is not like in the game. This is reality. The monster swung its wooden stick to attack Ginkgo, but she dodged. No, everything will be okay. I've fought thousands of goblins. I know everything about them. Ginkgo kicked the monster. If they're exactly like in the game, their weaknesses are the same as humans. The monster held a knife in its hand and stood from afar watching its companion being defeated by Ginkgo. Immediately she jumped and ran quickly forward. One kick from Ginkgo defeated the monster holding the knife. They have amazing physical strength, but their stamina is only at the level of an ordinary person. As long as I'm not overwhelmed by their bloodlust, I can destroy them. Thinking of this, Ginkgo immediately ran to defeat the remaining ones. One of them was too scared and tried to run away but was discovered by her. Ginkgo approached and clamped her hand around its neck, causing it to cry out in pain. Her eyes coldly looked at the creature in her hand. After defeating the monsters, Ginkgo looked at the monster that had fallen to the ground and remained silent. After taking care of it, she turned around and left. Ginkgo returned to where the three girls were just now. She looked at them lying motionless on the floor. I was too late. Her eyes were panicked. Ginkgo's tears wanted to fall out. I'm sorry. She clenched the knife in her hand. Immediately after, Ginkgo turned her head and ran away. After that, wherever I went, all I saw was a hellish scene. But I didn't waste time looking, but just kept moving forward. Just praying that Mom is safe. On the way to the hospital, Ginkgo didn't know how many monsters she had defeated. Standing in the hospital corridor, she looked around. The hospital is full of monsters too. Ginkgo ran quickly to the brown-haired woman's hospital room. Damn it, she thought in her heart. Mom, Mom. Arriving at the hospital room, Ginkgo opened the door wide and shouted, Mom. She looked around in surprise. Huh? Mom's not here. At this time Ginkgo's mood was very worried and panicked. But my mother's room is still clean. There are no corpses or bloodstains. Mom escaped. Where on earth is Mom? She looked towards the closet making a slight noise. Ginkgo approached and opened the closet door. She saw the brown-haired woman sitting inside. She was looking at the computer and talking to herself. I was too naive. I have to do something. Ginkgo called out to her. Mom. The brown-haired woman was panting with exhaustion. She said confusedly, unexpectedly, I didn't think he really completed it. That damned Kurogane Soroto. If it's as predicted, then phones and computers all over the world have been destroyed. But there's still hope. I have an independent computer. With it, Ginkgo saw that she was out of control and shouted, startling her, "Mom!" The woman was very surprised to see her, Ginkgo. Seeing that she was safe, Ginkgo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, "You're still alive, let's go quickly, take my hand." Seeing that the brown-haired woman didn't react, Ginkgo looked at her confusedly, "Mom?" Then she spoke up and refused, "I can't, Ginkgo, I still have work to do, because I..." Ginkgo approached her and growled loudly, "I don't understand what's going on, but we have to leave here now. If we stay here, we'll become monster bait." The brown-haired woman's startled eyes looked at her, Ginkgo. After a moment of thought, she smiled and said to Ginkgo, "You're right, as you just said, I can't die yet, can't." A monster appeared out of nowhere. It broke the wall of the brown-haired woman's hospital room, startling both her and Ginkgo. Ginkgo stared at the monster, that is, the brown-haired woman on the side was too scared to speak. The giant monster stood before the two of them. It cried out angrily, "A giant scorpion." A sub-boss appeared in the middle of the game in MSS, and it appeared right now. It reached out and smashed the computer under its feet. The woman saw this and shouted, "My computer!" Ginkgo reached out and stopped her from approaching the monster. "Step back, Mom." The monster observed the two people in front of it like a delicious meal. Ginkgo cursed, "Damn it," she held the knife in front of her defensively, "I have to protect Mom."